I stood in the shadows of a deserted shop front across from the Blood and Brew pub, trying not to be obvious as I tugged my black leather pants back up where they belonged. This is pathetic, I thought, eyeing the rain-emptied street. I was way too good for this. Apprehending unlicensed and black art witches was my usual line of work, as it takes a witch to catch a witch. But the streets were quieter than usual this week. Everyone who could make it was at the West Drag. It was just the luck of the turn that had put me here in the dark and rain. Who am I kidding? I whispered, pulling the strap of my bag farther up my shoulder. I had to tag a witch in a month, unlicensed, white, dark, or otherwise. Bringing the mayor's son in for wearing outside of a full moon probably hadn't been the best idea. A sleek car turned the corner, looking black in the buzz of the Mercury street lamp. This was its third time around the block. A grimace tightened my face as it approached, slowing. "Damn it," I whispered. "I need a darker door front." "He thinks you're a hooker, Rachel." My backup snickered into my ear. "I told you the red halter was slutty. Anyone ever tell you that you smell like a drunk bat, Jinx?" I muttered, my lips barely moving. Backup was unsettlingly close tonight, having perched himself on my earring. Big dangling thing. The earring, not the pixie. I'd found Jenks to be a pretentious snot with a bad attitude and a temper to match. But he knew what side of the garden his nectar came from, and apparently pixies were the best they'd let me take out since the frog incident. I would have sworn fairies were too big to fit into a frog's mouth. I eased forward to the curb as the car squished to a wet asphalt halt. There was the whine of an automatic window as the tinted glass dropped. I leaned down, smiling my prettiest as I flashed my work ID. Mr. One Eyebrow's leer vanished and his face went ashen. The car lurched into motion with a tiny squeak of tires. "Day tripper," I said in disdain. No, I thought in a flash of chastisement. He was a norm, a human. Even if they were accurate, the terms day tripper, domestic, squish, off the rack, and my personal favorite, snack, were politically frowned upon. But if he was picking strays up off the sidewalk in the hollows, one call him dead. The car never slowed as it went through a red light, and I turned at the catcalls from the hookers I had displaced about sunset. They weren't happy, standing brazenly on the corner across from me. I gave them a little wave, and the tallest flipped me off before spinning to show me her tiny, spell-enhanced rear. The hooker and her distinctly husky-looking friend talked loudly as they tried to hide the cigarette they were passing between each other. It didn't smell like your usual tobacco. Not my problem tonight, I thought, moving back into my shadow. I leaned against the cold stone of the building, my gaze lingering on the red taillights of the car as it braked. Brow furrowed, I glanced at myself. I was tall for a woman, about 5'8", but not nearly as leggy as the hooker in the next puddle of light over. I wasn't wearing as much makeup as she was either. Narrow hips and a chest that was almost flat didn't exactly make me streetwalker material. Before I found the leprechaun outlets, I had shopped in the Your First Bra aisle. It's hard to find something without hearts and unicorns on it there. My ancestors had immigrated to the good old U.S. of A. in the 1800s. Somehow, through the generations, the women all managed to retain the distinct red hair and green eyes of our Irish homeland. My freckles, though, are hidden under a spell my dad bought me for my 13th birthday. He had the tiny amulet put into a pinky ring. I never leave home without it. A sigh slipped from me as I tugged my bag back up onto my shoulder. The leather pants, red ankle boots, and the spaghetti strap halter weren't too far from what I usually wore on casual Fridays to tick off my boss, but put them on a street corner at night? Crap, I muttered to Jenks. I look like a hooker. His only response was a snort. I forced myself not to react as I turned back to the bar. It was too rainy for the early crowd, and apart from my backup and the ladies down the way, the street was empty. I'd been standing out here nearly an hour with no sign of my mark. I might as well go in and wait. Besides, if I were inside, I might look like a solicitee rather than a solicitor. Taking a resolute breath, I pulled a few strands of my shoulder-length curls from my topknot, took a moment to arrange it artfully to fall about my face, and finally spit out my gum. The click of my boots made a snappy counterpoint to the jangling of the handcuffs pinned to my hip as I strode across the wet street and into the bar. The steel rings looked like a tawdry prop, but they were real and very well used. I winced. No wonder Mr. One-Eyebrow had stopped. Used for work, thank you, and not the kind you're thinking of. Still, I'd been sent to the hollows in the rain to collar a leprechaun for tax evasion. How much lower, I wondered, could I sink? It must have been from tagging that seeing eye dog last week. How was I supposed to know it wasn't a werewolf? It matched the description I'd been given. As I stood in the narrow foyer shaking off the damp, I ran my gaze over the typical Irish bar crap. Long-stemmed pipes stuck to the wall, green beer signs, black vinyl seats, and a tiny stage where a wannabe star was setting up his dulcimers and bagpipes amid a tower of amps. There was a whiff of contraband brimstone. My predatory instincts stirred. It smelled 3 days old, not strong enough to track. If I could nail the supplier, I'd be off my boss's hit list. He might even give me something worth my talents.
"Hey,"
grunted a low voice.
"You Tobby's replacement?"
Brimstone dismissed, I batted my eyes and turned, coming eye to chest with a bright green T-shirt. My eyes traveled up a huge bear of a man, bouncer material. The name on the shirt said Cliff. It fit. "Who?" I purred, blotting the rain from what I generously call my cleavage with the hem of his shirt. He was completely unaffected. It was depressing.
"Tobby, state-assigned hooker. She ever gonna show up again?"
From my earring came a tiny sing-song voice. "I told you so." My smile grew forced. "I don't know," I said through my teeth. "I'm not a hooker." He grunted again, eyeing my outfit. I pawed through my bag and handed him my work ID. Anyone watching would assume he was carding me. With readily available age-disguising spells, it was mandatory, as was the spell-check amulet he had around his neck. It glowed a faint red in response to my pinky ring. He wouldn't do a full check on me for that, which was why all the charms in my bag were currently uninvoked. I'd need them tonight. "Inderland Security," I said as he took the card. "I'm on a run to find someone, not harass your regular clientele. That's why the, disguise."
"Rachel Morgan,"
he read aloud, his thick fingers almost enveloping the laminated card.
"Inderland Security runner. You're an IS runner?"
He looked from my card to me and back, his fat lips splitting in a grin.
"What happened to your hair? Run into a blowtorch?"
My lips pressed together. The picture was 3 years old. It hadn't been a blowtorch. It had been a practical joke. An informal initiation into my full runner status. Real funny. The pixie darted from my earring, setting it swinging with his momentum. "I'd watch your mouth," he said, tilting his head as he looked at my ID. "The last lunker who laughed at her picture spent the night in the emergency room with a drink umbrella jammed up his nose." I warmed. "You know about that?" I said, snatching my card and shoving it away. "Everybody in appropriations knows about that." The pixie laughed merrily. "And trying to tag that ware with an itch spell and losing him in the John? You try bringing in a ware that close to a full moon without getting bit," I said defensively. "It's not as easy as it sounds. I had to use a potion. Those things are expensive. And then narrowing an entire bus of people?" His dragonfly wings turned red as he laughed and his circulation increased. Dressed in black silk with a red bandana, he looked like a miniature Peter Pan posing as an inner-city gang member. 4 inches of blonde, bothersome annoyance and quick temper. "That wasn't my fault," I said. "The driver hit a bump." I frowned. Someone had switched my spells, too. I had been trying to tangle his feet and ended up removing the hair from the driver and everyone in the first 3 rows. At least I'd got my mark, though I wasted an entire paycheck on cabs the next 3 weeks until the bus would pick me up again. "And the frog?" Jenks darted away and back as the bouncer flicked a finger at him. "I'm the only one who'd go out with you tonight. I'm getting hazard pay." The pixie rose several inches in what had to be pride. Cliff seemed unimpressed. I was appalled. "Look," I said, "all I want is to sit over there and have a drink, nice and quiet-like." I nodded to the stage where the post-adolescent was tangling the lines from his amps. "When does that start?" The bouncer shrugged.
"These new. Looks like about an hour."
There was a crash followed by cheers as an amp fell off the stage.
"Maybe 2.
Thanks. Ignoring Jenks's chiming laughter, I wove my way through the empty tables to a bank of darker booths. I chose the one under a moose head, sinking 3 inches more than I should have in the flaccid cushion. Soon as I found the little perp, I was out of there. This was insulting. I had been with the IS for 3 years, 7 if you counted my 4 years of clinicals, and here I was doing intern work. It was the interns that did the nitty-gritty day-to-day policing of Cincinnati and its largest suburb across the river, affectionately known as the Hollows. We picked up the supernatural stuff that the human-run FIB, short for Federal Inderland Bureau, couldn't handle. Minor spell disturbances and rescuing familiars out of trees were in the realm of an IS intern. But I was a full runner, damn it. I was better than this. I had done better than this. It had been I who single-handedly tracked down and apprehended the circle of dark witches who were circumventing the Cincinnati Zoo's security spells to steal the monkeys, selling them to an underground biolab. But did I get any recognition for that? No. It had been I who realized that the loon digging up bodies in one of the churchyards was linked to the spate of deaths in the organ replacement wing in one of the human-run hospitals. Everyone assumed he was gathering materials to make illegal spells, not charming the organs into temporary health, then selling them on the black market. And the ATM thefts that plagued the city last Christmas? It had taken me 6 simultaneous charms to look like a man, but I nailed the witch. She had been using a love charm, forget spell combo to rob naive humans. That had been an especially satisfying tag. I'd chased her for 3 streets, and there had been no time for spellcasting when she turned to hit me with what could have been a lethal charm. So I was completely justified in knocking her out cold with a roundhouse kick. Even better, the FIB had been after her for 3 months, and tagging her took me 2 days. I made them look like fools. But did I get a good job, Rachel? Did I even get a ride back to the IS tower with my swollen foot? No. And lately I was getting even less. Sorority kids using charms to steal cable, familiar theft, prank spells, and I couldn't forget my favorite, chasing trolls out from under bridges and culverts before they ate all the mortar. A sigh shifted me as I glanced over the bar. Pathetic. Jenks dodged my apathetic attempts to swat him as he resettled himself on my earring. That they had to pay him triple to go out with me did not bode well. A green-clad waitress bounced over, frighteningly perky for this early. "Hi," she said, showing teeth and dimples. "My name is Dottie. I'll be your server tonight." All smiles, she set 3 drinks before me. A Bloody Mary, an old-fashioned, and a Shirley Temple. How sweet. "Thanks, hon," I said with a jaded sigh. "Who are they from?" She rolled her eyes toward the bar, trying to portray bored sophistication, but coming off like a high schooler at the big dance. Peering around her thin, apron-tied waist, I glanced over the 3 stiffs, lust in their eyes, horses in their pockets. It was an old tradition. Accepting a drink meant I accepted the invitation behind it. One more thing for Ms. Rachel to take care of. They looked like norms. One never knew. Sensing no more conversation forthcoming, Dottie skipped away to do barmaid things. "Check them out, Jenks," I whispered, and the pixie flitted away, his wings pale pink in his excitement. No one saw him go. Pixie surveillance at its finest. The pub was quiet, but as there were 2 tenders behind the bar, an old man and a young woman, I guessed it would pick up soon. The Blood and Brew was a known hotspot where norms went to mix with Inderlanders before driving back across the river with their doors locked and the windows uptight, titillated and thinking they were hot stuff. And though a lone human sticks out among Inderlanders like a zit on a prom queen's face, an Inderlander can easily blend into humanity. It's a survival trait honed since before Pasteur. That's why the pixie, fairies and pixies, can literally sniff an Inderlander out quicker than I can spit. I half-heartedly scanned the nearly empty bar, my sour mood evaporating into a smile when I found a familiar face from the office. Ivy. Ivy was a vamp, the star of the IS runner lineup. We had met several years ago during my last year of internship, paired up for a year of semi-independent runs. She had just hired on as a full runner, having taken 6 years of university credit, instead of opting for the 2 years of college and 4 years of internship that I had. I think assigning us to each other had been someone's idea of a joke. Working with a vampire, living or not, had scared the peas out of me until I found out she wasn't a practicing vamp and had sworn off blood. We were as unalike as two people could be, but her strengths were my weakness. I wish I could say her weaknesses were my strengths, but Ivy didn't have any weaknesses, other than the tendency to plan the joy out of everything. We hadn't worked together for years, and despite my grudgingly given promotion, Ivy still outranked me. She knew all the right things to say to all the right people at all the right times. It helped that she belonged to the Tamwood family, a name as old as Cincinnati itself. She was its last living member, in possession of a soul and as alive as me. Having been infected with the vamp virus through her then still living mother, the virus had molded Ivy even as she grew in her mother's womb, giving Ivy a little of both worlds, the living and the dead. At my nod, she sauntered over. The men at the bar jostled elbows, all three turning to watch her in appreciation. She flicked them a dismissing glance, and I swear I heard one sigh. "How's it going, Ivy?" I said, as she eased into the bench opposite me. Vinyl seat squeaking, she reclined in the booth with her back against the wall, the heels of her tall boots on the long bench, and her knees showing over the edge of the table. She stood half a head over me, but where I just looked tall, she pulled off a svelte elegance. Her slightly oriental cast gave her an enigmatic look, upholding my belief that most models had to be vamps. She dressed like a model, too. Modest leather skirt and silk blouse, top of the line, all vamp construction. Black, of course. Her hair was a smooth, dark wave, accenting her pale skin and oval-shaped face. No matter what she did with her hair, it made her look exotic. I could spend hours with mine, and it always came out red and frizzy. Mr. One Eyebrow wouldn't have stopped for her. She was too classy.
"Hey, Rachel,"
Ivy said.
"What you doing down in the hollows?"
Her voice was melodious and low, flowing with all the subtleties of gray silk.
"I thought you'd be catching some skin cancer on the coast this week."
She added,
"Is Denon still ticked about the dog?"
I shrugged sheepishly. Nah. Actually, the boss nearly blew a vein. I'd been a step away from being promoted to office broom pusher.
It was an honest mistake.
Ivy let her head fall back in a languorous motion to expose the long length of her neck. There wasn't a scar on it.
Anyone could have made it.
Anyone but you, I thought sourly. Yeah, I said aloud, pushing the Bloody Mary toward her. Well, let me know if you spot my take. I jingled the charms on my cuffs, touching the clover carved from olive wood. Her thin fingers curved around the glass as if they were caressing it. Those same fingers could break my wrist if she put some effort into it. She'd have to wait until she was dead before she had enough strength to snap it without a thought, but she was still stronger than me. Half the red drink disappeared down her throat.
"Since when is the IS interested in leprechauns?"
she asked, eyeing the rest of the charms. "Since the boss's last rainy day." She shrugged, pulling her crucifix out from behind her shirt to run the metal loop through her teeth provocatively. Her canines were sharp, like a cat's, but no bigger than mine. She'd get the extended versions after she died. I forced my eyes from them, watching the metal cross instead. It was as long as my hand, and made of a beautifully tooled silver. She had begun wearing it lately to irritate her mother. They weren't on the best of terms. I fingered the tiny cross on my cuffs, thinking it must be difficult having your mother be undead. I had met only a handful of dead vampires. The really old ones kept to themselves, and the new ones tended to get staked unless they learned to keep to themselves. Dead vamps were utterly without conscience, ruthless instinct incarnate. The only reason they followed society's rules was because it was a game to them. And dead vampires knew about rules. Their continued existence depended upon rules which, if challenged, meant death or pain. The biggest rule, of course, being no sun. They needed blood daily to keep sane. Anyone's would do, and taking it from the living was the only joy they found. And they were powerful, having incredible strength and endurance, and the ability to heal with an unearthly quickness. It was hard to destroy them except for the traditional beheading and staking through the heart. In exchange for their soul, they had the chance for immortality. It came with a loss of conscience. The oldest vampires claimed that was the best part, the ability to fulfill every carnal need without guilt when someone died to give you pleasure and keep you sane one more day. Ivy possessed both the vamp virus and a soul, caught in the middle ground until she died and became a true undead. Though not as powerful or dangerous as a dead vamp, the ability to walk under the sun and worship without pain made her envied by her dead brethren. The metal rings of Ivy's necklace clicked rhythmically against her pearly whites, and I ignored her sensuality with a practiced restraint. I liked her better when the sun was up, and she had more control over her mane of sexual predator. My pixie returned to land on the fake flowers in their vase full of cigarette butts.
Good God,
Ivy said, dropping her cross.
A pixie? Denon must be pissed.
Jenks's wings froze for an instant before returning to a blur of motion. "Go turn yourself, Tamwood," he said shrilly. "You think fairies are the only ones who have a nose?" I winced as Jenks landed heavily upon my earring. "Nothing but the best for Ms. Rachel," I said dryly. Ivy laughed, and the hair on the back of my neck prickled. I missed the prestige of working with Ivy, but she still set me on edge. "I can come back if you think I'll mess up your take," I added.
"No," she said. "You're stat. I've got a pair of needles cornered in the bathroom. I caught them soliciting out-of-season game."
Drink in hand, she slid to the end of the bench and stood with a sensual stretch, an almost unheard moan slipping from her.
"They look too cheap to have a shift spell," she said when she finished. "But I've got my big owl outside just in case. If they try to bat their way out a broken window, they're bird chow. I'm just waiting them out."
She took a sip, her brown eyes watching me over the rim of her glass.
"If you make your tag early enough, maybe we can share a cab uptown."
The soft hint of danger in her voice made me nod non-committally as she left. Fingers nervously playing with the drooping curl of my red hair, I decided I'd see what she looked like before getting in a cab with her this late at night. Ivy might not need blood to survive, but it was obvious she still craved it, her public vow to abstain aside. Condolences were made at the bar as only 2 drinks remained at my elbow. Jenks was still fussing in a high-pitched tantrum. "Relax, Jenks," I said, trying to keep him from ripping my earring out. "I like having a pixie backup. Fairies don't do squat unless their union clears it." "You've noticed?" he all but snarled, tickling my ear with the wind from his fitfully moving wings. "Just because some maggoty-jack preterm poem written by a drunk lardbutt, they think they're better than us. Publicity, Rachel, that's all it is. Good old-fashioned greasy palms. Did you know fairies get paid more than pixies for the same work?" "Jenks," I interrupted, fluffing my hair from my shoulder. "What's going on at the bar?" "And that picture," he continued, my earring quivering. "You've seen it? The one of that human brat crashing the frat party. Those fairies were so drunk they didn't even know they were dancing with a human, and they're still getting the royalties." "Hose yourself off, Jenks," I said tightly. "What's up at the bar?" There was a tiny huff, and my earring twisted. "Contestant number 1 is a personal athletic trainer," he grumbled. "Contestant number 2 fixes air conditioners, and contestant number 3 is a newspaper reporter. Day trippers, all of them."
"What about the guy on stage?"
I whispered, making sure I didn't look that way.
"The IS gave me only a sketch description, since our take is probably under a disguise spell."
"Our take?" Jenks said. The wind from his wings ceased, and his voice lost its anger. I fastened on that. Maybe all he needed was to be included. "Why not check him out?" I asked, instead of demanding. He didn't seem to know which end of his bagpipes to blow into. Jenks made a short bark of laughter and buzzed off in a better mood. Fraternization between runner and backup was discouraged, but what the heck? Jenks felt better, and perhaps my ear would still be in one piece when the sun came up. The bar jocks jostled elbows as I ran an index finger around the rim of the old-fashioned to make it sing while I waited. I was bored, and a little flirtation was good for the soul. A group came in, their loud chatter telling me the rain had picked up. They clustered at the far end of the bar, all talking at once, their arms stretching for their drinks as they demanded attention. I looked them over, a faint tightening of my gut telling me that at least one in their party was a dead vamp. It was hard to tell whom under the goth paraphernalia. My guess was the quiet young man in the back.
He was the most normal-looking in the tattooed, body-pierced group, wearing jeans and a buttoned shirt instead of rain-spotted leather. He must have been doing well to have such a bevy of humans with him, their necks scarred and their bodies thin and anemic. But they seemed happy enough, content in their close-knit, almost family-like group. They were being especially nice to a pretty blonde, supporting her and working together to coax her to eat some peanuts. She looked tired as she smiled. Must have been his breakfast. As if pulled by my thoughts, the attractive man turned. He shifted his sunglasses down, and my face went slack as he met my eyes over them. I took a breath, seeing from across the room the rain on his eyelashes. A sudden need to brush them free filled me. I could almost feel the dampness of the rain on my fingers, how soft it would feel. His lips moved as he whispered, and it seemed I could hear but not understand his words swirling behind me to push me forward. Heart pounding, I gave him a knowing look and shook my head. A faint, charming smile tugged the corners of his mouth, and he looked away. My held breath slipped from me as I forced my eyes away. Yeah, he was a dead vamp. A living vamp couldn't have bespelled me even that little bit. If he had been really trying, I wouldn't have had a chance. But that's what the laws were for, right? Dead vamps were only supposed to take willing initiates, and only after release papers were signed. But who was to say if the papers were signed before or after? Witches, wares, and other Inderlanders were immune to turning vampire. Small comfort if the vamp lost control and you died from having your throat torn out. Of course, there were laws against that, too. Still uneasy, I looked up to find the musician making a beeline for me, his eyes alight with a fevered pitch. Stupid pixie. He'd gotten himself caught. "Come to hear me play, beautiful?" the kid said as he stopped at my table, clearly struggling to make his voice low. "My name is Sue, not beautiful," I lied, staring past him toward Ivy. She was laughing at me. Swell. This was going to look just fantastic in our office newsletter. "You sent your fairy friend to check me out," he said, half singing the words. "He's a pixie, not a fairy," I said. The guy was either a stupid Norm or a smart Inderlander pretending to be a stupid Norm. I was betting on the former. He opened his fist, and Jenks flew a wobbly trail to my earring. One of his wings was bent, and pixie dust sifted from him to make brief sunbeams on the table and my shoulder. My eyes closed in a strength-gathering blink. I was going to get blamed for this. I knew it. Jenks's irate snarling filled my ear, and I frowned in thought. I didn't think any of his suggestions were anatomically possible, but at least I knew the kid was a Norm. "Come and see my big pipe in the van," the kid said. "Bet you could make it sing." I looked up at him, the dead vamp's proposition making me jittery. "Go away." "I'm gonna make it big, Susie Q," he boasted, taking my hostile stare as an invitation to sit. "I'm going to the coast as soon as I get enough money. Got a friend in the music biz. He knows this guy who knows this guy who cleans Janis Joplin's pool." "Go away," I repeated. But he only leaned back and screwed his face up, singing "Cincinnati" in a high falsetto, pounding on the table in a broken rhythm. This was embarrassing. Surely I would be forgiven for knacking him? But no. I was a good little soldier in the fight for crimes against norms, even if no one but I thought so. Smiling, I leaned forward until my cleavage showed. That always gets their attention, even if there isn't much of it. Reaching across the table, I grabbed the short hairs on his chest and twisted. That gets their attention, too, and it's far more satisfying. The yelp as his singing cut off was like icing. It was so sweet. "Leave," I whispered. I pushed the old-fashioned into his hand and curled his slack fingers around it. "And get rid of this for me." His eyes grew wider as I gave a little tug. My fingers reluctantly loosened, and he beat a tactful retreat, sloshing half the drink as he went. There was a cheer from the bar. I looked to see the old bartender grinning. He touched the side of his nose, and I inclined my head. "Dumb kid," I muttered. He had no business being in the Hollows. Someone ought to sling his butt back across the river before he got hurt. One glass remained before me, and bets were probably being made as to whether I would drink or not. "You all right, Jenks?" I asked, already guessing the answer. "The sawed-off lunker nearly pulps me, and you ask if I'm all right?" he snarled,
His tiny voice was hilarious, and my eyebrows rose. "Nearly cracked my ribs. Slime stink all over me. Great God Almighty, I reek of it. And look what he did to my clothes. Do you know how hard it is to get the stink out of silk? My wife is going to make me sleep in the flower boxes if I come home smelling like this. You can shove the triple pay rates. You aren't worth it." Jenks never noticed when I quit listening. He hadn't said a thing about his wings, so I knew he'd be okay. I slumped into the back of the booth and stewed, dead in the water with Jenks leaking dust as he was. I was royally turned. If I came in empty-handed, I'd get nothing but full moon disturbances and bad charm complaints until next spring. It wasn't my fault. With Jenks unable to fly unnoticed, I knew I might as well go home. If I bought him some maitake mushrooms, he might not tell the guy in appropriations how his wing got bent. What the heck, I thought. Why not make a party of it? Sort of a last fling before the boss nailed my broom to a tree, so to speak. I could stop at the mall for some bubble bath and a new disc of slow jazz. My career was taking a nosedive, but there was no reason I couldn't enjoy the ride. With a perverse glow of anticipation, I took my bag and the Shirley Temple, rising to make my way to the bar. Not my style to leave things hanging. Contestant number 3 stood with a grin and a shake of his leg to adjust himself. God help me, men can be so disgusting. I was tired, ticked off, and grossly unappreciated. Knowing he would take anything I said as playing hard to get and follow me out, I tipped the ginger pop down his front and kept walking. I smirked at his cry of outrage, then frowned at his heavy hand on my shoulder. Turning into a crouch, I sent my leg in a stiff half-spin to trip him onto the floor. He hit the wood planking with a loud thump. The bar went silent after a momentary gasp. I was sitting on him, straddling his chest, before he even realized he had gone down. My blood-red manicure stood out sharply as I gripped his neck, flicking the bristles under his chin. His eyes were wide. Cliff stood at the door with his arms crossed, content to watch. "Damn, Rach," Jenks said, swinging wildly from my earring. "Who taught you that?" "My dad," I answered, then leaned until I was in his face. "So sorry," I breathed in a thick Hollows accent. "You want to play, Cookie?" His eyes went frightened as he realized I was an Inderlander, and not a bit of fluff out looking for a wild night of pretend. He was a cookie, all right, a little treat to be enjoyed and forgotten. I wouldn't hurt him, but he didn't know that. "Sweet mother of Tinkerbell!" Jenks exclaimed, jerking my attention from the sniveling human. "Smell that? Clover!" My fingers loosened, and the man scrabbled out from under me. He awkwardly gained his feet, dragging his 2 cohorts to the shadows with a whispered muttering of face-saving insults. "One of the bartenders?" I breathed as I rose. "It's the woman," he said, sending a wash of excitement through me. My eyes rose, taking her in. She filled out her tight, high-contrast uniform of black and green admirably, giving the impression of bored competence as she moved confidently behind the counter. "You flaking out, Jenks?" I murmured, as I tried to surreptitiously pull my leather pants out from where they had ridden up. "It can't be her." "Right," he snapped. "Like you could tell. Ignore the pixie. I could be home right now in front of my TV, but no, I'm stuck spending the night with some beanpole of backward feminine intuition who thinks she can do my job better than me. I'm cold, hungry, and my wing is bent nearly in 2. If that main vein snaps, I'll have to regrow the entire wing. Do you have any idea how long that takes?" I glanced over the bar, relieved to see that everyone had returned to their conversations. Ivy was gone, and I probably missed the entire thing. Just as well. "Shut up, Jenks," I muttered. "Pretend you're a decoration." I sidled to the old man. He grinned a gap-toothed smile as I leaned forward. Wrinkles creased his leathered face in appreciation as his eyes rove everywhere but my face. "Give me something," I breathed. "Something sweet. Something that will make me feel good. Something rich and creamy and, ooh, so bad for me." "I'll be needing to see your ID, lassie," the old man said in a thick Irish accent. "You dunna look old enough to be out from under your mum's shadow." His accent was faked, but my smile at his compliment wasn't. "Why, sure thing, hun." I dug in my bag for my driver's license, willing to play the game, since we both obviously enjoyed it. "Whoops," I giggled, as the card slipped to fall behind the counter. "Silly little me." With the help of the bar stool, I leaned halfway across the counter to get a good peek behind it. Having my rear in the air not only distracted the menfolk admirably, but afforded me an excellent look. Yes, it was degrading if you thought about it too long, but it worked. I looked up to find the old man grinning, thinking I was checking him out, but it was the woman I was interested in now. She was standing on a box. She was nearly the right height, in the right place, and Jenks had marked her. She looked younger than I would have expected, but if you're 150 years old, you're bound to pick up a few beauty secrets. Jenks snorted in my ear, sounding like a smug mosquito. "Told ya." I settled back on the stool, and the bartender handed me my license, along with a dead man's float and a spoon. A dollop of ice cream in a short glass of Bailey's. Yum. Tucking the card away, I gave him a saucy wink. I left the glass where it was, turning as if scoping out the patrons that had just come in. My pulse increased and my fingertips tingled. Time to go to work. A quick look around to make sure no one was watching, and I tipped my glass. I gasped as it spilled, and my distress wasn't entirely faked as I lurched to catch it, trying to save at least the ice cream. The kick of adrenaline shook me as the woman bartender met my apologetic smile with her patronizing one. The jolt was worth more to me than the check I found shoved into my desk every week. But I knew the feeling would wane as fast as it had come. My talents were being wasted. I didn't even need a spell for this one. If this was all the IS would give me, I thought, maybe I should blow off this steady pay and go out on my own. Not many left the IS, but there was precedence. Leon Barron was a living legend before he went independent, then promptly got wasted by a misaligned spell. Rumor had it the IS had been the one to put the price on his head for breaking his 30-year contract. But that was over a decade ago. Runners went missing all the time, taken out by prey more clever or luckier than them. Blaming it on the IS's own assassin corps was just spiteful. No one left the IS because the money was good and the hours were easy. That's all. Yeah, I thought, ignoring the whisper of warning that took me. Leon Barron's death was exaggerated. Nothing was ever proven, and the only reason I still had a job was because they couldn't legally fire me. Maybe I should go out on my own. It couldn't be any worse than what I was doing now. They would be glad to see me leave. Sure, I thought, smiling. Rachel Morgan, private runner for hire. All rights earnestly upheld, all wrongs sincerely avenged. I knew my smile was misty as the woman obligingly swiped her towel between my elbows to mop up the spill. My breath came in a quick sound. Left hand dropping, I snatched the cloth, tangling her in it. My right swung back, then forward with my cuffs, clicking them about her wrists. In an instant, it was done. She blinked, shocked. Damn, I'm good. The woman's eyes widened as she realized what had happened. "Blazes and condemnation," she cried, sounding elegant with her Irish accent. Hers wasn't faked. "What the hell do you think you're doing?" The jolt flared to ash, and a sigh slipped from me as I eyed the lone scoop of ice cream that was left of my drink. "Inderland Security," I said, slapping my IS identification down. The rush was gone already. "You stand accused of fabricating a rainbow for the purpose of misrepresenting the income generated from said rainbow, failure to file the appropriate requisition forms for said rainbow, failure to notify Rainbow Authority of said rainbow's end." "It's a lie," the woman shouted, contorting in the cuffs. Her eyes darted wildly about the bar as all attention focused on her. "All a lie! I found that pot illegally." "You retain the right to keep your mouth shut," I ad-libbed, digging out the spoonful of ice cream. It was cold in my mouth, and the hint of alcohol was a poor replacement for the waning warmth of adrenaline. "If you forego your right to keep your mouth shut, I will shut it for you." The bartender slammed the flat of his hand on the counter. "Cliff!" he bellowed, his Irish accent gone. "Put the help wanted sign in the window, and get back here and help me." "Yeah, boss," came Cliff's distant, I-couldn't-care-less shout. Setting my spoon aside, I reached across the bar and yanked the leprechaun over the counter and onto the floor before she got much smaller. She was shrinking as the charms on my cuffs slowly overpowered her weaker size spell. "You have a right to a lawyer," I said, tucking my ID away. "If you can't afford one, you're toast." "You cannot catch me," the leprechaun threatened, struggling as the crowd's shouts became enthusiastic. "Rings of steel alone cannot hold me. I've escaped from kings, sultans, and nasty little children with nets." I tried to finger-curl my rain-damp hair as she fought, and wrestled, slowly coming to grips that she was caught. The cuff shrank with her, keeping her confined. "I'll be out of this in just a moment," she panted, slowing enough to look at her wrists.
"Ah, for the love of St. Pete." She slumped, sending her eyes over the yellow moon, green clover, pink heart, and orange star that decorated my cuffs. "May the devil's own dog hump your leg. Who squealed about the charms?" Then she looked closer. "You caught me with 4. 4? I didn't think the old ones still worked." "Call me old-fashioned," I said to my glass. "But when something works, I stick with it." Ivy walked past, her 2 black-cloaked vamps before her, elegant in their dark misery. One had a bruise developing under his eye, the other was limping. Ivy wasn't gentle with the vamps preying on the underage. Remembering the pull from the dead vamp at the end of the bar, I understood why. A 16-year-old couldn't fight that, wouldn't want to fight that. "Hey, Rachel," Ivy said brightly, looking almost human now that she wasn't actively working. "I'm heading uptown. Want to split the fare?" My thoughts went back to the IS as I weighed the risk of being a starving entrepreneur to a lifetime of running for shoplifters and illegal charm sellers. It wasn't as if the IS would put a price on my head. No, Denon would be thrilled to tear up my contract. I couldn't afford an office in Cincinnati, but maybe in the Hollows. Ivy spent a lot of time down here. She'd know where I could find something cheap. "Yeah," I said, noting her eyes were a nice, steady brown. "I want to ask you something." She nodded and pushed her 2 takes forward. The crowd pressed back, the sea of black clothing seeming to soak up the light. The dead vamp at the outskirts gave me a respectful nod, as if to say, "Good tag," and with a pulse of emotion giving me a false high, I nodded back. "Way to go, Rachel," Jenks chimed up, and I smiled. It had been a long time since I'd heard that. "Thanks," I said, catching sight of him on my earring in the bar's mirror. Pushing my glass aside, I reached for my bag, my smile widening when the bartender gestured it was on the house. Feeling warm from more than the alcohol, I slipped from my stool and pulled the leprechaun stumbling to her feet. Thoughts of a door with my name painted on it in gold letters swirled through me. It was freedom. "No, wait!" the leprechaun shouted as I grabbed my bag and hauled her butt to the door. "Wishes! 3 wishes! Right! You let me go and you get 3 wishes!" I pushed her into the warm rain ahead of me. Ivy had a cab already, her catch stashed in the trunk, so there would be more room for the rest of us. Accepting wishes from a felon was a sure way to find yourself on the wrong end of a broomstick, but only if you got caught. "Wishes?" I said, helping the leprechaun into the back seat. "Let's talk." 2. "What did you say?" I asked as I half-turned in the front seat to see Ivy. She gestured helplessly from the back. The rhythm of bad wipers and good music fought to outdo each other in a bizarre mix of whining guitars and hiccuping plastic against glass. Rebel yells screamed from the speakers. I couldn't compete. Jenks's credible imitation of Billy Idol gyrating with the Hawaiian dancer stuck to the dash didn't help. "Can I turn it down?" I asked the cabbie. "No touch, no touch," he cried in an odd accent. The forests of Europe, maybe. His faint, musky scent put him as aware. I reached for the volume knob, and he took his fur-backed hand from the wheel and slapped at me. The cab swerved into the next lane. His charms, all gone bad by the look of them, slid across the dash to spill onto my lap and the floor. The chain of garlic swinging from the rearview mirror hit me square in the eye. I gagged as the stench fought with the odor of the tree-shaped cardboard, also swinging from the mirror. "Bad girl," he accused, veering back into his lane and throwing me into him. "If I good girl," I snarled as I slid back into my seat. "You let me turn the music down?" The driver grinned. He was missing a tooth. He would be missing another one if I had my way. "Yeah, they talking now." The music fell to nothing, replaced by a fast-talking announcer shouting louder than the music had been. "Good Lord," I muttered, turning the radio down. My lips curled at the smear of grease on the knob. I stared at my fingers, then wiped them off on the amulets still in my lap. They weren't good for anything else. The salt from the driver's too frequent handlings had ruined them. Giving him a pained look, I dumped the charms into the chipped cup holder. I turned to Ivy, sprawled in the back. One hand was up to keep her owl from falling out of the rear window as we bounced along. The other was propped behind her neck. Passing cars and the occasional functioning streetlight briefly illuminated her black silhouette. Dark and unblinking, her eyes met mine, then returned to the window and the night.
My skin prickled at the air of ancient tragedy about her. She wasn't pulling an aura. She was just Ivy. But it gave me the willies. Didn't the woman smile? My take had pressed herself into the other corner, as far from Ivy as she could get. The leprechaun's green boots just reached the edge of the seat, and she looked like one of those dolls they sell on TV. 3 easy payments of $49.95 for this highly detailed rendition of Becky the Barmaid. Similar dolls have tripled, even quadrupled in value. This doll, though, had a sneaky glint in her eye. I gave her a sly nod, and Ivy's gaze flicked suspiciously to mine. The owl gave a pained hoot as we hit a nasty bump, opening its wings to keep its balance. But it was the last. We had crossed the river and were back in Ohio. The ride now was smooth as glass, and the cabbie's pace slowed as he seemed to remember what traffic signs were for. Ivy removed her hand from her owl and ran her fingers through her long hair. "I said, you never took me up on a ride before. What's up?" "Oh, yeah." I draped an arm over the seat. "Do you know where I can rent a cheap flat? In the Hollows, maybe?" Ivy faced me squarely, the perfect oval of her face looking pale in the streetlights. There were lights now at every corner, making it nearly bright as day. Paranoid norms. Not that I blamed them. "You moving into the Hollows?" she asked, her expression quizzical. I couldn't help my smile at that. "No, I'm quitting the IS." That got her attention. I could tell by the way she blinked. Jenks stopped trying to dance with the tiny figure on the dash and stared at me. "You can't break your IS contract," Ivy said. She glanced at the leprechaun, who beamed at her. "You're not thinking of—" "Me? Break the law?" I said lightly. "I'm too good to have to break the law. I can't help it if she's the wrong leprechaun, though," I added, not feeling a bit guilty. The IS had made it abundantly clear they didn't want my services anymore. What was I supposed to do? Roll on my back with my belly in the air and lick someone's, muzzle? "Paperwork," the cabbie interjected, his accent abruptly as smooth as the road as he switched to the voice and manners needed to get and keep fares on this side of the river. "Lose the paperwork. Happens all the time. I think I've written Cormel's confession in here somewhere from when my father shuttled lawyers from quarantine to the courts during the turn." "Yeah." I gave him a nod and smile. "Wrong name on the paper? QED." Ivy's eyes were unblinking. "Leon Bairn didn't just spontaneously explode, Rachel." My breath puffed out. I wouldn't believe the stories. They were just that, stories to keep the IS's flock of runners from wanting to break their contracts once they learned all the IS had to teach them. "That was over 10 years ago," I said, "and the IS had nothing to do with it. They aren't going to kill me for breaking my contract. They want me to leave." I frowned. Besides, being turned inside out would be more fun than what I'm doing now. Ivy leaned forward, and I refused to back away. "They say it took 3 days to find enough of him to fit in a shoebox," she said. "Scrape the last off the ceiling of his porch." "What am I supposed to do?" I said, pulling my arm back. "I haven't had a decent run in months. Look at this." I gestured to my take. "A tax-evading leprechaun? It's an insult." The little woman stiffened. "Well, excuse me." Jenks abandoned his new girlfriend to sit on the back rim of the cabbie's hat. "Yeah," he said. "Rachel's going to be pushing a broom if I have to take time off for workman's comp." He fitfully moved his damaged wing, and I gave him a pained smile. "My tucky?" I said. "Quarter pound," he countered, and I mentally upped it to a half. He was okay, for a pixie. Ivy frowned, fingering her crucifix chain. "There's a reason no one breaks their contract. The last person to try was sucked through a turbine." Jaw clenched, I turned to look out the front window. I remembered. It was almost a year ago. It would have killed him if he hadn't been dead already. The vamp was due back in the office any day now. "I'm not asking for your permission," I said. "I'm asking you if you know anyone with a cheap place to rent." Ivy was silent, and I shifted to see her. "I have a little something tucked away. I can put up a shingle, help people that need it." "Oh, for the love of blood," Ivy interrupted. "Leaving to open a charm shop, maybe, but your own agency?" She shook her head, her black hair swinging. "I'm not your mother, but if you do this, you're dead."
Jenks, tell her she's dead. Jenks nodded solemnly, and I flopped around to stare out the window. I felt stupid for having asked for her help. The cabbie was nodding. Dead, he said. Dead, dead, dead. This was better and better. Between Jenks and the cab driver, the entire city would know I quit before I gave notice. Never mind, I don't want to talk about it anymore, I muttered. Ivy draped an arm over the seat. Did it occur to you that someone may be setting you up? Everyone knows leprechauns try to buy their way out. If you get caught, your butt is buttered. Yeah, I said. I thought of that. I hadn't, but I wasn't going to tell her. My first wish will be not to get caught. Always is, the leprechaun said slyly. That your first wish? In a flash of anger, I nodded, and the leprechaun grinned, dimples showing. She was halfway home. Look, I said to Ivy, I don't need your help. Thanks for nothing. I shuffled in my bag for my wallet. Drop me here, I said to the cabbie. I want a coffee. Jenks, Ivy will get you back to the IS. Can you do that for me, Ivy? For old time's sake? Rachel, she protested. You're not listening to me. The cabbie carefully signaled, then pulled over. Watch your back, hot stuff. I got out, yanked open the rear door, and grabbed my leprechaun by her uniform. My cuffs had completely masked her size spell. She was about the size of a chunky 2-year-old. Here, I said, tossing a 20 onto the seat. That should cover my share. It's still raining, the leprechaun wailed. Shut up. Drops pattered against me, ruining my topknot and sticking the trailing strands to my neck. I slammed the door as Ivy leaned to say something. I had nothing left to lose. My life was a pile of magic manure, and I couldn't even make compost out of it. But I'm getting wet, the leprechaun complained. You went back in the car? I asked. My voice was calm, but inside I was seething. We can forget the whole thing if you want. I'm sure Ivy will take care of your paperwork. 2 jobs in one night, she'll get a bonus. No, came her meek, tiny voice. Ticked, I looked across the street to the Starbucks catering to uptown snits who needed 60 different ways to brew a bean in order not to be happy with any of them. Being on this side of the river, the coffee house would likely be empty at this hour. It was the perfect place to sulk and regroup. I half-dragged the leprechaun to the door, trying to guess the cost of a cup of coffee by the number of pre-turned doodads in the front window. Rachel, wait. Ivy had rolled down her window, and I could hear the cabbie's music cranked again. Stings 1,000 years. I could almost get back in the car. I yanked the door of the cafe open, sneering at the chime's merry jingle. Coffee, black, and a booster seat, I shouted to the kid behind the counter as I strode to the darkest corner, my leprechaun in tow. Tear it all. The kid was a vision of upright character in his red and white striped apron and perfect hair. Probably a university student. I could have gone to university instead of the community college, at least for a semester or 2. I'd been accepted and everything. The booth, though, was cushy and soft. There was a real tablecloth, and my feet didn't stick to the floor, a definite plus. The kid was eyeing me with a superior look, so I pulled off my boots and sat cross-legged to harass him. I was still dressed like a hooker. I think he was trying to decide whether he should call the IS or its human counterpart, the FIB. That'd be a laugh. My ticket out of the IS stood on the seat across from me and fidgeted. "Can I have a latte?" she whined. No. The door chimed, and I looked to see Ivy stride in with her owl on her arm, its talons pinching the thick armband she had. Jenks was perched on her shoulder, as far from the owl as he could get. I stiffened, turning to the picture above the table, of babies dressed up as a fruit salad. I think it was supposed to be cute, but it only made me hungry. "Rachel, I have to talk to you." This was apparently too much for Junior. Excuse me, ma'am," he said in his perfect voice. "No pets allowed. The owl must remain outside." "Ma'am," I thought, trying to keep the hysterical laughter from bubbling up. He went pale as Ivy glanced at him. Staggering, he almost fell as he sightlessly backed up. She was pulling an aura on him. Not good. Ivy turned her gaze to me. My hair whooshed out as I hit the back of the booth. Black predator eyes nailed me to the vinyl seat. Raw hunger clutched at my stomach. My fingers convulsed. Her bound tension was intoxicating, I couldn't look away. It was nothing like the gentle question the dead vamp had poised to me in the blood and brew. This was anger, domination. Thank God she wasn't angry with me, but at Junior behind the counter. Sure enough, as soon as she saw the look on my face, the anger in her eyes flickered and went out. Her pupils contracted, setting her eyes back to their usual brown. In a clock tick, the shroud of power had slipped from her, easing back into the depths of hell that it came from. It had to be hell. Such raw domination couldn't come from an enchantment. My anger flowed back. If I was angry, I couldn't be afraid, right? It had been years since Ivy pulled an aura on me. The last time, we had been arguing over how to tag a low-blood vamp under suspicion of enticing underage girls with some asinine role-playing card game. I had dropped her with a sleep charm, then painted the word idiot on her fingernails in red nail polish before tying her in a chair and waking her up. She had been the model friend since then, if a bit cool at times. I think she appreciated that I hadn't told anyone. Junior cleared his throat. You, can't stay unless you order something. Ma'am? He offered weakly. Gutsy, I thought. Must be an Inderlander. Orange juice, Ivy said loudly, standing before me. No pulp. Surprise made me look up. Orange juice? Then I frowned. Look, I said, unclenching my hands and roughly pulling my bag of charms onto my lap. I don't care if Leon Bairn did end up as a film on the sidewalk. I'm quitting, and nothing you say is going to change my mind. Ivy shifted from foot to foot. It was her disquiet that cooled the last of my anger. Ivy was worried? I'd never seen that. I want to go with you, she finally said. For a moment I could only stare. What? I finally managed. She sat down across from me with an affected air of nonchalance, putting her owl to watch the leprechaun. The tearing sound as she undid the fasteners of her armband sounded loud, and she set it on the bench beside her. Jenks half-hopped to the table, his eyes wide and his mouth shut for a change. Junior showed up with a booster chair and our drinks. We silently waited as he placed everything with shaking hands and went to hide in the back room. My mug was chipped and only half full. I toyed with the idea of coming back to stick a charm under the table that would sour any cream that got within 4 feet of it, but decided I had more important things to contend with, like why Ivy was going to flush her illustrious career down the proverbial toilet. Why? I asked, floored. The boss loves you. You get to pick your assignments. You got a paid vacation last year. Ivy was studying the picture, avoiding me. So? It was for 4 weeks. You went to Alaska for the midnight sun. Her thin black eyebrows bunched, and she reached to arrange her owl's feathers. Half the rent, half the utilities. Half of everything is my responsibility, half is yours. I bring in and do my business, you bring in and handle yours. If need be, we work together, like before. I settled back, my huff not as obvious as I wanted it to be, since there was only the cushy upholstery to fall into. Why? I asked again. Her fingers dropped from her owl. I'm very good at what I do, she said, not answering me. A hint of vulnerability had crept into her voice. I won't drag you down, Rachel. No vamp will dare move against me. I can extend that to you. I'll keep the vamp assassins off you until you come up with the money to pay off your contract. With my connections and your spells, we can stay alive long enough to get the IS to drop the price on our heads. But I want a wish. There's no price on our heads, I said quickly. Rachel, she cajoled. Her brown eyes were soft and worry, alarming me. Rachel, there will be. She leaned forward until I fought not to retreat. I took a shallow breath to look for the smell of blood on her, smelling only the tang of juice. She was wrong. The IS wouldn't put a price on my head. They wanted me to leave. She was the one who should be worried. Me too, Jenks said suddenly. He vaulted to the rim of my mug. Iridescent dust sifted from his bent wing to make an oily film on my coffee. I want in. I want a wish. I'll ditch the IS and be both your backups. You're gonna need one. Rach, you get the 4 hours before midnight. I be the 4 after, or whatever schedule you want. I get every 4th day off, 7 paid holidays, and a wish.
You let me and my family live in the office real quiet-like in the walls. Pay me what I'm making now. Bi-weekly."
Ivy nodded and took a sip of her juice. "Sounds good to me. What do you think?" My jaw dropped. I couldn't believe what I was hearing. "I can't give you my wishes." The leprechaun bobbed her head. "Yes, you can." "No," I said impatiently. "I mean, I need them." A pang of worry had settled into my gut at the thought that maybe Ivy was right. "I already used one not to get caught letting her go," I said. "I have to wish to get out of my contract for starters." The leprechaun stammered. "I can't do anything about that, if it's in writing." Jenks gave a snort of derision. "Not that good, eh?" "Shut your mouth, Bug," she snapped, color showing on her cheeks. "Shut your own, moss-wipe," he snarled back. This can't be happening, I thought. All I wanted was out, not to lead a revolt. "You're not serious," I said. "Ivy, tell me this is your twisted sense of humor finally showing itself." She met my gaze squarely. I never could tell what was going on behind a vamp's eyes. "For the first time in my career," she said, "I'm going back empty-handed. I let my take go." She waved a hand in the air. "Open the trunk and let them run. I broke regulations." A close-lipped smile flickered over her and was gone. "Is that serious enough for you?" "Go find your own leprechaun," I said, catching myself as I reached for my cup. Jenks was still sitting on the handle. She laughed. It was cold, and this time I did shiver. "I pick my runs," she said. "What do you think would happen if I went after a leprechaun, muffed it, then tried to leave the IS?" Across from me, the leprechaun sighed. "No amount of wishing could make that look good," she piped up. "It's going to be hard enough to make this look like a coincidence." "And you, Jenks?" I said, my voice cracking. Jenks shrugged. "I want a wish. It can give me something the IS can't. I want sterility so my wife won't leave me." He flew a ragged path to the leprechaun. "Or is that too hard for you, greeny weenie?" he mocked, standing with his feet spread wide and his hands on his hips. "Bug," she muttered, my charms jingling as she threatened to squish him. Jenks's wings went red in anger, and I wondered if the dust sifting from him could catch fire. "Sterility?" I questioned, struggling to keep to the topic at hand. He flipped the leprechaun off and strutted across the table to me. "Yeah, you know how many brats I've got?" Even Ivy looked surprised. "You'd risk your life over that?" she asked. Jenks made a tinkling laugh. "Who said I'm risking my life? The IS couldn't care less if I leave. Pixies don't sign contracts. They go through us too fast. I'm a free agent. I always have been." He grinned, looking far too sly for so small a person. "I always will be. I figure my lifespan will be marginally longer with only you two lunkers to watch out for." I turned to Ivy. "I know you signed a contract. They love you. If anyone should be worried about a death threat, it's you, not me. Why would you risk that for... I hesitated. For nothing? What wish could be worth that?" Ivy's face went still. A hint of black shadow drifted over her. "I don't have to tell you." "I'm not stupid," I said, trying to hide my disquiet. "How do I know you aren't going to start practicing again?" Clearly insulted, Ivy stared at me until I dropped my gaze, chilled to the bone. This, I thought, is definitely not a good idea. "I'm not a practicing vamp," she finally said. "Not anymore. Not ever again." I forced my hand down, realizing I was playing with my damp hair. Her words were only slightly reassuring. Her glass was half empty, and I only remembered her taking the one sip. "Partners?" Ivy said, extending her hand across the table. Partners with Ivy? With Jenks? Ivy was the best runner the IS had. It was more than a little flattering that she wanted to work with me on a permanent basis, if also a bit worrisome, but it wasn't as if I had to live with her. Slowly I stretched my hand to meet hers. My perfectly shaped red nails looked garish next to her unpolished ones. All my wishes gone, but I would have probably wasted them anyway. "Partners," I said, shivering at the coldness of Ivy's hand as I took it. "All right," Jenks crowed, flitting to land on top of our handshake. The dust sifting from him seemed to warm Ivy's touch.
Partner!
3. Dear God, I moaned under my breath. Don't let me be sick. Not here. I shut my eyes in a long blink, hoping the light wouldn't hurt so much when I opened them. I was in my cubicle, 25th floor of the IS tower. The afternoon sun slanted in, but it would never reach me, my desk being toward the middle of the maze. Someone had brought in donuts, and the smell of the frosting made my stomach roil. All I wanted was to go back home and sleep. Tugging open my top drawer, I fumbled for a pain amulet, groaning when I found I'd used them all. My forehead hit the edge of the metal desk, and I stared past my frizzy length of hair to my ankle boots, peeping past the hem of my jeans. I had worn something conservative in deference to my quitting, a tuck-in red linen shirt and pants. No more tight leather for a while. Last night had been a mistake. It had taken far too many drinks for me to get stupid enough to officially give my remaining wishes to Ivy and Jenks. I had really been counting on the last 2. Anyone who knows anything about wishes knows you can't wish for more. The same goes for wishing for wealth. Money doesn't just appear. It has to come from somewhere. And unless you wish not to get caught, they always get you for theft. Wishes are tricky things, which was why most Inderlanders had lobbied to get a minimum of 3 per go. In hindsight, I hadn't done too badly. Having wished not to get caught letting the leprechaun go would at least allow me to leave the IS with a clear record. If Ivy was right and they were going to knack me for breaking my contract, they would have to make it look like an accident. But why would they bother? Death threats were expensive, and they wanted me gone. Ivy had gotten a marker to call her wish in later. It looked like an old coin with a hole in it, and she had laced it on a purple cord and hung it about her neck. Jenks, though, spent his wish right in the bar, buzzing off to give the news to his wife. I should have left when Jenks had, but Ivy didn't seem to want to leave. It had been a long time since I'd had a girls' night out, and I thought I might find the courage at the bottom of a glass to tell the boss I was leaving. I hadn't. 5 seconds into my rehearsed speech, Denon flipped open a manila envelope, pulled out my contract, and tore it up, telling me to be out of the building in half an hour. My badge and IS-issue cuffs were in his desk. The charms that had decorated them were in my pocket. My 7 years with the IS had left me with an accumulated clutter of knickknacks and outdated memos. Fingers trembling, I reached for a cheap, thick-walled vase that hadn't seen a flower for months. It went into the trash, just like the cretin who had given it to me. My dissolution bowl went into the box at my feet. The salt-encrusted blue ceramic grated harshly on the cardboard. It had gone dry last week, and the rime of salt left from evaporation was dusty. A wooden dowel of redwood clattered in next to it. It was too thick to make a wand out of, but I wasn't good enough to make a wand anyway. I had bought the dowel to make a set of lie-detecting amulets and never got around to it. It was easier to buy them. Stretching, I grabbed my phone list of past contacts, a quick look to be sure no one was watching, and I shoved it out of sight next to my dissolution bowl, sliding my disc player and headphones to cover it. I had a few reference books to go back to Joyce across the aisle, but the container of salt propping them up had been my Dad's. I set it in the box, wondering what Dad would think of me leaving. He would be pleased as punch, I whispered, gritting my teeth against my hangover. I glanced up, sending my gaze over the ugly yellow partitions. My eyes narrowed as my co-workers looked the other way. They were standing in huddled groups as they gossiped, pretending to be busy. Their hushed whispers grated on me. Taking a slow breath, I reached for my black and white picture of Watson Crick and the woman behind it all, Rosalind Franklin. They were standing before their model of DNA, and Rosalind's smile had the same hidden humor of Mona Lisa. One might think she knew what was going to happen. I wondered if she had been an Inderlander. Lots of people did. I kept the picture to remind myself how the world turns on details others miss. It had been almost 40 years since a quarter of humanity died from a mutated virus, the T4 Angel, and despite the frequent TV evangelists' claim otherwise, it wasn't our fault. It started and ended with good old-fashioned human paranoia. Back in the 50s, Watson, Crick, and Franklin had put their heads together and solved the DNA riddle in 6 months. Things might have stopped there, but the then Soviets grabbed the technology. Spurred by a fear of war, money flowed into the developing science. By the early 60s, we had a bacteria-produced insulin. A wealth of bioengineered drugs followed,
flooding the market with offshoots of the U.S.'s darker search for bioengineered weapons. We never made it to the moon, turning science inward instead of outward to kill ourselves. And then, toward the end of the decade, someone made a mistake. The debate as to whether it was the U.S. or the Soviets is moot. Somewhere up in the cold Arctic labs, a lethal chain of DNA escaped. It left a modest trail of death to Rio that was identified and dealt with, the majority of the public unaware and ignorant. But even as the scientists wrote their conclusionary notes in their lab books and shelved them, the virus mutated. It attached itself to a bioengineered tomato through a weak spot in its modified DNA that the researchers thought too minuscule to worry about. The tomato was officially known as the T4 Angel tomato, its lab identification, and from there came the virus's name, Angel. Unaware that the virus was using the Angel tomato as an intermediate host, it was transported by the airlines. 16 hours later, it was too late. The third world countries were decimated in a frightening 3 weeks, and the U.S. shut down in 4. Borders were militarized, and a governmental policy of sorry we can't help you was instituted. The U.S. suffered, and people died, but compared to the charnel pit the rest of the world became, it was a cakewalk. But the largest reason civilization remained intact was that most Inderland species were resistant to the angel virus. Witches, the undead, and the smaller species like trolls, pixies, and fairies were completely unaffected. Wares, living vamps, and leprechauns got the flu. The elves, though, died out completely. It was believed their practice of hybridizing with humans to bolster their numbers backfired, making them susceptible to the angel virus. When the dust settled and the angel virus was eradicated, the combined numbers of our various species had neared that of humanity. It was a chance we quickly seized. The turn, as it came to be called, began at noon with a single pixie. It ended at midnight with humanity huddling under the table, trying to come to grips with the fact that they'd been living beside witches, vampires, and wares since before the pyramids. Humanity's first gut reaction to wipe us off the face of the earth petered out pretty fast when it was shoved under their noses that we had kept the structure of civilization up and running while the world fell apart. If not for us, the death rate would have been far higher. Even so, the first years after the turn were a madhouse. Afraid to strike out at us, humanity outlawed medical research as the demon behind their woes. Biolabs were leveled, and the bioengineers who escaped the plague stood trial and died in little more than legalized murder. There was a second, subtler wave of death when the source of the new medicines were inadvertently destroyed along with the biotechnology. It was only a matter of time before humanity insisted on a purely human institution to monitor Inderlander activities. The Federal Inderland Bureau arose, dissolving and replacing local law enforcement throughout the U.S. The out-of-work Inderlander police and federal agents formed their own police force, the IS. Rivalry between the two remains high even today, serving to keep a tight lid on the more aggressive Inderlanders. 4 floors of Cincinnati's main FIB building are devoted to finding the remaining illegal biolabs where, for a price, one can still get clean insulin and something to stave off leukemia. The human-run FIB is as obsessed in finding banned technology as the IS is with getting the mind-altering drug brimstone off the streets. And it all started when Rosalind Franklin noticed her pencil had been moved, and someone was where they ought not to be, I thought, rubbing my fingertips into my aching head. Small clues, little hints. That's what makes the world turn. That's what made me such a good runner. Smiling back at Rosalind, I wiped the fingerprints off the frame and put it in my keep box. There was a burst of nervous laughter behind me, and I yanked open the next drawer, shuffling through the dirty self-stick notes and paper clips. My brush was right where I always left it, and a knot of worry loosened as I tossed it into the box. Hair could be used to make spells target-specific. If Denon was going to slap a death threat on me, he would have taken it. My fingers found the heavy smoothness of my dad's pocket watch. Nothing else was mine, and I slammed the drawer shut, stiffening as my head seemed to nearly explode. The watch's hands were frozen at 7 to midnight. He used to tease me that it had stopped the night I was conceived. Slouching in my chair, I wedged it into my front pocket. I could almost see him standing in the doorframe of the kitchen, looking from his watch to the clock over the sink, a smile curving over his long face as he pondered where the missing moments had gone. I set Mr. Fish, the beta in a bowl I had gotten at last year's office Christmas party, into my dissolution basin, trusting chance would keep both the water and the fish from sloshing out. I tossed the canister of fish flakes after him. A muffled thump from the far end of the room pulled my attention beyond the partitions and to Denon's closed door. "You won't get 3 feet out of that door, Tamwood," came his muffled shout, silencing the buzz of conversations. Apparently, Ivy had just resigned. "I've got a contract. You work for me, and not the other way around. You leave and—" There was a clatter behind the closed door. "Holy shit," he continued softly. "How much is that?" "Enough to pay off my contract," Ivy said, her voice cold. "Enough for you and the stiffs in the basement. Do we have an understanding?" "Yeah," he said, in what sounded like greedy awe. "Yeah, you're fired." My head felt as if it was stuffed with tissue, and I rested it in my cupped hands. Ivy had money. Why hadn't she said anything last night? "Go turn yourself, Denon," Ivy said, clear in the absolute hush. "I quit. You didn't fire me. You may have my money, but you can't buy into high blood. You're second-rate, and no amount of money can change that. If I have to live in the gutter off rats, I'll still be better than you, and it's killing you I won't have to take your orders anymore." "Don't think this makes you safe," the boss raved. I could almost see that vein popping on his neck. "Accidents happen around her. Get too close and you might wake up dead." Denon's door swung open and Ivy stormed out, slamming his door so hard the lights flickered. Her face was tight, and I don't think she even saw me as she whipped past my cubicle. Somewhere between having left me and now, she had donned a calf-length silk duster. I was secure enough in my own gender preference to admit she made it look very good. The hem billowed as she crossed the floor with murderous strides. Spots of anger showed on her pale face. Tension flowed from her, almost visible it was so strong. She wasn't going vampy. She was just mad as all get out. Even so, she left a cold wake behind her that the sunlight streaming in couldn't touch. An empty canvas bag hung over her shoulder, and her wish was still about her neck. Smart girl, I thought. Save it for a rainy day. Ivy took the stairs, and I closed my eyes in misery as the metal fire door slammed into the wall. Jenks zipped into my cubicle, buzzing about my head like a deranged moth as he showed off the patch job on his wing. "Hi, Rach," he said, obnoxiously cheerful. "What's cooking?" "Not so loud," I whispered. I would have given anything for a cup of coffee. I wasn't sure it was worth the 20 steps to the coffee pot. Jenks was dressed in his civvies, the colors loud and clashing. Purple doesn't go well with yellow. It never has, it never will. God help me, his wingtape was purple, too. "Don't you get hung over?" I breathed. He grinned, settling himself on my pencil cup. "Nope. Pixie metabolisms are too high. The alcohol turns to sugar too fast. Ain't that fine?" "Swell." I carefully wrapped a picture of Mom and me up in a wad of tissue and set it next to Rosalind. I briefly entertained the idea of telling my mom I didn't have a job, deciding not to for obvious reasons. I'd wait until I found a new one. "Is Ivy okay?" I asked. "Yep, she'll be all right." Jenks flitted to the top of my pot of laurel. "She's just ticked it took everything she had to buy her way out of her contract and cover her butt." I nodded, glad they wanted me gone. Things would be a lot easier if neither of us had a price on our head. "Did you know she had money?" Jenks dusted off a leaf and sat down. He adopted a superior look, which is hard to manage when you're only 4 inches tall and dressed like a rabid butterfly. "Well, duh. She's the last living blood member of her house. I'd give her some space for a few days. She's as mad as a wet wasp. Lost her house in the country, the land, stocks, everything. All that's left is the city manor on the river, and her mother has that." I eased back into my chair, unwrapped my last piece of cinnamon gum, and stuck it in my mouth. There was a clatter as Jenks landed in my cardboard box and began poking about. "Oh, yeah," he muttered. "Ivy said she has a spot rented already. I've got the address." "Get out of my stuff." I flicked a finger at him, and he flew back to the laurel, standing atop the highest branch to watch everyone gossip. My temple pounded as I bent to clean out my bottom drawer. Why had Ivy given Denon everything she had? Why not use her wish? "Heads up," Jenks said, slithering down the plant to hide in the leaves. "Here he comes." I straightened to find Denon halfway to my desk. Francis, the boot-licking, butt-kissing office snitch, pulled away from a cluster of people, following. My ex-boss's eyes fastened on me over the walls of my cubicle. Choking, I accidentally swallowed my gum. Put simply, the boss looked like a pro wrestler with a doctorate in suave. Big man, hard muscles, perfect mahogany skin. I think he was a boulder in a previous life. Like Ivy, Denon was a living vamp. Unlike Ivy, he had been born human and turned. It made him low blood, a distant second class in the vamp world. Even so, Denon was a force to reckon with, having worked hard to overcome his ignoble start. His overabundance of muscles were more than just pretty. They kept him alive while with his stronger, adopted kin. He possessed that ageless look of someone who fed regularly on a true undead. Only the undead could turn humans into a vampire, and by his healthy appearance, Denon was clearly a favorite. Half the floor wanted to be his sex toy, the other half he scared the crap out of. I was proud to be a card-carrying member of the latter. My hands shook as I took my coffee cup from the day before and pretended to take a sip. His arms swung like pistons as he moved, his yellow polo shirt contrasting with his black pants. They were neatly creased, showing off his muscular legs and trim waist. People were getting out of his way. A few left the floor. God help me if I'd muffed my only wish and was going to get caught. There was a creak of plastic as he leaned against the top of my 4-foot walls. I didn't look, concentrating instead upon the holes my thumbtacks had made in the burlap-textured partitions. The skin on my arms tingled as if Denon were touching me. His presence seemed to swirl and eddy around me, backwashing against the partitions of my cubicle, and rising until it seemed he was behind me, too. My pulse quickened, and I focused on Francis. A snot had settled himself on Joyce's desk, and was unfastening the button of his blue polyester jacket. He was grinning to show his perfect, clearly capped teeth. As I watched, he pushed the sleeves of his jacket back up to show his skinny arms. His triangular face was framed by ear-length hair, which he was constantly flipping out of his eyes. He thought it made him look boyishly charming. I thought it made him look like he had just woken up. Though it was only 3 in the afternoon, a thick stubble shadowed his face. The collar of his Hawaiian shirt was intentionally flipped up around his neck. The joke around the office was that he was trying to look like Sonny Crockett, but his narrow eyes squinted and his nose was too long and thin to pull it off. Pathetic. "I know what's going on, Morgan," Denon said, jerking my attention to him. He had that throaty, low voice only black men and vampires were allowed to have. It's a rule somewhere, low and sweet, coaxing. The promise in it pulled my skin tight and fear washed through me. "Beg pardon?" I said, pleased my voice didn't crack. Emboldened, I met his eyes. My breath came quick, and I tensed. He was trying to pull an aura at 3 in the afternoon. Damn. Denon leaned over the partition to rest his arms on the top. His biceps bunched, making the veins swell. The hair on the back of my neck prickled, and I fought the urge to look behind me. "Everyone thinks you're leaving because of the piss-poor assignments I've been giving you," he said, his soothing voice caressing the words as they passed his lips. "They'd be right." He straightened, and I jerked as the plastic creaked. The brown of his eyes had entirely vanished behind his widening pupils. Double damn. "I've been trying to get rid of you for the last 2 years," he said. "You don't have bad luck." He smiled, showing me his human teeth. "You have me. Shoddy backup, garbled messages, leaks to your takes. But when I finally get you to leave, you take my best runner with you." His eyes grew intense. I forced my hands to unclench, and his attention flicked to them. "Not good, Morgan." It hadn't been me, I thought, my alarm hesitating in the sudden realization. It wasn't me. All those mistakes weren't me. But then Denon moved to the gap in the walls that was my door. In a sliding rattle of metal and plastic, I found myself on my feet and pressed up against my desk. Papers scrunched and the mouse fell off the desk, swinging.
Denon's eyes were pupil black. My pulse hammered. "I don't like you, Morgan," he said, his breath washing over me with a clammy feel. "I never have. Your methods are loose and sloppy, just like your father's. Unable to tag that leprechaun is beyond belief." His gaze went distant, and I found I was holding my breath as they glazed over, and understanding seemed to dance just out of reach. Please work, I thought desperately. Could my wish please work? Denon leaned close, and I stabbed my nails into my palm to keep from shirking. I forced myself to breathe. "Beyond belief," he said again, as if trying to figure it out. But then he shook his head in mock dismay. My breath slipped out as he drew back. He broke eye contact, putting his gaze on my neck, where I knew my pulse hammered. My hand crept up to cover it, and he smiled like a lover to his one and only. He had only one scar on his beautiful neck. I wondered where the rest were. "When you hit the street," he whispered, "you're fair game." Shock mixed with my alarm in a nauseating mix. He was going to put a price on my head. You can't," I stammered. "You wanted me to leave." He never moved, but just his stillness made my fear tighten. My eyes went wide at his slow intake of breath and his lips going full and red. "Someone's going to die for this, Rachel," he whispered, the way he said my name making my face go cold. "I can't kill Tamwood, so you're going to be her whipping girl." He eyed me from under his brow. "Congratulations." My hand dropped from my neck as he eased out of my office. He wasn't as smooth as Ivy. It was the difference between high and low blood, those born a vamp and those born human and turned. Once in the aisle, the heavy threat in his eyes dissipated. Denon pulled an envelope from his back pocket and tossed it to my desk. "Enjoy your last paycheck, Morgan," he said loudly, more to everyone else than me. He turned and walked away. "But you wanted me to quit," I whispered as he disappeared into the elevator. The doors closed. The little red arrow pointing down turned bright. He had his own boss to tell. Denon had to be joking. He wouldn't put a price on my head for something as stupid as Ivy leaving with me, would he? "Good going, Rachel." My head jerked up at the nasal voice. I'd forgotten Francis. He slid from Joyce's desk and leaned up against my wall. After seeing Denon do the same thing, the effect was laughable. Slowly, I slipped back into my swivel chair. "I've been waiting 6 months for you to get steamed up enough to leave," Francis said. "I should have known all you needed was to get drunk." A surge of anger burned away the last of my fear, and I returned to my packing. My fingers were cold, and I tried to rub some warmth back into them. Jenks came out of hiding and silently flitted to the top of my plant. Francis pushed the sleeves of his jacket back to his elbows. Nudging my check out of the way with a single finger, he sat on my desk with one foot on the floor. "It took a lot longer than I thought," he mocked. "Either you're really stubborn or really stupid. Either way, you're really dead." He sniffed, making a rasping noise through his thin nose. I slammed a desk drawer shut, nearly catching his fingers. "Is there a point you're trying to make, Francis?" "It's frank," he said, trying to look superior but coming off as if he had a cold. "Don't bother dumping your computer files. They're mine, along with your desk." I glanced at my monitor with its screensaver of a big bug-eyed frog. Every so often it ate a fly with Francis's face on it. "Since when are the stiffs downstairs letting a warlock run a case?" I asked, hammering at his classification. Francis wasn't good enough to rank witch. He could invoke a spell, but didn't have the know-how to stir one. I did, though I usually bought my amulets. It was easier, and probably safer for me and my mark. It wasn't my fault thousands of years of stereotyping had put females as witches and males as warlocks. Apparently it was just what he wanted me to ask. "You're not the only one who can cook, Rachel Miguel. I got my license last week." Leaning, he picked a pen out of my box and set it back in the pencil cup. "I'd have made witch a long time ago. I just didn't want to dirty my hands learning how to stir a spell. I shouldn't have waited so long. It's too easy." I plucked the pen back out and tucked it in my back pocket. "Well, goody for you." Francis made the jump to witch, I thought. They must have lowered the standards. Yup, Francis said, cleaning under his fingernails with one of my silver daggers. Got your desk, your caseload, even your company car. Snatching my knife out of his hand, I tossed it in the box. I don't have a company car. I do. He flicked the collar of his shirt covered with palm trees as if very pleased with himself. I made a vow to keep my mouth shut lest I give him another chance to brag. Yeah, he said with an overdone sigh. I'll be needing it. Denon has me going out to interview Councilman Trent Kalamack on Monday. Francis snickered. While you were out flubbing your measly snag and drag, I led the run that landed 2 kilos of brimstone. Big freaking deal, I said, ready to strangle him. It's not the amount. He tossed his hair out of his eyes. It was who was carrying it. That got my interest. Trent's name in connection with brimstone? Who? I said. Francis slid off my desk. He stumbled over my fuzzy pink office slippers, nearly falling. Catching himself, he sighted down his finger as if it were a pistol. Watch your back, Morgan. That was my limit. Face twisting, I lashed my foot out, tucking it neatly under his. He went down with a gratifying yelp. I had my knee on the back of his nasty polyester coat as he hit the floor. My hand slapped my hip for my missing cuffs. Jenks cheered, flitting overhead. The office went quiet after a gasp of alarm. No one would interfere. They wouldn't even look at me. I've got nothing to lose, Cookie, I snarled, leaning down until I could smell his sweat. Like you said, I'm already dead, so the only thing keeping me from ripping your eyelids off right now is simple curiosity. I'm going to ask you again, who did you tag with brimstone? Rachel, he cried, able to knock me on my butt, but afraid to try. You're in deep... Ow! Ow! He exclaimed as my nails dug into the top of his right eyelid. Yolan Bates! Trent Kalamack's secretary? Jenks said, hovering over my shoulder. Yeah, Francis said, his face scraping the carpeting as he turned his head to see me. Rather his late secretary. Damn it, Rachel, get off me! He's dead? I dusted off my jeans as I got to my feet. Francis was sullen as he stood, but he was getting some joy out of telling me this, or he would have already walked. She, not he, he said, as he adjusted his collar to stand upright. They found her stone dead in IS lockup yesterday. Literally. She was a warlock. He said the last with a condescending tone, and I gave him a sour smile. How easy it is to find contempt for something you were only a week ago. Trent, I thought, feeling my gaze go distant. If I could prove Trent dealt in brimstone and give him to the IS on a silver platter, Denon would be forced to get off my back. The IS had been after him for years as the brimstone web continued to grow. No one even knew if he was human or Inderlander. Jeez, Rachel, Francis whined, dabbing at his face. You gave me a bloody nose. My thoughts cleared, and I turned a mocking eye on him. You're a witch. Go stir a spell. I knew he wouldn't be that good yet. He would have to borrow one like the warlock he used to be, and I could tell it irritated him. I beamed as he opened his mouth to say something. Thinking better of it, he pinched his nose shut and spun away. There was a tug as Jenks landed on my earring. Francis was making his hurried way down the aisle, his head tilted at an awkward angle. The hem of his sport coat swayed with his stilted gait, and I couldn't help my snicker as Jenks hummed the theme for Miami Vice. What a mosswipe, the pixie said as I turned back to my desk. My frown returned as I wedged my pot of laurel into my box of stuff. My head hurt, and I wanted to go home and take a nap. A last look at my desk, and I scooped up my slippers, dropping them in the box. Joyce's books went on her chair with a note saying I'd call her later. Take my computer, eh? I thought, pausing to open a file. 3 clicks, and I made it all but impossible to change the screensaver without trashing the entire system. I'm going home, Jenks, I whispered, glancing at the wall clock. It was 3:30. I'd been at work only half an hour. It felt like ages. A last look about the floor showed only downward-turned heads and backs. It was as if I didn't exist. Who needs them? I muttered, snatching up my jacket from the back of my chair and reaching for my check. Hey! I yelped as Jenks pinched my ear. Cripes, Jenks, knock it off! It's the check! He exclaimed. Damn it, woman, he's cursed the check! I froze, dropping my jacket into the box. I leaned over the innocent-seeming envelope. Eyes closed, I breathed deeply, looking for the scent of redwood. Then I tasted against the back of my throat for the scent of sulfur that lingered over black magic. I can't smell anything. Jenks gave a short bark of laughter. I can. It's got to be the check. It's the only thing Denon gave you, and watch it, Rachel, it's black. A sick feeling drifted through me. Denon couldn't be serious. He couldn't. I glanced over the room, finding no help. Worried, I pulled my vase out of the trash. Some of Mr. Fish's water went into it. I leveled a portion of salt into the vase, dipped my finger to taste it, then added a bit more. Satisfied the salinity was equal to that of the ocean, I upended the mix over the check. If it had been spelled, the salt would break it. A whisper of yellow smoke hovered over the envelope. Oh, shoot, I whispered, suddenly frightened. Watch your nose, Jenks, I said, ducking below my desk. With an abrupt fizz, the black spell disillusioned. Yellow, sulfuric smoke billowed up to be sucked into the vents. Cries of dismay and disgust rose with it. There was a small stampede as everyone surged for the doors. Even prepared, the stench of rotten eggs stung at my eyes. The spell had been a nasty one, tailored to me since both Denon and Francis had touched the envelope. It hadn't come cheap. Shaken, I came out from under my desk and glanced over the deserted floor. Is it okay now? I said around a cough. My earring shifted as Jenks nodded. Thanks, Jenks. Stomach churning, I tossed my dripping check into the box and stalked past the empty cubicles. It looked like Denon was serious about his death threat. Absolutely. 4. Rachel, sang a tiny, irritating voice. It cut clearly through the shifting gears and choking gurgle of the bus's diesel engine. Jenks's voice grated on my inner ear worse than chalk on a blackboard, and my hand trembled in the effort not to make a grab for him. I'd never touch him. The little twit was too fast. I'm not asleep, I said before he could do it again. I'm resting my eyes. You're going to rest your eyes right past your stop. Hot stuff. He nailed the nickname last night's cabbie had given me hard, and I slid an eyelid. Don't call me that. The bus went around a corner, and my grip tightened on the box balanced on my lap. I've got 2 more blocks, I said through gritted teeth. I'd kicked the nausea, but the headache lingered. And I knew it was 2 blocks because of the sound of Little League practice in the park just down from my apartment. There'd be another after the sun went down for the night walkers. There was a thrum of wings as Jenks dropped from my earring and into the box. Sweet mother of Tink, is that all they pay you? He exclaimed. My eyes flashed open. Get out of my stuff! I snatched my damp check and crammed it into a jacket pocket. Jenks made a mocking face, and I rubbed my thumb and finger together as if squishing something. He got the idea, and moved his purple and yellow silk pantaloons out of my reach, settling on the top of the seat in front of me. Don't you have somewhere to be? I asked. Like helping your family move? Jenks gave a yelp of laughter. Help them move? No freaking way. His wings quivered. Besides, I should sniff around your place and make sure everything is okay before you blow yourself up when you try to use the John. He laughed hysterically, and several people looked at me. I shrugged as if to say, Pixies. Thanks, I said sourly. A pixie bodyguard. Denon would laugh himself to death. I was indebted to Jenks for finding the spell on my check, but the IS hadn't time to rig anything else. I figured I had a few days if he was really serious about this. More likely it was a don't let the spell kill you on the way out kind of thing. I stood as the bus came to a halt. Struggling down the steps, I landed in the late afternoon sun. Jenks made more annoying circles around me. He was worse than a mosquito. Nice place, he said sarcastically as I waited for traffic to clear before crossing the street to my apartment house. I silently agreed. I lived uptown in Cincinnati in what was a good neighborhood 20 years ago. The building was a 4-story brick, originally built for university upperclassmen. It had seen its last finals party years ago and was now reduced to this. The black letterboxes attached to the porch were dented and ugly, some having obviously been broken into. I got my mail from the landlady. I had a suspicion she was the one who broke the boxes so she could sort through her tenants' mail at her leisure. There was a thin strip of lawn and 2 bedraggled shrubs to either side of the wide steps. Last year, I had planted the yarrow seeds I'd gotten in a Spell Weekly mail promotion, but Mr. Dinky, the landlady's chihuahua, had dug them up, along with most of the yard. Little divots were everywhere, making it look like a fairy battlefield. "And I thought my place was bad," Jenks whispered as I skipped the step with dry rot. My keys jingled as I balanced the box and unlocked the door at the same time. A little voice in my head had been saying the same thing for years. The odor of fried food assaulted me as I entered the foyer, and my nose wrinkled. Green indoor-outdoor carpet ran up the stairs, threadbare and fraying. Mrs. Baker had unscrewed the light bulb in the stairway again, but the sun spilling in the landing window to fall on the rosebud wallpaper was enough to find my way. "Hey," Jenks said as I went upstairs, "that stain on the ceiling is in the shape of a pizza." I glanced up. He was right. Funny I never noticed it before. "And that dent in the wall?" he said as we reached the first floor. "It's just the right size for someone's head. Man, if these walls could talk." I found I could still smile. Wait until he got to my apartment. There was a dip in the living room floor where someone had burned out a hearth. My smile faded as I rounded the second landing. All my things were in the hall. "What the devil?" I whispered. Shocked, I set my box on the floor and looked down the hall to Mrs. Talbot's door. "I paid my rent." "Hey, Rach," Jenks said from the ceiling. "Where's your cat?" Anger growing, I stared at my furniture. It seemed to take up a lot more space when it was jammed into a hallway on her lousy plastic carpeting. "Where does she get off?" "Rachel!" Jenks shouted. "Where's your cat?" "I don't have a cat," I all but snarled. It was a sore spot with me. "I thought all witches had a cat." Lips pursed, I strode down the hall. Cats make Mr. Dinky sneeze. Jenks flew alongside my ear. "Who is Mr. Dinky?" "Him," I said, pointing to the framed, oversized picture of a white chihuahua hanging across from my landlady's door. The butt-ugly, bug-eyed dog wore one of those bows parents put on a baby so you know it's a girl. I pounded on the door. "Mrs. Talbot? Mrs. Talbot!" There were the muffled yaps of Mr. Dinky and the sound of nails on the back side of the door, shortly followed by my landlady screeching to try and get the thing to shut up. Mr. Dinky redoubled his noise, scrabbling at the floor to dig his way to me. "Mrs. Talbot!" I shouted. "Why is my stuff in the hall?" "Word's out on ya, hot stuff," Jenks said from the ceiling. "You're damaged goods." "I told you not to call me that," I shouted, hitting her door with my last word. I heard the slamming of a door from inside, and Mr. Dinky's barking grew muffled and more frenzied. "Go away," came a thin, reedy voice. "You can't live here any more." The flat of my hand hurt, and I massaged it. "You think I can't pay my rent?" I said, not caring that the entire floor could hear me. "I've got money, Mrs. Talbot. You can't kick me out. I've got next month's rent right here." I pulled out my soggy check and waved it at the door. "I changed your lock," Mrs. Talbot quavered. "Go away before you get killed." I stared at the door in disbelief. She had found out about the IS's threat? And the old lady act was a sham. She shouted clear enough through my wall when she thought I played my music too loud. "You can't evict me," I said desperately. "I've got rights." "Dead witches have no rights," Jenks said from the light fixture. "Damn it, Mrs. Talbot!" I shouted at the door. "I'm not dead yet!" There was no answer. I stood there thinking. I didn't have much recourse, and she knew it. I supposed I could stay at my new office until I found something. Moving back in with my mother was not an option, and I hadn't talked to my brother since I joined the IS. "What about my security deposit?" I asked, and the door remained silent. My temper shifted to a slow, steady burn, one that could last for days. "Mrs. Talbot," I said quietly, "if you don't give me the balance of this month's rent and my security deposit, I'm going to sit right in front of your door." I paused, listening. "I'm going to sit here until they spell me. I'll probably explode right here, make a big bloody stain on your carpet that won't come out, and you're going to have to look at that big bloody stain every day. Hear me, Mrs. Talbot?" I quietly threatened. "Pieces of me will be on your hall ceiling." There was a gasp. "Oh, my Dinky," Mrs. Talbot quavered. "Where's my checkbook?"
I looked at Jenks and smiled bitterly. He gave me a thumbs up. There was a rustle, followed by a moment of silence and the distinctive sound of paper tearing. I wondered why she bothered with the old lady act. Everyone knew she was tougher than petrified dinosaur dung and would probably outlive us all. Even death didn't want her. "I'm putting the word out on you, hussy," Mrs. Talbot shouted through the door. "You won't find a place to rent in the entire city." Jenks darted down as a slip of white was shoved under the door. After hovering over it for a minute, he nodded it was okay. I picked it up and read the amount. "What about my security deposit?" I asked. "You want to come with me to my apartment and look it over? Make sure there are no nail holes in the walls or runes under the carpet?" There was a muffled curse, shortly followed by more scratching, and another white slip appeared. "Get out of my building," Mrs. Talbot yelled, "before I set Mr. Dinky on you." "I love you too, old bat." I took my key from my keyring and dropped it. Angry but satisfied, I snatched up the second check. I went back to my things, slowing at the telltale scent of sulfur emanating from them. My shoulders tightened in worry as I stared at my life heaped against the walls. Everything was spelled. I could touch nothing. God help me. I was under an IS death threat. "I can't douse everything in salt," I said, as there was a click of a closing door. "I know this guy who has storage." Jenks sounded unusually sympathetic, and I looked up as I gripped my elbows. "If I ask him, he'll come get it, put everything away for you. You can dissolution the spells later." He hesitated, looking over my music discs carelessly dumped into my largest copper spell bowl. I nodded, slumping against the wall and sliding down until my rear hit the floor. My clothes, my shoes, my music, my books, my life? "Oh, no," Jenks said softly. "He spelled your disc of the best of Toccata." "It's autographed," I whispered, and the hum from his wings dropped in pitch. The plastic would survive a dip in salt water, but the paper folder would be ruined. I wondered if I wrote to Toccata if he would send me another. He might remember me. We did spend a wild night chasing shadows over the ruins of Cincinnati's old biolabs. I think he made a song about it. "New moon rising, sight unseen, shadows of faith make a risky vaccine." It hit the top 20 for 16 weeks straight. My brow furrowed. "Is there anything they didn't spell?" I asked. Jenks landed on the phone book and shrugged. It had been left open to coroners. Swell. Stomach nodding, I got to my feet. My thoughts swung to what Ivy had said last night about Leon Bairn. Little bits of which splattered all over his porch. I swallowed hard. I couldn't go home. How the hell was I going to pay Denon off? My head started hurting again. Jenks alighted on my earring, keeping his big mouth shut as I picked up my cardboard box and went downstairs. First things first. "What's the name of that guy you know?" I asked when I reached the foyer. "The one with storage? If I give him something extra, will he dissolution my things?" "If you tell him how, he's not a witch." I thought, struggling to regroup. My cell phone was in my bag, but the battery was dead. The charger was somewhere in my spelled stuff. "I can call him from the office," I said. "He doesn't have a phone." Jenks slipped off my earring, flying backward at eye level. His wing tape had frayed, and I wondered if I should offer to fix it. "He lives in the Hollows," Jenks added. "I'll ask him for you. He's shy." I reached for the doorknob, then hesitated. Putting my back to the wall, I pushed aside the sun-faded yellow curtain to peek out the window. The tatty yard lay quiet in the afternoon sun, empty and still. The drone of a lawnmower and the whoosh from passing cars was muffled through the glass. Lips pressed tight, I decided I'd wait there until I heard the bus coming. "He likes cash," Jenks said, dropping down to stand on the sill. "I'll bring him by the office after he's locked up your stuff." "You mean everything that hasn't walked off by itself in the meantime?" I said, but knew everything was reasonably safe. Spells, especially black ones, were supposed to be target-specific, but you never know. No one would risk extinction for my cheap stuff. "Thanks, Jenks." That was twice now he had saved my butt. It made me uneasy and a little bit guilty. "Hey, that's what partners do," he said, not helping at all. Smiling thinly at his enthusiasm, I set my box down. 5. The bus was quiet, as most traffic was coming out of the Hollows this time of day. Jenks had left via the window shortly after we crossed the river into Kentucky. It was his opinion the IS wouldn't tag me on a bus with witnesses. I wasn't ready to believe it, but I wasn't going to ask him to stay with me either. I had told the driver the address, and agreed to tell me when we were there. The human was skinny, his faded blue uniform hanging loose on him despite the vanilla wafers he was cramming into his mouth like jelly beans. Most of Cincinnati's mass transit drivers were comfortable with Inderlanders, but not all. Humanity's reactions to us varied widely. Some were afraid, some weren't. Some wanted to be us, some wanted to kill us. A few took advantage of the lower tax rate and lived in the hollows, but most didn't. Shortly after the turn, an unexpected migration occurred when almost every human who could afford it moved deep into the cities. The psychologists of the day had called it a nesting syndrome, and in hindsight, the countrywide phenomenon was understandable. Inderlanders were more than eager to snap up the properties on the outskirts, lured by the prospect of a little more earth to call their own, not to mention the drastically falling home prices. The population demographics have only recently started to even out, as well-to-do Inderlanders move back into the city, and the less fortunate, more informed humans decide they would rather live in a nice Inderland neighborhood than a trashy human one. Generally, though, apart from a small section around the university, humans lived in Cincinnati and Inderlanders lived across the river in the hollows. We don't care that most humans shun our neighborhoods like pre-turn ghettos. The hollows have become a bastion of Inderland life, comfortable and casual on the surface, with its potential problems carefully hidden. Most humans are surprised at how normal the hollows appear, which, when you stop to think about it, makes sense. Our history is that of humanity's. We didn't just drop out of the sky in '66. We emigrated in through Ellis Island. We fought in the Civil War, World War I, and World War II, some of us in all three. We suffered in the Depression, and waited like everyone else to find out who shot J.R. But dangerous differences exist, and any Inderlander over the age of 50 spent the earliest part of his or her life disguising them, a tradition that holds true even to this day. The homes are modest, painted white, yellow, and occasionally pink. There are no haunted houses except for Loveland Castle in October, when they turn it into the baddest haunted house on either side of the river. There are swing sets, above-ground pools, bikes on the lawns, and cars parked on the curb. It takes a sharp eye to notice that the flowers are arranged in anti-black magic hexes, and the basement windows are often cemented over. The savage, dangerous reality blooms only in the depths of the city, where people gather and emotions run rampant. Amusement parks, dance clubs, bars, churches. Never our homes. And it's quiet, even at night when all its denizens are up. It was always the stillness that a human noticed first, setting them on edge and sending their instincts into full swing. I found my tension easing as I stared out the window and counted the black, light-proof blinds. The quiet of the neighborhood seemed to soak into the bus. Even the few people riding had grown still. There was just something about the hollows that said home. My hair swung forward as the bus stopped. On edge, I jerked when the guy behind me bumped my shoulder as he got up. Boots clattering, he hastened down the steps and into the sun. The driver told me my stop was next, and I stood as the nice man trundled down a side street to give me curb service. I stepped down into the patchy shade, standing with my arms wrapped around the box and trying not to breathe the fumes as the bus drove away. It disappeared around a corner, taking its noise and the last vestiges of humanity with it. Slowly, it grew quiet. The sound of birds drifted into existence. Somewhere close there were kids calling. No, kids screaming. And the barking of a dog. Multicolored chalk runes decorated the cracked sidewalk, and a forgotten doll with fangs painted on it smiled blankly at me. There was a small stone church across the street, its steeple rising far above the trees. I turned on a heel, eyeing what Ivy had rented for us, a one-story house that could easily be converted to an office. The roof looked new, but the chimney mortar was crumbling. There was grass out front, looking like it should have been cut last week. It even had a garage, the door gaping open to show a rusting mower. It'll do, I thought as I opened the gate to the chain-link fence enclosing the yard. An old black man sat on the porch, rocking the afternoon away. Landlord? I mused, smiling. I wondered if he was a vamp, since he wore dark glasses against the late afternoon sun.
He was scruffy-looking despite being clean-shaven, his tightly curled hair going gray around the temples. There was mud on his shoes and a hint of it on the knees of his blue jeans. He looked worn out and tired, put away like an unwanted plow horse who was still eager for one more season. He set a tall glass on the porch railing as I came up the walk. "Don't want it," he said as he took off his glasses and tucked them in a shirt pocket. His voice was raspy. Hesitating, I peered up at him from the bottom of the stairs. "Beg pardon?" He coughed, clearing his throat. "Whatever you're selling out of that box, don't want it. I've got enough curse candles, candy, and magazines, and I don't have the money for new siding, water purifier, or a sunroom." "I'm not selling anything," I said. "I'm your new tenant." He sat up straighter, somehow making himself look even more unkempt. "Tenant? Oh, you mean across the street?" Confused, I shifted my box to my other hip. "This isn't 1597 Oakstaff, is it?" He chuckled. "It's across the street." "Sorry to have bothered you." I turned to leave, hoisting the box higher. "Yep," the man said, and I paused, not wanting to be rude. "The numbers are backward, on this street. Odd numbers on the wrong side of the road." He smiled, creasing the wrinkles around his eyes. "But they didn't ask me when they put the numbers up." He extended his hand. "I'm Keesley," he said, waiting for me to climb the stairs and take his hand. Neighbors, I thought, rolling my eyes as I went up the stairs. Best to be nice. "Rachel Morgan," I said, pumping his arm once. He beamed, patting my shoulder in a fatherly fashion. The strength of his grip was surprising, as was the scent of redwood coming from him. He was a witch, or at the very least a warlock. Not comfortable with his show of familiarity, I took a step back as he released me. It was cooler on his porch, and I felt tall under the low ceiling. "Are you friends with the vamp?" he said, gesturing across the street with his chin. "Ivy? Yeah." He nodded slowly, as if it were important. "Both of you quit together?" I blinked. "News travels fast." He laughed. "Yup, it does at that. Aren't you afraid I'm going to get spelled on your front porch and take you with me?" "No." He leaned back in his rocker and picked up his glass. "I took that one off you." He held up a tiny self-stick amulet between his finger and thumb. As my lips parted, he dropped it into his glass. What I thought had been lemonade foamed as the spell disillusioned. Yellow smoke billowed, and he waved his hand dramatically. "Ooh, doggies, that's a nasty one." "Saltwater?" He grinned at my obvious shock. "That guy on the bus," I stammered as I backed off the porch. The yellow sulfur eddied down the stairs as if trying to find me. "Nice meeting you, Miss Morgan," the man said as I stumbled onto the walk and into the sun. "A vamp and pixie might keep you alive a few days, but not if you aren't more careful." My eyes turned to look down the street at the long-gone bus. "The guy on the bus." Keesley nodded. "You're right in that they won't try anything when there's a witness, leastwise not at first. But you have to watch out for the amulets that won't trigger till you're alone." I had forgotten about delayed spells, and where was Denon getting the money? My face scrunched up as I figured it out. Ivy's bribe money was paying for my death threat. Swell. "I'm home all day," Keesley was saying. "Come on over if you want to talk. I don't get out much anymore. Arthritis." He slapped his knee. "Thanks," I said, "for finding that charm." "My pleasure," he said, his gaze on the ceiling of the porch and the lazily spinning fan. My stomach was nodding as I made my way back to the sidewalk. Was the entire city aware I had quit? Maybe Ivy had talked to him. I felt vulnerable in the empty street, edgy. I crossed the road looking for house numbers. 1593, I muttered, glancing at the small yellow bus with two bikes tangled on the lawn. 1601, I said, looking the other way to the well-kept brick home. My lips pursed. The only thing between them was that stone church. I froze. A church? A harsh buzzing zipped past my ears, and I instinctively ducked. "Hi, Rach." Jenks came to a hovering halt just out of my reach. "Damn it, Jenks!" I shouted, warming as I heard the old man laugh. "Don't do that." "Got your stuff set," Jenks said. "I made him put everything up on blocks." "It's a church," I said. "No shit, Sherlock. Wait until you see the garden." I stood unmoving. "It's a church." Jenks hovered, waiting for me.
There's a huge yard in the back, great for parties."
"Jenks," I said through gritted teeth, "it's a church. The backyard is a graveyard."
"Not all of it," he began weaving impatiently. "And it's not a church anymore. It's been a daycare for the last 2 years. No one's been buried there since the turn." I stood staring at him. Did they move the bodies out? His darting ceased, and he hung motionless. "Of course they moved the bodies out. You think I'm stupid? You think I'd live where there are dead humans? God help me. The bugs coming off them, diseases, viruses, and crap soaking into the soil and getting into everything?" I adjusted my grip on my stuff, striding across the shady street and up the wide steps of the church. Jenks didn't have a clue as to whether the bodies had been moved out. The gray stone steps were bowed in the middle from decades of use, and they were slippery. There were twin doors taller than I, made of reddish wood and bound with metal. One had a plaque screwed into it.
"Donna's Daycare?" I muttered, reading the inscription. I tugged a door open, surprised at the strength needed to shift it. There wasn't even a lock on it, just a sliding bolt on the inside.
"Of course they moved the bodies out," Jenks said, then flitted over the church. I'd put 100 on it that he was going out through the backyard to investigate. "Ivy?" I shouted, trying to slam the door behind me. "Ivy, are you here?" The echo of my voice came back from the yet unseen sanctuary, a thick, stained-glassed, quiet hush of sound. The closest I'd been to a church since my dad died was reading the cutesy catchphrases off those backlit signs they all put on their front lawns. The foyer was dark, having no windows and black wooden panels. It was warm and still, thick with the presence of past liturgy. I set the box on the wooden floor and listened to the green and amber hush slipping in from the sanctuary. "Be right down," came Ivy's distant shout. She sounded almost cheerful, but where on earth was she? Her voice was coming from everywhere and nowhere at all. There was a soft click of a latch, and Ivy slipped from behind a panel. A narrow spiral stairway went up behind her. "I've got my owls up in the belfry," she said. Her brown eyes were more alive than I'd ever seen them. "It's perfect for storage. Lots of shelves and drying racks. Someone left their stuff up there, though. Want to go through it with me later?" "It's a church, Ivy." Ivy stopped. Her arms crossed, and she looked at me, her face abruptly empty. "There are dead people in the backyard," I added, and she levered herself up and went into the sanctuary. "You can see the tombstones from the road," I continued as I followed her in. The pews were gone, as was the altar, leaving only an empty room and a slightly raised stage. That same black wood made a wainscot that ran below the tall stained-glass windows that wouldn't open. A faded shadow on the wall remained where an enormous cross once hung over the altar. The ceiling was 3 stories up, and I sent my gaze to the open woodwork, thinking it would be hard to keep this room warm in winter. It was nothing but a stripped-down, open space, but the stark emptiness seemed to add to the feeling of peace. "How much is this going to cost?" I asked, remembering I was supposed to be angry. $700 a month utilities, included," Ivy said quietly. $700? I hesitated, surprised. That would be $350 for my share. I was paying $450 uptown for my one-room castle. That wasn't bad, not bad at all, especially if it had a yard. No, I thought, my bad mood returning. It was a graveyard. "Where are you going?" I said as Ivy walked away. "I'm talking to you." "To get a cup of coffee. You want one?" She disappeared through the door at the back of the raised stage. "Okay, so the rent is cheap," I said. "That's what I said I wanted, but it's a church. You can't run a business from a church." Fuming, I followed her past the opposing his and her bathrooms. Farther down was a door on the right. I peeked past it to find a nice-sized empty room, the floor and smooth walls giving back an echo of my breathing. A stained-glass window of saints was propped open with a stick to air the place out, and I could hear the sparrows arguing outside. The room looked as if it had once been an office, having since been modified for toddlers' nap cots. The floor was dusty, but the wood was sound under the light scratches. Satisfied, I peeked around the door across the hall. There was a made-up bed and open boxes. Before I could see more, Ivy reached in front of me and pulled the door shut. "That's your stuff," I said, staring at her. Ivy's face was empty, chilling me more than if she had been pulling an aura.
I'm going to have to stay here until I can rent a room somewhere. She hesitated, tucking her black hair behind an ear. Got a problem with that? No, I said softly, closing my eyes in a long blink. For the love of St. Philomena, I was going to have to live at the office until I got myself set. My eyes opened, and I was startled by the odd look Ivy had, a mix of fear and anticipation. I'm going to have to crash here, too, I said, not liking this at all, but seeing no other option. My landlady evicted me. The box by the front door is all I've got until I can get my stuff despelled. The IS Black charmed everything in my apartment, almost nailed me on the bus. And thanks to my landlady, no one within the city limits will rent to me. Denham put a contract out on me, just like you said. I tried to keep the whine out of my voice, but it was there. That odd light was still in Ivy's eyes, and I wondered if she had told me the truth about being a non-practicing vamp. You can have the empty room, she said, her voice carefully flat. I gave her a terse nod. Okay, I thought, taking a deep breath. I was living in a church, with bodies in the backyard, an IS death threat on me, and a vamp across the hall. I wondered if she would notice if I put a lock on the inside of my door. I wondered if it would matter. The kitchen's back here, she said, and I followed her and the smell of coffee. My mouth fell open as I rounded the open archway, and I forgot to be angry again. The kitchen was half the size of the sanctuary, as fully equipped and modern as the sanctuary was barren and medieval. There was gleaming metal, shiny chrome, and bright fluorescent lights. The refrigerator was enormous. A gas stove and oven sat at one end of the room. An electric range and stovetop took up the other. Centered in the middle of it all was a stainless steel island with empty shelves beneath. The rack above it was festooned with metal utensils, pans, and bowls. It was a witch's dream kitchen. I wouldn't have to stir my spells and dinner on the same stove. Apart from the beat-up wooden table and chairs in the corner, the kitchen looked like one you might see on a cooking show. One end of the table was set up like a computer desk, the widescreen monitor blinking furiously to itself as it cycled through the open lines to find and claim the best continuous link to the net. It was an expensive program, and my eyebrows rose. Ivy cleared her throat as she opened a cupboard beside the sink. There were 3 mismatched mugs on the bottom shelf. Other than that, it was empty. They put in the kitchen 5 years ago for the health department, she said, jerking my attention back to her. The congregation wasn't very big, so when all was said and done, they couldn't afford it. That's why they're renting it out, to try and pay off the bank. The sound of coffee being poured filled the room as I ran my finger over the unblemished metal on the island counter. It had never seen a single apple pie or Sunday school cookie. They want their church back, Ivy said, looking thin as she leaned against the counter with her mug cradled in her pale hands. But they're dying. The church, I mean. She added as I met her eyes. No new members. It's sad, really. The living room is back here. I didn't know what to say, so I kept my mouth shut and followed her into the hallway and through a narrow doorway at the end of the hall. The living room was cozy and furnished so tastefully that I had no doubt these were all Ivy's things. It was the first softness and warmth I had seen in the entire place, even if everything was in shades of gray, and the windows were just plain glass. Heavenly. I felt my tension loosen. Ivy snatched up a remote, and midnight jazz drifted into existence. Maybe this wouldn't be so bad. You almost got tagged? Ivy tossed the remote onto the coffee table and settled herself in one of the voluptuous gray suede chairs beside the empty fireplace. Are you all right? Yeah, I admitted sourly, seeming to sink nearly to my ankles in the expansive throw rug. Is this all your stuff? A guy bumped into me, slipped me a charm that wouldn't invoke until there were no witnesses or casualties, other than me. I can't believe Denon is serious about this. You were right. I worked hard to keep my voice casual so Ivy wouldn't know how shaken I was. Hell, I didn't want to know how shaken I was. I'd get the money to pay off my contract somehow. It was lucky as toast the old guy across the street took it off me. I picked up a picture of Ivy and a golden retriever. She was smiling to show her teeth. I stifled a shiver. What old guy? Ivy said quickly. Across the street. He's been watching you. I set the metal frame down and adjusted the pillow in the chair opposite hers before I sat. Matching furniture. How nice. An old mantel clock ticked, soft and soothing. There was a widescreen TV with a built-in CD player in one corner. The disc player under it had all the right buttons. Ivy knew her electronics. "I'll bring my things over once I get them disillusioned," I said, then winced, thinking how cheap my stuff would look next to hers. "What will survive the dip?" I added. Survive the dip? I thought suddenly, closing my eyes and scrubbing my forehead. "Oh, no," I said softly. "I can't disillusion my charms." Ivy balanced her mug on a knee as she leafed through a magazine. "Charms," I half moaned. "The IS overlaid black spells on my stash of charms. Dunking them in salt water to break the spell will ruin them, and I can't buy more." I grimaced at her blank look. If the IS got my apartment, I'm sure they've been to the store, too. I should have brought a bunch yesterday before I quit, but I didn't think they'd care if I left. I listlessly adjusted the shade of the table lamp. They hadn't cared until Ivy had left with me. Depressed, I tossed my head back and looked at the ceiling. "I thought you already knew how to make spells," Ivy said warily. "I do, but it's a pain in the butt. And where am I going to get the raw materials?" I closed my eyes in misery. I was going to have to make all my charms. There was a rustle of paper, and I lifted my head to see Ivy perusing her magazine. There was an apple and Snow White on the cover. Snow White's leather corset was cut to show her belly button. A drop of blood glittered like a jewel at the corner of her mouth. It put a whole new twist on the enchanted sleep thing. Mr. Disney would be appalled. Unless, of course, he had been an Inderlander. That would explain a lot. "You can't just buy what you need?" Ivy asked. I stiffened at the touch of sarcasm in her voice. "Yeah, but everything will have to be dunked in salt water to make sure it hasn't been tampered with. It'll be nearly impossible to get rid of all the salt, and that will make the mix wrong." Jenks buzzed out of the fireplace with a cloud of soot and an irritating whine. I wondered how long he had been listening in the flue. He landed on a box of tissue and cleaned a spot off his wing, looking like a cross between a dragonfly and a miniature cat. "My, aren't we obsessed?" he said, answering my question as to whether he had been eavesdropping. "You have the IS trying to knack you with black magic and see if you aren't a little paranoid." Anxious, I thwacked the box he was sitting on until he took to the air. He hovered between me and Ivy. "Haven't seen the garden yet, have you, Sherlock?" I threw the pillow at him, which he easily dodged. It knocked the lamp beside Ivy, and she casually reached out and caught it before it hit the floor. She never looked up from her magazine, never spilled a drop of her coffee perched on her knee. The hair on my neck prickled. "Don't call me that either," I said to cover my unease. He looked positively smug as he hovered before me. "What?" I said snidely. "The garden has more than weeds and dead people?" "Maybe." "Really?" This would be the first good thing to happen to me today, and I got up to look out the back door. "Coming?" I asked Ivy as I reached for the handle. Her head was bent over a page of leather curtains. "No," she said, clearly uninterested. So it was Jenks who accompanied me out the back door and into the garden. The lowering sun was heady and strong, making the scents clear as it pulled moisture from the damp ground. There was a rowan somewhere. I sniffed deeply, and a birch and oak. What had to be Jenks's kids were darting noisily about, chasing a yellow butterfly over the rising mounds of vegetation. Banks of plants lined the walls of the church and surrounding stone fence. The man-high wall went completely around the property to tactfully isolate the church from the neighbors. Another wall, low enough to step over, separated the garden from the small graveyard. I squinted, seeing only a few plants out among the tall grass and headstones, but only those that became more potent growing among the dead. The closer I looked, the more awestruck I became. The garden was complete. Even the rarities were there. "It's perfect," I whispered, running my fingers through a patch of lemongrass. "Everything I could ever need. How did it all get here?" Ivy's voice came from right behind me, according to the old lady. "Ivy?" I said, spinning around to see her standing still and quiet on the path in a shaft of late amber sun. "Don't do that." Creepy vamp, I thought. I ought to put a bell on her. She squinted from under her hand, raised against the fading light. "She said their last minister was a witch. He put in the garden. I can get 50 taken off the rent if one of us keeps it up the way it is." I looked over the treasure trove. "I'll do it." Jenks flew up from a patch of violets. His purple trousers had pollen stains on them, matching his yellow shirt. "Manual labor?" he questioned. "With those nails of yours?" I glanced at the perfect red ovals my nails made. "This isn't work. This is therapy." "Whatever." His attention went to his kids, and he zoomed across the garden to rescue the butterfly they were fighting over.
"Do you think everything you need is here?"
Ivy asked as she turned to go inside. "Just about. You can't spell salt, so my stash is probably okay, but I'll need my good spell pot and all my books." Ivy paused on the path.
"I thought you had to know how to stir a brew by heart to get your witch license."
Now I was embarrassed, and I bent to tug a weed free from beside a rosemary plant. Nobody made their own charms if they could afford to buy them. "Yeah," I said as I dropped the weed, flicking the dirt from under my nails. "But I'm out of practice." I sighed. This was going to be harder than it looked. Ivy shrugged.
"Can you get them off the net? The recipes, I mean."
I looked askance at her. Trust anything off the net? Oh, there's a good idea.
"There's some books in the attic."
"Sure," I said sarcastically. 100 spells for the beginner. Every church has a copy of that. Ivy stiffened.
"Don't get snotty,"
she said, the brown of her eyes disappearing behind her dilating pupils.
"I just thought if one of the clergy was a witch and the right plants were here, he might have left his books. The old lady said he ran off with one of the younger parishioners. That's probably his stuff in the attic in case he had the guts to come back."
The last thing I wanted was an angry vamp sleeping across the hall. "Sorry," I apologized. "I'll go look. And if I'm lucky, when I get out to the shed to find a saw to cut my amulets, there'll be a bag of salt for when the front steps get icy." Ivy gave a little start, turning to look at the closet-sized shed. I passed her, pausing on the sill. "Coming?" I said, determined not to let her think popping in and out of vamp mode was shaking me. "Or will your owls leave me alone?"
"No. I mean, yes."
Ivy bit her lip. It was a decidedly human gesture, and my eyebrows rose.
"They'll let you up there, just don't make a lot of noise. I'll be right there."
"Whatever," I muttered, turning to find my way up to the belfry. As Ivy had promised, the owls left me alone. It turned out the attic had a copy of everything I had lost in my apartment, and then some. Several of the books were so old they were falling apart. The kitchen had a nest of copper pots, probably used, Ivy had claimed, for chili cook-offs. They were perfect for spellcasting, since they hadn't been sealed to reduce tarnish. Finding everything I needed was eerie, so much so that when I went out to look for a saw in the shed, I was relieved not to find any salt. No, that was on the floor of the pantry. Everything was going too well. Something had to be wrong. 6. Ankles crossed, I sat atop Ivy's antique kitchen table and swung my feet in their fuzzy pink slippers. The sliced vegetables were cooked to perfection, still crisp and crunchy, and I pushed them around in the little white cardboard box with my chopsticks, looking for more chicken. "This is fantastic," I mumbled around my full mouth. Red, tangy spice burned my tongue. My eyes watered. Grabbing the waiting glass of milk, I downed a third of it. "Hot," I said, as Ivy glanced up from the box cradled in her long hands. "Cripes, it's really hot." Ivy arched her thin black eyebrows.
"Glad you approve."
She was sitting at the table at the spot she had cleared before her computer. Looking into her own takeout box, her wave of black hair fell to make a curtain over her face. She tucked it behind an ear, and I watched the line of her jaw slowly move as she ate. I had just enough experience with chopsticks to not look like an idiot, but Ivy moved the twin sticks with a slow precision, placing bits of food into her mouth with a rhythmic, somehow erotic pace. I looked away, suddenly uncomfortable. "What's it called?" I asked, digging into my paper box.
"Chicken in red curry."
"That's it?" I questioned, and she nodded. I made a small noise. I could remember that. I found another piece of meat. Curry exploded in my mouth, and I washed it down with a gulp of milk. "Where did you get it?"
"Pescari's."
My eyes widened. Pescari's was a combination pizza den and vamp hangout. Very good food in a rather unique atmosphere. "This came from Pescari's?" I said as I crunched through a bamboo shoot. "I didn't know they delivered anything but pizza."
"They don't, generally."
The throaty pitch of her voice pulled my attention up, to find that she was absorbed in her food. She raised her head at my lack of movement and blinked her almond-shaped eyes at me. "My mother gave him the recipe," she said. "Piscary makes it special for me. It's no big deal." She went back to eating. A feeling of unease drifted through me, and I listened to the crickets over the twin soft scraping of our sticks. Mr. Fish swam in his bowl on the window-sill. The soft, muted noise of the hollows at night was almost unheard over the rhythmic thumps of my clothes in the dryer. I couldn't bear the thought of wearing the same clothes again tomorrow, but Jenks told me it wouldn't be until Sunday that his friend could have my clothes dispelled. The best I could do was wash what I had and hope I didn't run into anyone I knew. Right now I was in the nightgown and robe Ivy had lent me. They were black, obviously, but Ivy said the color suited me fine. The faint scent of wood ash on them wasn't unpleasant, but it seemed to cling to me. My gaze went to the empty spot above the sink where a clock should be. "What time do you think it is?" "A little after 3, Ivy said, not glancing at her watch. I dug around, sighing when I realized I had eaten all the pineapple. I wish my clothes would get done. I'm so tired. Ivy crossed her legs and leaned over her dinner. "Go ahead. I'll get them out for you. I'll be up until 5 or so." "No, I'll stay up," I yawned, covering my mouth with the back of my hand. "It isn't like I have to get up and go to work tomorrow." I finished sourly. A small noise of agreement came from Ivy, and my digging about in my dinner slowed. "Ivy, you can tell me to back off if it's none of my business, but why did you join the IS if you didn't want to work for them?" She seemed surprised as she looked up. In a flat voice that spoke volumes, she said, "I did it to tick my mother off." A flicker of what looked like pain flashed over her, vanishing before I could be sure it existed. "My dad isn't pleased I quit," she added. "He told me I should have either stuck it out or killed Denon." Dinner forgotten, I stared, not knowing if I was more surprised at learning her father was still alive, or at his rather creative advice on how to get ahead at the office. Jenks said you were the last living member of your house," I finally said. Ivy's head moved in a slow, controlled nod. Brown eyes watching me, she moved her chopsticks between the box and her lips in a slow dance. The subtle display of sensuality took me aback, and I shifted uneasily on my perch on the table. She had never been this bad when we'd worked together. Of course, we usually quit work before midnight. "My dad married into the family," she said between dips into the box, and I wondered if she knew how provocative she looked. "I'm the last living blood member of my house. Because of the prenuptial, my mother's money is all mine. Or it was. She's as mad as all hell I quit. She wants me to find a nice, living, high-blood vamp, settle down, and pop out as many kids as I can, to be sure her living bloodline doesn't die out. She'll kill me if I croak before having a kid." I nodded as if I understood, but I didn't. "I joined because of my dad," I admitted. Embarrassed, I put my attention into my dinner. He worked for the IS in the Arcane Division. He'd come home every morning with these wild stories of people he had helped or tagged. He made it sound so exciting. I snickered. He never mentioned the paperwork. When he died, I thought it would be a way to get close to him, sort of remember him by. Stupid, isn't it? No. I looked up, crunching through a carrot. I had to do something. I spent a year watching my mother fall off her rocker. She isn't crazy, but it's like she doesn't want to believe he's gone. You can't talk to her without her saying something like, "I made banana pudding today. It was your father's favorite." She knows he's dead, but she can't let him go. Ivy was staring out the black kitchen window and into a memory. "My dad's like that. He spends all his time keeping my mother going. I hate it." My chewing slowed. Not many vamps could afford to remain alive after death. The elaborate sunlight precautions and liability insurance alone was enough to put most families on the street, not to mention the continuous supply of fresh blood. "I hardly ever see him," she added, her voice a whisper. "I don't understand it, Rachel. He has his entire life left, but he won't let her get the blood she needs from anyone else. If he's not with her, he's passed out on the floor from blood loss. Keeping her from dying completely is killing him. One person alone can't support a dead vampire. They both know that." The conversation had taken an uncomfortable turn, but I couldn't just leave. "Maybe he's doing it because he loves her?" I offered slowly. Ivy frowned. "What kind of love is that?" She stood, her long legs unfolding in a slow, graceful movement. Cardboard box in hand, she vanished into the hall. The sudden silence hammered on my ears. I stared at her empty chair in surprise. She walked out. How could she just walk out? We were talking. The conversation was too interesting to drop, so I slid from the table and followed her into the living room with my dinner. She had collapsed into one of the gray suede chairs, sprawled out in a look of total unconcern, with her head on one of the thick arms and her feet dangling over the other. I hesitated in the doorway, taken aback at the picture she made, like a lioness in her den, satiated from the kill. Well, I thought, she is a vampire. What did I expect her to look like? Reminding myself that she wasn't a practicing vamp and that I had nothing to worry about, I cautiously settled in the chair across from her, the coffee table between us. Only one of the table lamps was on, and the edges of the room were indistinct and lost in shadow. The lights from her electronic equipment glowed. "So joining the IS was your dad's idea?" I prompted. Ivy had set her little white cardboard box atop her stomach. Not meeting my gaze, she lay on her back and indolently ate a bamboo shoot, looking at the ceiling as she chewed. "It was my mother's idea, originally. She wanted me to be in management." Ivy took another bite. "I was supposed to stay nice and safe. She thought it would be good for me to work on my people skills." She shrugged. "I wanted to be a runner." I kicked off my slippers and tucked my feet under me. Curled up and around my takeout box, I flicked a glance at Ivy as she slowly pulled her chopsticks out from between her lips. Most of the upper management in the IS were undead. I always thought it was because the job was easier if you didn't have a soul. It wasn't as if she could stop me, Ivy continued, talking to the ceiling. So, to punish me for doing what I wanted instead of what she wanted, she made sure Denon was my boss. A snicker escaped her. She thought I'd get so ticked that I'd jump to a management position as soon as one opened up. She never considered I'd trade my inheritance to get out of my contract. And I guess I showed her, she said sarcastically. I shuffled past a tiny corn cob to get to a chunk of tomato. "You threw away all your money because you didn't like your boss? I don't like him either, but—" Ivy stiffened. The force of her gaze struck me cold. My words froze in my throat at the hatred in her expression. "Denon is a ghoul," Ivy said, her words drawing the warmth from the room. "If I had to take his flack for one more day, I was going to rip his throat out." I hesitated. "A ghoul?" I said, confused. "I thought he was a vamp." "He is." When I said nothing, she swung herself upright to put her boots on the floor. "Look," she said, sounding bothered. "You must have noticed Denon doesn't look like a vamp. His teeth are human, right? He can't maintain an aura at noon, and he moves so loud you can hear him coming a mile away. I'm not blind, Ivy." She cradled her white paperboard box and stared at me. The night air coming in through the window was chilly for late spring, and I drew her robe tighter about my shoulders. "Denon was bitten by an undead, so he has the vampire virus in him," Ivy continued. "That lets him do a few tricks and makes him real pretty, and I imagine he's scary as all hell if you let him bully you. But he's someone's lackey, Rachel. He's a toy and always will be." There was a small scrape as she put her white box on the coffee table between us and edged forward to the end of her chair so she could reach it. "Even if he dies and someone bothers to turn him into an undead, he'll be second class," she said. "Look at his eyes next time you see him. He's afraid. Every time he lets a vamp feed on him, he has to trust that they'll bring him back as an undead if they lose control and accidentally kill him." She took a slow breath. "He should be afraid." The red curry went tasteless. Heart-pounding, I searched her gaze, praying it would be just Ivy staring back at me. Her eyes were still brown, but something was in them, something old that I didn't understand. My stomach clenched, and I was suddenly unsure of myself. "Don't be afraid of ghouls like Denon," she whispered. I thought her words were meant to be soothing, but they tightened my skin until it tingled. "There are a lot more dangerous things to be afraid of." "Like you?" I thought, but didn't say it. Her sudden air of repressed predator set off alarm bells in my head. I thought I should get up and leave, get my scrawny witch butt back in the kitchen where it belonged, but she had eased herself back into her chair with her dinner, and I didn't want her to know she was scaring the crap out of me. It wasn't as if I hadn't seen Ivy go vampy before, just not after midnight, in her living room, alone. "Things like your mother?" I said, hoping I hadn't gone too far. "Things like my mother," she breathed. "That's why I'm living in a church." My thoughts went to my tiny cross on my new bracelet with the rest of my charms. It never failed to impress me that something so small could stop so powerful a force. It wouldn't slow a living vamp down at all, only the undead, but I'd take whatever protection I could get. Ivy put her boot heels on the edge of the coffee table. "My mother has been a true undead for the last 10 years or so," she said, startling me from my dark thoughts. "I hate it." Surprised, I couldn't help but ask, "Why?" She pushed her dinner away in what was obviously a gesture of unease. There was a frightening emptiness in her face, and she wouldn't meet my gaze. "I was 18 when my mother died," she whispered. Her voice was distant, as if she wasn't aware she was even talking. "She lost something, Rachel. When you can't walk under the sun, you lose something so nebulous. You can't even say for sure what it is, but it's gone. It's as if she's stuck following a pattern of behavior but can't remember why. She still loves me, but she doesn't remember why she loves me. The only thing that brings any life to her is the taking of blood, and she's so damned savage about it. When she's sated, I can almost see my mother and what's left of her, but it doesn't last. It's never enough." Ivy looked up from under her lowered brow. "You do have a crucifix, don't you?" "Right here," I said with forced brightness. I wouldn't let her know she was putting me on edge. I wouldn't. Holding up my hand, I gave it a little shake so the robe's sleeve fell to my elbow to show my new charm bracelet. Ivy put her boots on the floor. I relaxed at the less provocative position until she leaned halfway over the coffee table. Her hand went out with an unreal quickness, gripping my wrist before I knew she had moved. I froze, very aware of the warmth of her fingers. She studied the wood-inlaid metal charm intently as I fought the urge to pull away. "Is it blessed?" she asked. Face cold, I nodded, and she released me, easing back with an eerie slowness. It seemed I could still feel her grip on me, an imprisoning firmness that wouldn't tighten unless I pulled away. "Mine too," she said, drawing her cross out from behind her shirt. Impressed anew with her crucifix, I set aside my dinner and scooted forward. I couldn't help but reach out for it. The tooled silver begged to be touched, and she leaned across the table so I could bring it closer. Ancient runes were etched into it, along with the more traditional blessings. It was beautiful, and I wondered how old it was. Suddenly I realized Ivy's warm breath was on my cheek. I sat back, her cross still in my hand. Her eyes were dark and her face blank. There was nothing there. Frightened, I flicked my gaze from her to the cross. I couldn't just drop it. It would smack her right in the chest, but I couldn't set it down gently against her either. "Here," I said, terribly uncomfortable at her blank stare. "Take it." Ivy reached out, her fingers grazing mine as she grasped the old metal. Swallowing hard, I scooted back into my chair and adjusted Ivy's robe to cover my legs. Moving with a provocative slowness, Ivy took her cross off. The silver chain caught against the black sheen of her hair. She pulled her hair free, and it fell back in a cascading shimmer. She set the cross on the table between us. The click of the metal meeting the wood was loud. Eyes unblinking, she curled up in her chair opposite mine with her feet tucked under her and stared at me. Holy crap, I thought, in a sudden wash of understanding and panic. She was coming on to me. That was what was going on. How blind could I be? My jaw clenched as my mind raced to find a way out of this. I was straight. Never a thought contrary to that.
I liked my men taller than me and not so strong that I couldn't pin them to the floor in a surge of passion if I wanted. Ivy? I started. I was born a vampire, Ivy stated softly. Her gray voice ran down my spine, shutting off my throat. Breath held. I met the black of her eyes. I didn't say anything, afraid it might trigger her into movement, and I desperately didn't want her to move. Something had shifted, and I wasn't sure what was going on anymore. Both of my parents are vampires, she said, and though she didn't move, I felt the tension in the room swell until I couldn't hear the crickets. I was conceived and born before my mother became a true undead. Do you know what that means, Rachel? Her words were slow and precise, falling from her lips with the soft permanence of whispered psalms. No, I said, hardly breathing. Ivy tilted her head so her hair made an obsidian wave that glistened in the low light. She watched me from around it. The virus didn't have to wait until I was dead before shaping me, she said. It molded me as I grew in my mother's womb, giving me a little of both worlds, the living and the dead. Her lips parted, and I shuddered at the sight of her sharp teeth. I hadn't meant to. Sweat broke out on the small of my back, and as if in response, Ivy took a breath and held it. It's easy for me to pull an aura, she said as she exhaled. Actually, the trick is to keep it suppressed. She uncurled from her chair, and my breath hissed in through my nose. Ivy jerked at the sound. Slow and methodical, she put her boots on the floor. And although my reflexes and strength aren't as good as a true undead, they're better than yours, she said. I knew all of this, and the question of why she was telling me increased my fear tenfold. Struggling not to show my alarm, I refused to shrink backward as she put her palms flat on the table to either side of her cross and leaned forward. What's more, I'm guaranteed to become an undead, even if I die alone in a field with every last drop of blood inside of me. No worries, Rachel. I'm eternal already. Death will only make me stronger. My heart pounded. I couldn't look away from her eyes. Damn, this was more than I wanted to know. And you know the best part? She asked. I shook my head, afraid my voice would crack. I was walking a knife edge, wanting to know what kind of world she lived in, but fighting to keep from entering it. Her eyes grew fervent. Torso unmoving, she levered one of her knees up onto the coffee table, and then the other. God help me. She was coming at me. Living vamps can bespell people, if they want to be, she whispered. The softness of her voice rubbed against my skin until it tingled. Double damn. What good is it if it only works on those who let you? I asked, my voice harsh next to the liquid essence of hers. Ivy's lips parted to show the tips of her teeth. I couldn't look away. It makes for great sex, Rachel. Oh. The faint utterance was all I could manage. Her eyes were lost in lust. And I've got my mother's taste for blood, she said, kneeling on the table between us. It's like some people's craving for sugar. It's not a good comparison, but it's the best I can do unless you try it. Ivy exhaled, moving her entire body. Her breath sent a shock reverberating through me. My eyes went wide in surprise and bewilderment as I recognized it as desire. What the hell was going on? I was straight. Why did I suddenly want to know how soft her hair was? All I'd have to do was reach out. She was inches from me, poised, waiting. In the silence I could hear my heart pound. The sound of it echoed in my ears. I watched in horror as Ivy broke her gaze from mine, running it down my throat to where I knew my pulse throbbed. No, I cried, panicking. I kicked out, gasping in fear as I found her weight on me, pinning me to the chair. Ivy, no! I shrieked. I had to get her off. I struggled to move. I took a lungful of air, hearing it explode from me in a cry of helplessness. How could I have been so stupid? She was a vampire. Rachel,
Stop. Her voice was calm and smooth. Her one hand gripped my hair, pinning my head back to expose my neck. It hurt, and I heard myself whimper. "You're making things worse," she said, and I wiggled, gasping as her grip on my wrist tightened until it hurt. "Let me go," I panted, breathless, as if I had been running. "God help me, Ivy! Let me go! Please! I don't want this!" I was pleading. I couldn't help it. I was terrified. I'd seen the pictures. It hurt. God, it was going to hurt. "Stop," she said again. Her voice was strained. "Rachel, I'm trying to let go of you, but you have to stop. You're making things worse. You have to believe me." I took a gasping breath and held it. I flicked my gaze at what I could see of her. Her mouth was inches from my ear. Her eyes were black, the hunger in them a frightening contrast to the calm sound of her voice. Her gaze was fixed to my neck. A drop of saliva dropped warm onto my skin. "God, no," I whispered, shuddering. Ivy quivered, her body trembling where it touched mine. "Rachel, stop," she said again, and terror swept me at the new edge of panic in it. My breath came in a ragged pant. She really was trying to get off me, and by the sound of it, she was losing the battle. "What do I do?" I whispered. "Close your eyes," she said. "I need your help. I didn't know it was going to be this hard." My mouth went dry at the little lost girl's sound of her voice. It took all my will to close my eyes. "Don't move." Her voice was gray silk. Tension slammed through me. Nausea gripped my stomach. I could feel my pulse pushing against my skin. For what felt like a full minute, I lay under her, all my instincts crying out to flee. The crickets chirped, and I felt tears slip from under my fluttering eyelids as her breath came and went on my exposed neck. I cried out when her grip on my hair loosened. My breath came in a ragged gasp as her weight lifted from me. I couldn't smell her anymore. I froze, unmoving. "Can I open my eyes?" I whispered. There was no answer. I sat up to find myself alone. There was the faintest sound of the sanctuary door closing, and the fast cadence of her boots on the sidewalk, then nothing. Numb and shaken, I reached up to first wipe my eyes and then my neck, smearing her saliva into a cold spot. My eyes rove over the room, finding no warmth in the soft gray. She was gone. Drained, I stood up, not knowing what to do. I clutched my arms about myself so tight it hurt. My thoughts went back to the terror, and before that, the flash of desire that had washed through me, potent and heady. She had said she could only bespell the willing. Had she lied to me? Or had I really wanted her to pin me to the chair and rip open my... 7. The sun was no longer slanting into the kitchen, but it was still warm. Not warm enough to reach the core of my soul, but nice. I was alive. I had all my body parts and fluids intact. It was a good afternoon. I was sitting at the uncluttered end of Ivy's table, studying the most battered book I had found in the attic. It looked old enough to have been printed before the Civil War. Some of the spells I'd never heard of. It made for fascinating reading, and I would admit the chance to try one or two of them filled me with a dangerous titillation. None even hinted at the dark arts, which pleased me to no end. Harming someone with magic was foul and wrong. It went against everything I believed in, and it wasn't worth the risk. All magic required a price paid by death in various shades of severity. I was strictly an earth witch. My source of power came gently from the earth through plants and was quickened by heat, wisdom, and witch blood. As I dealt only in white magic, the cost was paid by ending the life of plants. I could live with that. I wasn't going to delve into the morality of killing plants, otherwise I'd go insane every time I cut my mom's lawn. That wasn't to say that there weren't black earth witches. There were. But black earth magic had nasty ingredients like body parts and sacrifices. Just gathering the materials needed to stir a black spell was enough to keep most earth witches white. Leyline witches, however, were another story. They drew their power right from the source, raw and unfiltered through living things. They, too, required death, but it was a subtler death, the slow death of the soul, and it wasn't necessarily theirs. The soul death needed by white ley line witches wasn't as severe as that required by black witches. Going back to the cutting the grass analogy versus slaughtering goats in your basement. But creating a powerful spell designed to harm or kill left a definite wound on one's being. Black ley line witches got around that by fostering that payment onto someone else, usually attaching it right on the charm to give the receiver a double whammy of bad luck. But if the person was insanely pure of spirit, or more powerful, the cost, though not the charm, came right back to the maker. It was said that enough black on one's soul made it easy for a demon to pull you involuntarily into the ever-after, just as my dad had been, I thought, as I rubbed my thumb against the page before me. I knew with all my being that he had been a white witch to the end. He would have had to be able to find his way back into reality, even though he didn't last to see the next sunrise. A small sound jerked my attention up. I stiffened upon finding Ivy in a black silk robe, slumped against the doorframe. The memory of last night washed through me, knotting my stomach. I couldn't stop my hand from creeping up to my neck, and I changed the motion to adjusting my earring as I pretended to study the book before me. "Morning," I said cautiously. "What time is it?" Ivy asked in a ragged whisper. I flicked a glance at her. Her usually smooth hair was rumpled, waves from her pillow creasing it. Her eyes had dark circles under them, and her oval face was slack. Early afternoon lassitude had completely overwhelmed her air of stalking predator. She held a slim, leather-bound book in her hand, and I wondered if her night had been as sleepless as mine. "It's almost 2, I said warily as I used a foot to push out a chair across the table from me so she wouldn't sit beside me. She seemed all right, but I didn't know how to treat her anymore. I was wearing my crucifix, not that it would stop her, and my silver ankle knife, which wasn't much better. A sleep amulet would drop her, but they were in my bag, sitting out of easy reach on a chair. It would take a good 5 seconds to invoke one. In all honesty, though, she didn't look like much of a threat right now. "I made muffins," I said. "They were your groceries. I hope you don't mind." She said, shuffling across the shiny floor to the coffee pot in her black slippers. She poured herself a cup of lukewarm brew, leaning back against the counter to sip it. Her wish was gone from around her neck. I wondered what she had wished for. I wondered if it had anything to do with last night. "You're dressed," she whispered as she slumped into the chair I'd kicked out for her in front of her computer. "How long have you been up?" "Noon." Liar, I thought. I'd been up all night pretending to sleep on Ivy's couch. I decided to officially start my day when I put my clothes back on. Ignoring her, I turned a yellowing page. "Spent your wish, I see," I murmured cautiously. "What was it?" "None of your business," she said, the warning obvious. My breath left me in a slow exhalation, and I kept my eyes lowered. An uncomfortable silence descended, and I let it grow, refusing to break it. I had almost left last night, but the certain death waiting for me outside Ivy's protection outweighed the possible death at Ivy's hands. Maybe I wanted to know what it felt like for her teeth to sink into me. This was not where I wanted my thoughts to go. Ivy had scared the crap out of me, but seeing her in the bright light of post-noon, she looked human, harmless. Dare I say, a grump? "I have something I want you to read," she said, and I looked up as the thin book she had been holding hit the table between us. There was nothing written on the cover, the embossing almost completely worn away. "What is it?" I said flatly, not reaching for it. Eyes dropping, she licked her lips. "I'm sorry about last night," she said, and my gut tightened. "You probably won't believe me, but it scared me too." "Not as much as you scared me." Working with her for a year hadn't prepared me for last night. I'd only seen her professional side. I hadn't considered she was different away from the office. I flicked my eyes up at her and away. She looked entirely human. Neat trick, that. "I haven't been a practicing vamp for 3 years," she said softly. "I wasn't prepared for... I didn't realize..." She looked up, her brown eyes pleading. "You have to believe me, Rachel. I didn't want that to happen. It's just that you were sending me all the wrong signals, and then you got frightened, and then you panicked, and then it got worse." "Worse?" I said, deciding anger was better than fear. "You nearly ripped out my throat." "I know," she implored. "I'm sorry, but I didn't." I fought to keep from shuddering as I remembered the warmth of her saliva on my neck. She nudged the book closer. "I know we can avoid a repeat of last night. I want this to work. There's no reason it can't. I owe you something for taking one of your wishes. If you leave, I can't protect you against the vamp assassins. You don't want to die at their hands." My jaw clenched. No, I didn't want to die at the hands of a vampire, especially one who would say she was sorry while killing me. I met her gaze across the cluttered table. She sat in her black robe and kick-off slippers, looking as dangerous as a sponge. Her need for me to accept her apology was so raw and obvious it was painful. I couldn't do it. Not yet. I reached a finger out to pull the book closer. "What is it?" Dating guide?" she said hesitantly. I took a quick breath and drew my hand back as if stung. "Ivy, no." "Wait," she said. "That's not what I mean. You're giving me mixed signals. My head knows you don't mean it, but my instincts—" Her brow furrowed. "It's embarrassing, but vampires, whether living or dead, are driven by instincts, triggered mostly by smell," she finished apologetically. "Just read up on the turn-ons, okay? Don't do them." I settled back into my chair. Slowly, I pulled the book closer, seeing how old it was by the binding. She had said instincts, but I thought hunger was more accurate. It was only the realization of how hard it had been for her to admit that she could be manipulated by something as stupid as smell that kept me from throwing the book back in her face. Ivy prided herself on her control, and to have confessed such a weakness to me told me more than 100 apologies that she was really sorry. "All right," I said flatly, and she gave me a relieved, close-lipped smile. She took a muffin and pulled the evening edition of the Cincinnati Enquirer that I had found against the front door to her. The air was still tense, but it was a start. I didn't want to leave the security of the church, but Ivy's protection was a double-edged sword. She had bottled up her bloodlust for 3 years. If she broke, I might be just as dead. "Councilman Trent Kalamack blames IS negligence in secretary's death," she read, clearly trying to change the subject. "Yeah," I said cautiously. I put her book in the pile with my spell books to read later. My fingers felt dirty, and I wiped them on my jeans. "Ain't money grand? There's another story of him being cleared of all suspicion of dealing in brimstone." She said nothing, turning pages between bites of muffin until she found the article. "Listen to this," she said softly. He says, "I was shocked to learn of Mrs. Bates' second life. She seemed the model employee. I will, of course, pay for her surviving son's education." Ivy gave a short snort of mirthless laughter. Typical. She turned to the comics. "So, will you be spellcrafting today?" I shook my head. "I'm going to the records vault before they close for the weekend. This," I flicked a finger at the paper, "is useless. I want to see what really happened." Ivy set down her muffin, thin eyebrows high in question. "If I can prove Trent is dealing in brimstone and give him to the IS," I said, "they'll forget about my contract. They have a standing warrant for him. And then I can get the hell out of this church," I added silently. "Prove Trent runs brimstone?" Ivy scoffed. "They can't even prove if he's human or Inderlander. His money makes him slipperier than frog spit in a rainstorm. Money can't buy innocence, but it can buy silence." She pictured a muffin, dressed in her robe and with her sloppy hair. She could have been any of my sporadic roommates over the past years. It was unnerving. Everything changed when the sun was up. "These are good," Ivy said as she held up a muffin. "Tell you what, I'll buy groceries if you make dinner. Breakfast and lunch I can get on my own, but I don't like cooking." I made a face in understanding and agreement. I didn't appreciate the finer arts of culinary expertise either, but then I thought about it. It would take up my time, but not having to go to the store sounded great. Even if Ivy only offered so I wouldn't have to put my life on the line for a can of beans, it sounded fair. I'd be cooking either way, and cooking for two was easier than cooking for one. "Sure," I said slowly. "We can try it for a while." She made a soft noise. "It's a deal." I glanced at my watch. It was 1:40. My chair squeaked across the linoleum as I stood up and grabbed a muffin. "Well, I'm out of here. I gotta get a car or something. This bus thing is awful." Ivy laid out the comics atop the clutter surrounding her computer. "The IS isn't going to let you just walk in. They have to. Public record. And no one's going to tag me with a bunch of witnesses they will have to pay off. Cuts into their profits." I finished bitterly. The arch to Ivy's eyebrows said more clearly than words she wasn't convinced. "Look," I said, as I pulled my bag from atop a chair and sorted through it. "I was going to use a disguise spell, all right? And I'll leave at the first sign of trouble." The amulet I waved in the air seemed to satisfy her, but as she went back to her comics, she muttered, "Take Jenks with you?" It really wasn't a question, and I grimaced. "Yeah, sure." I knew he was a babysitter, but as I poked my head out the back door and yelled for him, I decided it would be nice having the company, even if it was a pig. 8. I scrunched deeper into the corner of the bus seat, trying to make sure no one could look over my shoulder. The bus was crowded, and I didn't want anyone to know what I was reading. "If your vampire lover is sated and won't be stirred," I read, "try wearing something of his or hers. It needn't be much, perhaps as little as a handkerchief or tie. The smell of your sweat mingling is something even the most restrained vampire can't resist." Okay, don't wear Ivy's robe or nightgown anymore. "Often the mere washing of your clothes together leaves enough of a scent to let your lover know you care. Fine, separate loads. If your vampire lover moves to a more private location in the middle of a conversation, be assured that he or she isn't spurning you. It's an invitation. Go all out. Take some food or drink with you to get the jaws loosened up and the saliva moving. Don't be a flirt. Red wine is passé. Try an apple or something equally crunchy." Damn. Not all vampires are alike. Find out if your lover likes pillow talk. Foreplay can take many forms. A conversation about past ties and bloodlines is sure to strike a chord and stir pride, unless your lover is from a secondary house. Double damn. I was a harlot. I was a freaking vampire hussy. Eyes closed, I let my head fall against the back of the seat. A warm breath tickled my neck. I jerked upright, spinning. The heel of my hand was already in motion. It smacked into the palm of an attractive man. He laughed at the resounding pop, raising his hands in placation, but it was a soft, speculative amusement in his eyes that stopped me. "Have you tried page 49? He asked, leaning forward to rest his crossed arms on the back of my seat. I stared blankly at him, and his smile grew seductive. He was almost too pretty, his smooth features holding a childlike eagerness. His gaze slipped to the book in my hand. 49, he repeated, his words dropping in pitch. "You'll never be the same." On edge, I flipped to the right page. Oh, my God. Ivy's book was illustrated. But then I hesitated, squinting as I became confused. Was there a third person in there? And what the hell was that bolted to the wall? "This way," the man said, reaching over the seat and turning the book sideways in my grip. His cologne was woodsy and clean. It was as nice as his easy voice and soft hand intentionally brushing mine. He was the classic vampire flunky, nice build, dressed in black, and a frightening need to be liked, not to mention his lack of understanding personal space. I tore my gaze from his when he tapped the book. "Oh," I said as it suddenly made sense. "Oh," I exclaimed, warming as I slammed the book shut. There were two people. 3 if you count the one with the whatever it was. My eyes rose to his. "You survived that?" I asked, not sure if I should be appalled, horrified, or impressed. His gaze went almost reverent. Yeah, I couldn't move my legs for 2 weeks, but it was worth it. Heart pounding, I shoved the book into my bag. He rose with a charming smile and ambled forward to get off. I couldn't help but notice that he limped. I was surprised. He could walk. He watched me as he descended the stairs, his deep eyes never leaving mine. Swallowing hard, I forced myself to look away. Curiosity got the better of me, and even before the last of the people had gotten off the bus, I had pulled Ivy's book back out. My fingers were cold as I thumbed it open. I ignored the picture, reading the small print under the cheerful how-to instructions. My face went cold and my stomach knotted. It was a warning to not allow your vampire lover to coerce you into it until you had been bitten at least 3 times. Otherwise, there might not be enough vamp saliva in your system to overwhelm the pain receptors, fooling your brain into thinking pain was pleasure. There were even instructions on how to keep from passing out if you indeed didn't have enough vamp saliva and you found yourself in agonizing pain. Apparently, if the blood pressure dropped, so did the enjoyment of your vampire lover. Nothing on how to get him or her to stop, though. Eyes closing, I let my head thump against the window. The chatter of the oncoming passengers pulled my eyes open, and I blinked as my gaze went to the sidewalk. The man was standing there, watching me. I clasped an arm about myself, chilled. He was smiling as if his groin hadn't been delicately incised and his blood pulled from him and consumed as if in communion. He had enjoyed it, or at least he thought he had. He held up 3 fingers in the Boy Scout salute, touched the tips of them to his lips, and blew me a kiss. The bus jerked into motion, and he walked away, the hem of his duster swinging. Staring out the window, I felt nauseated. Had Ivy ever been a part of something like that? Maybe she had accidentally killed someone. Maybe that's why she wasn't practicing anymore. Maybe I should ask her. Maybe I should keep my mouth shut so I could sleep at night. Closing the book, I pushed it to the bottom of my bag, starting as I found a slip of paper slid between the pages with a phone number on it. Crumpling it, I shoved it and the book in my bag. I looked up to see Jenks flitting back from where he had been talking with the driver. He landed on the back of the seat in front of me. Apart from a gaudy red belt, he was wearing head-to-toe black, his work clothes. "No spells aimed at you on the new riders," he said cheerfully. "What did that guy want?" "Nothing." I pushed the memory of that picture out of my mind. Where was Jenks last night when Ivy had pinned me? That's what I wanted to know. I would have asked him, but I was afraid he might tell me last night had been my fault. "No, really," Jenks insisted. "What did he want?" I stared at him. "No, really, nothing. Now drop it," I said, thankful I was already under my disguise spell. I did not want Mr. Page 49 recognizing me on the street at some future date. All right, he said, darting to land on my earring. He was humming Strangers in the Night, and I sighed, knowing the song would be running in my head for the rest of the day. I pulled out my hand mirror and pretended to primp my hair, careful to whack the earring Jenks was sitting on at least twice. I was a brunette now, with a big nose. A rubber band held my now brown hair back in a ponytail. It was still long and frizzy. Some things are harder to spell than others. My jeans jacket was turned inside out to show a flowered paisley. I had a leather Harley-Davidson cap on. I'd be giving it back to Ivy with many apologies as soon as I saw her, and would never wear it again. With all the no-nos I'd pulled last night, it was no wonder Ivy had lost it. The bus entered the shadow of tall buildings. My stop was next, and I gathered my things and stood. "I've got to get some transportation," I said to Jenks as my boots hit the sidewalk and I scanned the street. "Maybe a bike," I grumbled, timing it so I didn't have to touch the glass-paneled door to enter the lobby of the IS Records building. From my earring came a snort. "I wouldn't," he advised. "It's too easy to tamper with a motorbike. Stick with public transport." "I could park it inside," I protested, nervously eyeing the few people in the small foyer. "Then you couldn't ride it, Sherlock," he said sarcastically. "Your boot is untied." I looked down. It wasn't. Very funny, Jenks. The pixie muttered something I couldn't hear. No, he said impatiently. I meant pretend to tie your boot while I see if you're passably safe. Oh, I obediently went to a corner chair and retied my boot. I could hardly track Jenks as he hovered over the few runners that were about, sniffing for smells aimed at me. My timing had been precise. It was Saturday. The vault was open only as a courtesy and only for a few hours. Still a few people were about, dropping off information, updating files, copying stuff, trying to make a good impression by working on the weekend. "Smells okay," Jenks said as he returned. "I don't think they expected you to come here." Good. Feeling more confident than I had any right to, I strode to the front desk. I was in luck. Megan was working. I gave her a smile, and her eyes widened. She quickly reached to adjust her glasses. The wood-framed spectacles were spelled to see through almost everything. Standard issue for IS receptionists. There was a blur of motion before me, and I jerked to a halt. "Heads up, woman!" Jenks shouted, but it was too late. Someone brushed against me. Instinct alone kept me standing as a foot slipped between my feet to trip me up. Panicked, I spun around into a crouch. My face went cold as I landed, ready for anything. It was Francis. What the turn was he doing here? I thought, rising to a stand as he held a hand to his stomach and laughed at me. I should have ditched my bag, but I hadn't expected to see anyone who knew me under my disguise charm. "Nice hat, Rachel." Francis all but whined as he flicked the collar of his loud shirt back up. His tone was a disgusting mix of bravado and fading fright at me having nearly attacked him. "Hey, I bought 6 squares in the office pool yesterday. Is there any way you could die tomorrow between 7 and midnight?" "Why don't you tag me yourself?" I said with a sneer. Either the man had no pride or he didn't realize how ridiculous he looked, standing with one of his boat shoes untied and his stringy hair falling out of the spell-enhanced wave. And how could he have a stubble that thick this early in the day? He must have spray-painted it on. "If I tagged you myself, I'd lose." Francis adopted his more usual air of superiority, a look entirely wasted on me. "I don't have time to talk with a dead witch," he said. "I have an appointment with Councilman Trent Kalamack and need to do some research. You know, research. Ever done any of that?" He sniffed through his thin nose. "Not that I've heard." "Go stuff a tomato, Francis," I said softly. He glanced down the hall that led to the vault. "Ooh," he drawled. "I'm scared. You better leave now if you want any chance of getting back to your church alive. If Meg didn't trip the alarm that you're here, I will." "Quit screaming into my jazz," I said. "You're really starting to tick me off." "See you later, Rachel, me gal," like in the obituaries. His laugh was too high-pitched. I gave him a withering look, and he signed the login book before Megan with a flourish. He turned and mouthed, "Run, witch, run." Pulling out his cell phone, he punched a few buttons and strutted past the VIP's dark offices to the vault. Megan winced apologetically as she buzzed him through the gate. My eyes closed in a long blink. When I opened them, I gave Megan a wave to say, "Just a minute," and sat in one of the lobby's chairs to dig in my bag as if looking for something. Jenks landed on my earring. "Let's go," he said, sounding worried. "We'll come back tonight." "Yeah," I agreed. Dennon's spelling my apartment had been simple harassment. Sending an assassin team would be too expensive. I wasn't worth it, but why take chances? "Jenks," I whispered, "can you get in the vault without the cameras seeing you?" "Course I can, woman. Sneaking around is what pixies do best. Can I get past the cameras?" she asks. "Who do you think does the maintenance on them? I'll tell you, pixies. And do we ever get an ounce of credit? No. It's the lunker of a repairman who sits on his lard butt at the bottom of the ladder, who drives the truck, who opens the toolbox, who scarfs down the doughnuts. But does he ever do anything? No." "That's great, Jenks. Shut up and listen." I glanced at Megan. "Go see what records Francis looks at. I'll wait for you as long as I can, but if there's any sign of a threat, I'm leaving. You can get home from here all right, can't you?" Jenks's wings made a breeze, shifting a strand of hair to tickle my neck. "Yeah, I can do that. You want I should pix him for you while I'm in there?" My eyebrows rose. "Pix him? You can do that? I thought that was a fairy tale." He hovered before me, his small features smug. I'll give him the itch. It's what pixies do second best. He hesitated, grinning roguishly. Nah, make that third. Why not? I said with a sigh, and he silently rose on his dragonfly wings, studying the cameras. He hung for a moment to time their sweep. Shooting straight up to the ceiling, he arched down the long hallway, past the offices, and to the vault's door. If I hadn't been watching, I'd have never seen him go. I pulled a pen out of my bag, tugged the tie closed, and strode to Megan. The massive mahogany desk completely separated the lobby from the unseen grunt offices behind it. It was the final bastion between the public and the nitty-gritty workforce that kept the records straight. The sound of a female voice raised in laughter filtered out through the open archway behind Megan. No one did much work on Saturday. "Hi, Meg," I said as I drew closer. "Good afternoon, Miss Morgan," she said over loudly as she adjusted her glasses. Her attention was fixed over my shoulder, and I fought the urge to turn around. Ms. Morgan, I thought. Since when was I Ms. Morgan? "What gives, Meg?" I said, glancing behind me to the empty lobby. She held herself stiffly. "Thank God you're still alive," she whispered from between her teeth, her lips still curled in a smile. "What are you doing here? You should be hiding in a basement." Before I could answer, she cocked her head like a spaniel, smiling like the blonde she wished she was. "What can I do for you today, Ms. Morgan?" I made a quizzical face, and Megan sent her eyes meaningfully over my shoulder. A strange look came over her. "The camera, idiot," she muttered. "The camera." My breath slipped from me in understanding. I was more worried about Francis's phone call than the camera. No one looked at the tapes unless something happened, but then it would be too late. "We're pulling for you," Megan whispered. "The odds are running 200 to 1 you make it through the week. Personally, I give you 100 to 1. I felt ill. Her gaze jumped behind me, and she stiffened. "Someone's behind me, aren't they?" I said, and she winced. I sighed, swinging my bag to rest against my back and out of the way before I turned on a slow heel. He was in a tidy black suit, starched white shirt, and thin black tie. His arms were confidently laced behind his back. He didn't take his sunglasses off. I caught the faint scent of musk, and by the soft reddish beard I guessed he was a werefox. Another man joined him, standing between me and the front door. He didn't take his shades off either. I eyed them, sizing them up. There would be a third somewhere, probably behind me. Assassins always worked in threes. No more, no less, always 3, I thought dryly, feeling my stomach tighten. 3 against 1 wasn't fair. I looked down the hall to the vault. "See you at home, Jenks," I whispered, knowing he couldn't hear me. The 2 shades stood straighter. One unbuttoned his jacket coat to show a holster. My brow rose. They wouldn't gun me down in cold blood in front of a witness. Denon might be ticked, but he wasn't stupid. They were waiting for me to run. I stood with my hands on my hips and my feet spread for balance. Attitude is everything. "Don't suppose we could talk about this, boys," I said tartly, my heart hammering. The one who had unbuttoned his coat grinned. His teeth were small and sharp. A mat of fine red hair covered the back of his hand. Yep, a werefox. Great. I had my knife, but the point was to stay far enough away so that I wouldn't have to use it. From behind me came Megan's irate shout, "Not in my lobby. Take it outside." My pulse leapt. Meg would help? Maybe, I thought as I vaulted over her counter in a smooth move. She just didn't want a stain on her carpet. "That way." Megan pointed behind her to the archway to the back offices. There was no time for thanks. I darted through the doorway, finding myself in an open office area. Behind me were muffled thumps and shouted curses. The warehouse-sized room was divided with corporate's favorite 4-foot walls, a maze of biblical proportions. I smiled and waved at the startled faces of the few people working, my bag whacking into the partitions as I ran. I shoved the water cooler over in passing, shouting an insincere sorry as it tipped. It didn't shatter, but it did come apart. The heavy glugging of water was soon overpowered by the cries of dismay and calls for a mop. I glanced behind me. One of the shades was entangled with 3 office workers struggling to gain control of the heavy bottle. His weapon was hidden. So far, so good. The back door beckoned. I ran to the far wall, flinging open the fire door, relishing the colder air. Someone was waiting. She was pointing a wide-mouthed weapon at me. "Crap!" I exclaimed, backpedaling to slam the door shut. Before it closed, a wet splat hit the partition behind me, leaving a gelatinous stain. The back of my neck burned. I reached up, crying out when I found a blister the size of a silver dollar. My fingers touching it burned. "Swell," I whispered as I wiped the clear goo off the hem of my jacket. "I don't have time for this." Kicking the emergency lock into place, I darted back into the maze. They weren't using delayed spells anymore. These were primed and loaded into splat balls. Just freaking great. My guess was it had been a spontaneous combustion spell. Had I gotten more than a backsplash, I'd be dead. Nice little pile of ash on the Berber carpet. There was no way Jenks could have smelled this coming, even if he had been with me. Personally, I'd rather be killed by a bullet. That, at least, was romantic. But it was harder to track down the maker of a lethal spell than it was to identify the manufacturer of a bullet or conventional gun, not to mention that a good charm left no evidence. Or in the case of spontaneous combustion spells, not much of a body. No body, no crime, no need to do time. "There!" someone shouted. I dove under a desk. Pain jolted my elbow as I landed on it. My neck felt like it was on fire. I had to get some salt on it, neutralize the spell before it spread. My heart pounded as I shimmied out of my jacket. Splatters of goo decorated it. If I hadn't been wearing it, I'd probably be dead. I jammed it into someone's trash can. The calls for a mop were loud as I dug a vial of salt water out of my bag. My fingers were burning and my neck was in agony. Hands shaking, I bit off the tube's plastic top. Breath held, I dumped the vial across my fingers and then my bowed neck. My breath hissed out at the sudden sting and whiff of sulfur as the black spell broke. Salt water dripped from me to the floor. I spent one glorious moment relishing the cessation of pain. Shaking, I dabbed at my neck with the hem of my sleeve. The blister under my careful fingers hurt, but the throb from the salt water was soothing compared to the burn. I stayed where I was, feeling like an idiot as I tried to figure out how I was going to get out of there. I was a good witch. All my charms were defensive, not offensive. Slap 'em up and keep them off their feet until you subdue them was the name of the game. I'd always been the hunter, never the hunted. My brow furrowed as I realized I had nothing for this. Megan's overloud fussing told me exactly where everyone was. I felt my blister again. It wasn't spreading. I was lucky. My breath caught at the soft pacing a few cubicles over. I wished I wasn't sweating so much. Wares have excellent noses, but one-track minds. It was probably only the lingering scent of sulfur that had kept him from finding me already. I couldn't stay here. A faint pounding on the back door told me it was time to go. Tension throbbed in my head as I cautiously peeked over the walls to see shade number 1 padding through the cubicles, to let shade number 3 in. Taking a soft breath, I moved the opposite way in a crouched run. I was betting my life that the assassins had kept one of their number at the front door, and that I wouldn't bump into him halfway there. Thanks to Megan's non-stop harangue about the water on the floor, I made it to the archway to the lobby with no one the wiser. Face cold, I looked around the doorframe to find the reception desk deserted. Papers littered the floor, pens rolled under my feet. Megan's keyboard hung from its cord, still swaying. Hardly breathing, I skulked my way to the opening in the counter where it flipped up. Still at ground level, I shot a quick glance past the front desk. My heart gave a quick pound. There was a shade fidgeting by the door, looking surly at having been left behind. But getting past 1 was better odds than getting past 2. Francis's whiny voice came faint from the vault. "Here? Denon set them on her here? He must be pissed. Nah, I'll be right back. I gotta see this. It ought to be worth a laugh." His voice was getting closer. Maybe Francis would like to go for a stroll with me, I thought, hope bringing my muscles tight.
One thing you could count on with Francis was that he was curious and stupid, a dangerous combination in our profession. I waited, adrenaline singing through me, until he lifted the counter panel and came behind the desk. "What a mess," he said, more interested in the clutter on the floor than me rising behind him. He never saw me coming, too busy scratching. Like clockwork, I slipped an arm about his neck, wrenching one of his arms back behind him, nearly lifting him off his feet. "Oh, damn it, Rachel!" he shouted, too cowed to know how easy it would be to elbow me in the gut and get away. "Let me go. This isn't funny." Swallowing, I sent my frightened eyes to the shade by the door, his weapon pulled and aimed. "No, it isn't, Cookie," I breathed in Francis's ear, painfully aware how close to death we were. Francis didn't have a clue, and the thought he might do something stupid scared me more than the gun. My heart pounded and I felt my knees go loose. "Hold still," I told him. "If he thinks he can get a shot off on me, he might take it." "Why should I care?" he snarled back. "You see anyone else out here but you, me, and the gun?" I said softly. "Wouldn't be hard to get rid of one witness, now would it?" Francis stiffened. I heard a small gasp as Megan appeared in the doorway to the back offices. More people peered over and around her, whispering loudly. I sent my gaze darting over them, feeling the pinch of panic. There were too many people, too many opportunities for something to go wrong. I felt better when the shade eased from his crouch and tucked his pistol away. He put his arms to his side, palms out in an insincere gesture of acquiescence. Tagging me before so many witnesses would be too costly. Stalemate. I kept Francis before me as an unwilling shield. There was a whisper of sound as the other two shades ghosted out of the office area. They held themselves against the back wall of Megan's office. One had a drawn weapon. He took in the situation and holstered it. "Okay, Francis," I said. "It's time for your afternoon constitutional. Nice and slow." "Shove it, Rachel," he said, his voice shaking and sweat beading his forehead. We edged out from behind the desk, me struggling to keep Francis upright as he slipped on the rolling pens. The ware by the door obligingly stepped aside. His attitude was clear enough. They were in no hurry. They had time. Under their watchful eyes, Francis and I backed out the door and into the sun. "Let me go," Francis said, beginning to struggle. Pedestrians gave us a wide berth, and the passing cars slowed to watch. I hate rubberneckers, but maybe it would work for me. "Go on, run," Francis said. "That's what you do best, Rachel." I tightened my grip until he grunted. "You got that right. I'm a better runner than you'll ever be." The surrounding people were starting to scatter, realizing this was more than a lover's quarrel. "You might want to start running too," I said, hoping to add to the confusion. "What the hell are you talking about?" His sweat stank over his cologne. I dragged Francis across the street, weaving between the slowed cars. The three shades had come out to watch. They stood with taut alertness by the door in their dark glasses and black suits. "I imagine they think you're helping me. I mean, really," I taunted. "A big, strong witch like you not able to get away from a frail wisp of a girl like me." I heard his quick intake of breath in understanding. "Good boy," I said. "Now run." With the traffic between me and the shades, I dropped Francis and ran, losing myself in the pedestrian traffic. Francis took off the other way. I knew if I got enough distance between us, they wouldn't follow me home. Wares were superstitious and wouldn't violate the sanctuary of holy ground. I'd be safe until Denon sent something else after. 9. Something else, I mused as I turned a brittle yellow page that smelled of gardenias and ether. A spell of inconspicuousness would be great, but it called for fern seed. Not only did I not have time to gather enough, but also it wasn't the right season. Findlay Market would have it, but I didn't have the time. "Get real, Rachel," I breathed, shutting the book and straightening my back painfully. "You can't stir anything that difficult." Ivy was lounging across from me at the kitchen table, filling up a change of address forms she had picked up and crunching through the last of her celery and dip.
It was all the supper I had time to make. She didn't seem to care. Maybe she was going out later and pick up a snack. Tomorrow, if I lived to see it, I'd make a real supper. Maybe pizza. The kitchen was not conducive to food preparation tonight. I was spelling. I'd made a mess. Half-chopped plants, dirt, green-stained bowls with strange gratings left to cool, and dirty copper pots overflowed the sink. It looked like Yoda's kitchen meets the Galloping Gourmet. But I had my detection amulets, sleep inducers, even some new disguise charms to make me look old instead of younger. I couldn't help a wash of satisfaction for having made them myself. As soon as I found a strong enough spell to break into the IS records vault, Jenks and I were out of here. Jenks had come in that afternoon with a slow, shaggy ware of a man trailing after him, his friend who had my stuff. I bought the musty-smelling cot he had with him, thanking him for bringing over the few articles of clothing that hadn't been spelled, my winter coat and a pair of pink sweats that were stuck in a box in the back of my closet. I had told the man not to bother with anything else right now but my clothes, music, and kitchen stuff, and he shuffled away with 100 clutched in his grip, promising to at least have my clothes by tomorrow. Sighing, I looked up from my book, past Mr. Fish on the windowsill and into the black garden. My hand cupped over the blister on my neck, and I pushed the book away to make room for the next. Denon must have been seriously ticked to set the wares after me in broad daylight when they were at a severe disadvantage. If it had been night, I'd probably be dead, new moon or not. That he was wasting money told me he must have been taken apart for letting Ivy go. After eluding the wares, I had splurged for a cab home. I justified it by saying it was to avoid the possible hitmen on the bus, but the reality was I didn't want anyone to see me with the shakes. They started 3 blocks after I got in the cab, and didn't quit until I was in the shower long enough to have drained all the hot water from the water heater. I'd never been on the hunted end of the game. I didn't like it, but what scared me almost as much was the thought that I might have to make and use a black spell to keep myself alive. Much of my job had entailed bringing in gray spell crafters, witches who took a perfectly good spell like a love charm and turned it to a bad use. But the serious black magic users were out there, and I'd brought them in too. The ones specializing in the darker forms of entrapment. The people who could make you go missing, and for a few dollars more, spell your relatives into not remembering you even existed. The handful of Inderlanders driving Cincinnati's underground power struggles. Sometimes the best I had been able to do was cover up the ugly reality so that humanity never knew how difficult it was to rein in the Inderlanders, who thought of humans as free-range cattle. But never had I had anyone come at me like that before. I wasn't sure how to keep myself safe and my karma clean at the same time. The last of my daylight hours had been spent in the garden. Messing about in the dirt with pixie children getting in the way is a great way to ground oneself, and I found I owed Jenks a very large thank you, in more ways than one. It wasn't until I went inside with my spellcrafting materials and a sunburnt nose that I found out what their cheerful shouts and calls had been about. They hadn't been playing hide-and-seek. They were intercepting splat balls. The small pyramid of splat balls neatly stacked by the back door had shocked the peas out of me. Each one held my death. I hadn't known. Not a freaking clue. Seeing them there ticked me off, making me angry instead of afraid. Next time the hunters found me, I vowed, I'd be ready. After my whirlwind of spellcrafting, my bag was full of my usual charms. The dowel of redwood from work had been a lifesaver. Any wood can store spells, but redwood lasts the longest. The amulets not in my bag hung from the cup hooks in the otherwise empty cupboard. They were all great spells, but I needed something stronger. Sighing, I opened the next book. "Transmutation," Ivy said, setting the forms aside and pulling her keyboard closer. "You're that good?" I ran a thumbnail under a fingernail to get the dirt out from under it. "Necessity is the mother of courage," I mumbled. Not meeting her eyes, I scanned the index. I needed something small, preferably that could defend itself. Ivy returned to her surfing with a loud crunch of celery. I had been watching her closely since sundown. She was the model roommate, clearly making an effort to keep her normal vampy reactions to a minimum. It probably helped that I had re-washed my clothes. The moment she started looking seductive, I was asking her to leave. "Here's one," I said softly. "A cat. I need an ounce of rosemary, half a cup of mint, 1 teaspoon of milkweed extract gathered after the first frost. Well, that's out. I don't have any extract, and I'm not about to go to the store now." Ivy seemed to swallow back a chuckle, and I flipped to the index. Not a bat. I didn't have an ash tree in the garden, and I'd probably need some of the inner bark. Besides, I wasn't going to spend the rest of the night learning to fly by echolocation. The same went for birds. Most of those listed didn't fly at night. A fish was just silly. But maybe a mouse, I said, turning to the proper page and looking over the list of ingredients. Nothing was exotic. Almost everything I needed was already in the kitchen. There was a handwritten note at the bottom, and I squinted to read a faded, masculine-looking script. "Can be safely adapted for any rodent." I glanced at the clock. This would do. "A mouse," Ivy said. "You're going to spell yourself into a mouse." I stood, went to the stainless steel island in the center of the kitchen, and propped the book up. "Sure, I've got everything but the mouse hair." My eyebrows rose. "Do you think I could have one of your owl's pellets? I need to strain the milk past some fur." Ivy tossed her wave of black hair over her shoulder, her thin eyebrows high. "Sure, I'll get you one." Shaking her head, she closed the site she was looking at and rose with a stretch tall enough to show her bare midriff. I blinked at the red jewel piercing her belly button, then looked away. "I need to let them out anyway," she said as she collapsed in on herself. "Thanks." I turned back to my recipe, going over exactly what I needed and gathering it on the kitchen island. By the time Ivy patted down from the belfry, everything was measured and waiting. All that was left was the stirring. "It's all yours," she said, setting a pellet on the counter and going to wash her hands. "Thank you," I whispered. I took a fork and teased the felt mass apart, pulling 3 hairs from among the tiny bones. I made a face, reminding myself that it hadn't gone all the way through the owl, just been regurgitated. Grabbing a fistful of salt, I turned to her. "I'm going to make a salt circle. Don't try to cross it, okay?" She stared, and I added, "It's a potentially dangerous spell. I don't want anything to get into the pot by accident. You can stay in the kitchen, just don't cross the circle." Looking unsure, she nodded. "Okay." I kind of liked seeing her off balance, and I made the circle bigger than usual, enclosing the entirety of the center island with all my paraphernalia. Ivy levered herself up to sit on a corner of the counter. Her eyes were wide with curiosity. If I was going to do this a lot, I might want to blow off the security deposit and etch a groove in the linoleum. What good is a security deposit if you're dead from a misaligned spell? My heart beat fast. It had been a while since I'd closed a circle, and Ivy watching made me nervous. "All right, then," I murmured. I took a slow breath, willing my mind to empty and my eyes to close. Slowly, my second sight wavered into focus. I didn't do this often, as it was confusing as all get out. A wind that wasn't from this side of reality lifted the lighter strands of my hair. My nose wrinkled at the smell of burnt amber. Immediately, I felt like I was outside as the surrounding walls vanished to silvery hints. Ivy, even more transitory than the church, was gone. Only the landscape and plants remained, their outlines quavering with the same reddish glow that thickened the air. It was as if I stood in the same spot before mankind found it. My skin crawled when I realized the gravestones existed in both worlds, as white and solid-looking as the moon would be if it were up. Eyes still closed, I reached out with my second sight, searching for the nearest ley line. "Holy crap," I murmured in surprise, finding a reddish smear of power running right through the graveyard. "Did you know there's a ley line running through the cemetery?" "Yes," Ivy said softly, her voice coming from nowhere. I stretched out my will and touched it. My nostrils flared as force surged into me. backwashing at my theoretical extremities until the power equalized. The university was built on a ley line so big that it could be drawn upon almost anywhere in Cincinnati. Most cities are built on at least one. Manhattan has 3 of considerable size. The largest ley line on the East Coast runs through a farm outside of Woodstock. Coincidence? I think not. The ley line in my backyard was tiny, but it was so close and underused that it gave me more strength than the university's ever had. Though no real breeze touched me, my skin prickled from the wind blowing in the ever after. Tapping into a ley line was a rush, albeit a dangerous one. I didn't like it. Its power ran through me like water, seeming to leave an ever-growing residue. I couldn't keep my eyes closed any longer, and they flew open. The surreal red vision of the ever-after was replaced by my humdrum kitchen. I stared at Ivy perched on the counter, seeing her with the earth's wisdom. Sometimes a person looks totally different. I was relieved to see Ivy look the same. Her aura, her real aura, not her vamp aura, was streaked with sparkles. How very odd. She was looking for something. "Why didn't you tell me there was a ley line so close?" I asked. Ivy's eyes flicked over me. Shrugging, she crossed her legs and kicked off her shoes to land them under the table. "Would it have made any difference?" "No, it didn't make any difference." I shut my eyes to strengthen my fading second sight while I closed the circle. The heady flood of latent power made me uncomfortable. With my will, I moved the narrow band of salt from this dimension into the ever-after. It was replaced with an equal ring of ever-after reality. The circle snapped shut with a skin-tingling jolt, and I jumped. "Cripes," I whispered. "Maybe I used too much salt." Most of the force I had pulled from the ever-after now flowed through my circle. What little remained, eddying through me, still made my skin crawl. The residue would continue to grow until I broke the circle and disconnected from the ley line. I could feel the barrier of ever-after reality surrounding me as a faint pressure. Nothing could cross the quickly shifting bands of alternate realities. With my second sight, I could see the shimmering wave of smudged red rising up from the floor to arch to a close just over my head. The half-sphere went the same distance beneath me. I would do a closer inspection later to be sure I wasn't bisecting any pipes or electrical lines, making the circle vulnerable to breakage should anything actively try to get through that way. Ivy was watching me when I opened my eyes. I gave her a mirthless smile and turned away. Slowly, my second sight diminished to nothing, overwhelmed by my usual vision. "Lock down tight," I said, as her aura seemed to vanish. "Don't try to cross it. It'll hurt." She nodded, her placid face solemn. "You're witchier," she said slowly. I smiled, pleased. Why not let the vamp see the witch had teeth, too? Taking the smallest copper mixing bowl, about the size of my cupped hands, I set it over the lit campfire in a can that Ivy had bought for me earlier. I'd used the stove for crafting my lesser spells, but again, a working gas line would have left an opening in the circle. "Water," I murmured, filling my graduated cylinder with spring water and squinting to make sure I read it properly. The vat sizzled as I added it, and I raised the bowl up from the flame. "Mouse, mouse, mouse," I mused, trying not to show how nervous I was. This was the hardest spell I had tried outside of class. Ivy slipped from the counter, and I stiffened. The hair on the back of my neck rose as she came to stand behind, my shoulder but still out of the circle. I stopped what I was doing and gave her a look. Her smile went sheepish, and she moved to the table. "I didn't know you tapped into the ever-after," she said, settling before her monitor. I looked up from the recipe. As an earth witch, I don't very often, but this spell will physically change me, not just give the illusion I'm a mouse. If something gets in the pot by accident, I might not be able to break it, or end up only halfway changed, or something. She made a non-committal noise, and I set the mouse hair into a sieve to pour milk over. There is an entire branch of witchcraft that uses ley lines instead of potions, and I had spent 2 semesters cleaning up after one of my professor's labs, so I wouldn't have to take more than the basic course. I had told everyone it was because I didn't have a familiar yet, which was a safety requirement. But the truth of it was, I simply didn't like them. I'd lost a good friend when he decided to major in ley lines and drifted into a bad crowd. Not to mention my dad's death had been linked to them. And it didn't help that the ley lines were gateways to the ever-after. It's claimed the ever-after used to be a paradise where the elves had dwelt, popping into our reality long enough to steal human children. But when demons took over and trashed the place, the elves were forced to bide here for good. Of course, that was even before Grimm was writing his fairy tales. It's all there in the older, more savage stories, histories. Almost every one of them ends with, "and they lived happy in the ever-after." Well, that's the way it's supposed to go. Grimm lost the "in the" part somewhere. That some witches used ley lines probably accounted for the long-standing misinterpretation that witches aligned themselves with demons. I shudder to think how many lives that mistake had ended. I was strictly an earth witch, dealing solely with amulets, potions, and charms. Gestures and incantations were in the realm of ley line magic. Witches specializing in this branch of craft tapped directly into ley lines for their strength. It was a harsher magic, and I thought less structured and beautiful, since it lacked much of the discipline earth enchantment had. The only benefit I could see in ley line magic was that it could be invoked instantly with the right word. The drawback was that one had to carry around a slice of ever-after in their chi. I didn't care that there were ways to isolate it from your chakras. I was convinced that the demonic taint from the ever-after left some sort of accumulated smut on your soul. I'd seen too many friends lose their ability to clearly see what side of the fence their magic was on. Ley line magic was where the greatest potential for black magic lay. If a charm was hard to trace back to its maker, finding out who cursed your car with ley line magic was nigh impossible. That's not to say all ley line witches were bad. Their skills were in high demand in the entertainment, weather control, and security industries. But with such a close association with the ever-after and the greater power at one's disposal, it was easy to lose one's morals. My lack of advancement with the IS might be placed at the feet of my refusal to use ley line magic to apprehend the big bad uglies. But what was the difference if I tagged them with a charm instead of an incantation? I'd gotten very good fighting ley line magic with Earth, though one wouldn't be able to tell that looking at my tag-run ratio. The memory of that pyramid of splat balls outside my back door twinged through me, and I poured the milk over the mouse hair and into the pot. The mixture was boiling, and I raised the bowl even higher on its tripod, stirring it with a wooden spoon. Using wood while spelling wasn't a good idea, but all my ceramic spoons were still cursed, and to use metal other than copper would be inviting disaster. Wood spoons tended to act like amulets, absorbing spell and leading to embarrassing mistakes, but if I soaked it in my vat of salt water when done, I'd be fine. Hands on my hips, I read over the spell again and set the timer. The simmering mix was starting to smell musky. I hope that was all right. "So," Ivy said as she clicked and clacked at her keyboard, "you're going to sneak into the records vault as a mouse? You won't even be able to open the file cabinet." "Jenks says he has a copy of everything already. We just have to go look at it." Ivy's chair creaked as she leaned back and crossed her legs. Her doubt that we two midgets would be able to handle a keyboard obvious in how she had her head cocked. "Why don't you just change back to a witch once you're there?" I shook my head as I double-checked the recipe. Transformations invoked by a potion last until you get a solid soaking in salt water. If I wanted, I could transform using an amulet, break into the vault, take it off, find what I need as a human, and then put the amulet back on to get out, but I'm not going to. "Why not?" She was just full of questions, and I looked up from adding the fuzz of Pussy Toes plant. "Haven't you ever used a transformation spell?" I questioned. "I thought vamps used them all the time to turn into bats and stuff." Ivy dropped her eyes. "Some do," she said softly. Obviously, Ivy had never transformed. I wondered why. She certainly had the money for it. "It's not a good idea to use an amulet for transforming," I said. "I'd have to tie the amulet to me or wear it around my neck, and all my amulets are bigger than a mouse. Kind of awkward. And what if I was in a wall and dropped it? Witches have died from despelling back to normal and solidifying with extra parts, like a wall or cage." I shuddered, giving the brew a quick clockwise stir. "Besides,
I added softly. I won't have any clothes on when I turn back.
Ha! Ivy barked, and I jerked. Now we hear the real reason. Rachel, you're shy.
What could I say to that?
Mildly embarrassed, I closed my spellbook and shelved it under the island with the rest of my new library. The timer dinged, and I blew out the flame. There wasn't much liquid left. It wouldn't take long to reach room temperature. Wiping my hands off on my jeans, I reached across the clutter for a finger stick. Many a witch before the turn had feigned a mild case of diabetes in order to get these little gems for free. I hated them, but it was better than using a knife to open a vein, as they had in less enlightened times. Poised to jab myself, I suddenly hesitated. Ivy couldn't cross the circle, but last night was still very real in my thoughts. I'd sleep in a salt circle if I could, but the continuous connection to the ever-after would make me insane if I didn't have a familiar to absorb the mental toxins the lines put out. I, need 3 drops of my blood to quicken it, I said.
Really?
Her look entirely lacked that intent expression that generally preceded a vamp's hunting aura. Still, I didn't trust her. I nodded. Maybe you should leave? Ivy laughed.
3 drops from a finger stick isn't going to do anything.
Still, I hesitated. My stomach clenched. How could I be sure she knew her limits? Her eyes narrowed and red spots appeared on her pale cheeks. If I insisted she leave, she would take offense, I could tell. And I wasn't about to show I was afraid of her. I was absolutely safe within my circle. It could stop a demon. Stopping a vamp was nothing. I took a breath and stuck my finger. There was a flicker of black in her eyes and a chill through me. Then nothing. My shoulders eased. Emboldened, I massaged 3 drops into the brew. The brown, milky liquid looked the same, but my nose could tell the difference. I closed my eyes, bringing the smell of grass and grain deep into my lungs. I would need 3 more drops of my blood to prime each dose before use.
It smells different.
What? I jumped, cursing my reaction. I'd forgotten she was there.
Your blood smells different,
Ivy said.
It smells woody, spicy, like dirt, but dirt that's alive. Human blood doesn't smell like that. Or vampire.
I muttered, quite sure I didn't like that she could smell 3 drops of my blood from halfway across the room, through a barrier of ever-after. But it was reassuring to know she had never bled a witch.
Would my blood work?
She asked intently. I shook my head as I gave the brew a nervous stir. No, it has to be from a witch or warlock. It's not the blood, but the enzymes that are in it. They act as a catalyst. She nodded, clicking her computer into sleep mode and sitting back to watch me. I rubbed the tip of my finger to smear the slick of blood to nothing. Like most, this recipe made 7 spells. The ones I didn't use tonight, I'd store as potions. If I cared to put them in amulets, they would last a year, but I wouldn't transform with an amulet for anything. Ivy's eyes were heavy on me as I carefully divided the brew into the thumb-sized vials and capped them tightly. Done. All that was left was to break the circle and my connection to the ley line. The former was easy. The second was a tad more difficult. Giving Ivy a quick smile, I reached out with my fuzzy pink slipper and pushed a gap into the salt. The background thrum of ever-after power swelled. My breath hissed in through my nose as all the strength that had been flowing through the circle now flowed through me.
What's the matter?
Ivy asked from her chair, sounding alert and concerned. I made a conscious effort to breathe, thinking I might hyperventilate. I felt like an overinflated balloon. Eyes on the floor, I waved her away.
Circle's broken. Stay back. Not done yet, I said, feeling both giddy and unreal.
Taking a breath, I started to divorce myself from the line. It was a battle between the baser desire for power and the knowledge that it would eventually drive me insane. I had to force it from me, pushing it out from my head to my toes until the power returned back to the earth. My shoulders slumped as it left me, and I staggered, reaching out for the counter.
Are you okay?
Ivy asked, close and intent. Gasping, I looked up. She was holding my elbow to keep me upright. I hadn't seen her move. My face went cold. Her fingers were warm through my shirt. I used too much salt. The connection was too strong. I'm all right. Let go of me. The concern in her face vanished. Clearly affronted, she let me go. The sound of salt crunching under her feet was loud as she went back to her corner and sat in her chair, looking hurt. I wasn't going to apologize. I hadn't done anything wrong. Heavy and uncomfortable, the silence weighed on me as I put all but one vial away in the cabinet with my extra amulets. As I gazed at them, I couldn't help but feel a twinge of pride. I had made them, and even if the insurance I'd need to sell them was more than I made in a year at the IS, I could use them. "Do you want some help tonight?" Ivy asked. "I don't mind covering your back." "No," I blurted. It was a little too quick, and her features folded into a frown. I shook my head, smiling to soften my refusal, wishing I could bring myself to say, "Yes, please." But I still couldn't quite trust her. I didn't like putting myself in a situation where I had to trust anyone. My dad had died because he trusted someone to get his back. "Work alone, Rachel," he had told me as I sat beside his hospital bed and gripped his shaking hand as his blood lost its ability to carry oxygen. "Always work alone." My throat tightened as I met Ivy's eyes. "If I can't lose a couple of shades, I deserve to be tagged," I said, avoiding the real issue. I put my collapsible bowl and a bottle of salt water into my bag, adding one of my new disguise amulets that no one from the IS had seen. "You aren't going to try one first?" Ivy asked when it became obvious I was leaving. I nervously brushed a curling strand of hair back. "It's getting late. I'm sure it's fine." Ivy didn't seem very happy. "If you aren't back by morning, I'm coming after you." Fair enough. If I wasn't back by morning, I'd be dead. I snagged my long winter coat from a chair and shrugged into it. I gave Ivy a quick, uneasy smile before I slipped out the back door. I'd go through the graveyard and pick up the bus on the next street over. The spring night air was cold, and I shivered as I eased the screen door shut. The pile of splat balls at my feet was a reminder I didn't appreciate. Feeling vulnerable, I slipped into the shadow of the oak tree to wait for my eyes to adjust to a night with no moon. It was just past noon, and wouldn't be up until nearly dawn. Thank you, God, for small favors. "Hey, Miss Rachel!" came a tiny buzz, and I turned, thinking for an instant it was Jenks. But it was Jax, Jenks's oldest son. The pre-adolescent pixie had kept me company all afternoon, nearly getting snipped more times than I would care to recall as his curiosity and attention to duty brought him perilously close to my scissors while his father slept. "Hi, Jax. Is your dad awake?" I asked, offering him a hand to alight upon. "Miss Rachel?" he said, his breath fast as he landed. "They're waiting for you." My heart gave a thump. "How many? Where?" "3. He was glowing pale green in excitement. "Up front, big guys, your size, stink like foxes. I saw them when old man Keithley chased them off his sidewalk. I would have told you sooner," he said urgently. "But they didn't cross the street, and we already stole the rest of their splat balls. Papa said not to bother you unless someone came over the wall." "It's okay. You did good." Jax took flight as I eased into motion. I was going to cut across the backyard and pick up the bus on the other side of the block anyway. I squinted in the faint light, giving Jenks's stump a soft tap. "Jenks?" I said softly, grinning at the almost subliminal roar of irritation that flowed from the old ash stump. "Let's go to work." 10. The pretty woman sitting across from me on the bus stood to get off. She paused, standing too close to me for comfort, and I looked up from Ivy's book. "Table 6.1, she said as I met her gaze. "It's all you need to know." Her eyes closed, and she shuddered as if in pleasure. Embarrassed, I thumbed to the back. "Jiminy cricket," I whispered. It was a table of accessories and suggested uses. My face warmed. I wasn't a prude, but some of it. And with a vampire? Maybe with a witch, if he was drop-dead gorgeous, without the blood. Maybe. I jerked as she crouched in the aisle. Leaning far too close, she dropped a black business card into the open book. "In case you want a second," she whispered, smiling with a quick kinship I didn't understand. Newbies shine like stars, bringing out the best in them. I don't mind playing second fiddle to your first night, and I could help you afterward. Sometimes they forget. A flash of fear crossed her, quick but very real. Jaw-hanging, I could say nothing as she stood and walked away and down the stairs. Jenks flitted close, and I snapped the book shut. "Rach," he said as he landed on my earring, "what you reading? You had your nose in it since we got on the bus." "Nothing," I said, feeling my pulse hammer. "That woman, she was human, right?" "The one talking to you? Yeah. By the smell of it, she's a vamp flunky. Why?" "No reason," I said as I shoved the book to the bottom of my bag. I was never reading this thing in public again. Fortunately, my stop was next. Ignoring Jenks's non-stop inquisition, I strode into the mall's food court. My long coat flapped about my ankles as I immersed myself in the hustle of pre-dawn Sunday shopping. I invoked my old lady disguise in the bathroom, hoping to throw off anyone who might have recognized me. Still, I thought it prudent to lose myself in a crowd before I headed to the IS, kill some time, gather my courage, pick up a hat to replace the one of Ivy's I'd lost today, buy some soap to cover any lingering smell of her on me. I strode past an amulet outlet without my usual wistful hesitation. I could make anything I wanted, and if someone was looking for me, that's where they would watch. But no one would expect me to buy a pair of boots, I thought, my steps slowing as I passed a window. The leather curtains and dim lights said more clearly than the name of the shop that it catered to vamps. What the heck, I thought. I live with a vamp. The sales associate couldn't be any worse than Ivy. I was savvy enough to buy something without leaving any blood behind. So ignoring Jenks's complaints, I went in. My thoughts flicked from table 6.1 to the flirtatious, handsome clerk who had warned the other salesman off after taking a peek at me through a pair of wood-rimmed glasses. His name tag said Valentine, and I ate up his attention with a spoon as he helped me choose a good pair of boots, oohing over my silk stockings and caressing my feet with his strong, cool fingers. Jenks waited in the hall in a potted plant, sullen and bad-tempered. God help me, but Valentine was pretty. It had to be in the vamp job description, like wearing black and knowing how to flirt without triggering any of my proximity alarms. It didn't hurt to look, right? I could look and still not join the club, yes? But as I walked out in my new, too-expensive boots, I wondered at my sudden curiosity. Ivy had as much as admitted to me that she was driven by smell. Perhaps they all put out pheromones to subliminally soothe and lure the unsuspecting. It would make it far easier to seduce their prey. I had thoroughly enjoyed myself with Valentine, as relaxed as if he had been an old friend, letting him take teasing liberties with his hands and words that I normally wouldn't. Shaking the uncomfortable thought away, I continued my shopping. I had to stop at the Big Cherry for some pizza sauce. Humans would boycott any store that sold tomatoes, even though the T4 Angel variety was long extinct, so the only place you could get them was a specialty shop, where it wouldn't matter if half the world's population refused to cross your threshold. It was nerves that made me stop at the sweet shop. Everyone knows chocolate soothes the jitters. I think they did a study on it. And for 5 glorious minutes, Jenks stopped talking while he ate the caramel I bought him. Stopping at the Bath and Body was a must. I wouldn't use Ivy's shampoo and soap anymore, and that led me to a scent shop. With Jenks's grudging help, I picked out a new perfume that helped hide Ivy's lingering scent. Lavender was the only thing that came close. Jenks said I stank like an explosion in a flower factory. I didn't especially like it either, but if it kept me from triggering Ivy's instincts, I'd drink it, much less simply bathe in it. 2 hours before sunup, I was back on the street and headed for the records vault. My new boots were deliciously quiet, seeming to float me above the pavement. Valentine had been right. I turned onto the deserted street with no hesitation. My old lady spell was still working, which might account for the odd looks in the leather shop. But if no one saw me, all the better. The IS chose their buildings carefully. Nearly all of the offices on this street kept to a human clock and had been closed since Friday night. Traffic hummed 2 streets away, but here it was quiet. I glanced behind me as I slipped into the alley between the records building and the adjacent insurance tower. My heart pounded as I passed the fire door where I'd nearly been tagged. I wouldn't bother trying to get in that way. "See a drain pipe, Jenks?" I asked. "I'll check around," he said, flitting ahead to do a little reconnaissance. I followed at a slower pace, angling for the faint tapping of metal that I heard now. Thoroughly enjoying the rush of adrenaline, I slid between a truck-sized trash can and a pallet of cardboard. A smile edged over me as I spotted Jenks sitting on the curve of a downspout, tapping it with his boot heels. "Thanks, Jenks," I said, taking off my bag and setting it on the dew-damp cement. "No problem." He flitted up to sit on the edge of a dumpster. "For the love of Tink," he moaned, holding his nose. "You know what's in here?" I flicked a glance at him. Encouraged, he said, "3D old lasagna, 5 varieties of yogurt cups, burnt popcorn." He hesitated, his eyes closing as he sniffed. "South of the border style, 1,000,000 candy wrappers, and someone has an almost unholy need for super chunk burritos." "Jenks, shut up." The soft hiss of wheels on pavement warned me into immobility, but even the best night vision would have a difficult time spotting me back there. The alley stunk so bad I didn't have to worry about wares. Even so, I waited until the street was quiet before I dug in my bag for a detection spell and finger stick. The sharp jab of it made me jump. I squeezed the required 3 drops onto the amulet. They soaked in immediately, and the wooden disc glowed a faint green. I let out a breath I hadn't known I'd been holding. No sentient creature but Jenks was within 100 feet of me, and I had my doubt about Jenks. It was safe enough to spell myself into a mouse. "Here, watch this and tell me if it turns red," I told Jenks as I balanced the disc beside him on the rim of the dumpster. "Why?" "Just do it," I whispered. Sitting on a bundle of cardboard, I unlaced my new boots, took off my socks, and set a bare foot on the cement. It was cold and damp from last night's rain, and a small sound of disgust slipped from me. I shot a quick glance to the end of the alley, then arranged my boots out of sight behind a bin of shredded paper with my winter coat. Feeling like a brimstone addict, I crouched in the gutter and pulled out my vial of brew. "Way to go, Rach," I whispered, as I remembered I hadn't set up my dissolution bowl yet. I was confident Ivy would know what to do if I showed up as a mouse, but she'd never let me live it down. The salt water glugged noisily into the bowl, and I tucked the empty jug away. The screw top to the vial went plinking into the dumpster, and I winced as I massaged another 3 drops of blood out of my throbbing finger. But my discomfort paled as my blood hit the liquid and the warm meadow fragrance arose. My stomach clenched as I mixed the vial by hitting the side with a series of gentle thwacks. Nervous, I wiped a hand on my jeans and glanced at Jenks. Making a spell is easy. It's trusting you did it right that's hard. When it came down to it, courage was the only thing separating a witch from a warlock. "I am a witch," I told myself, my feet going cold. "I did this right. I will be a mouse, and I will be able to turn back with a dip in salt water." "Promise you won't tell Ivy if this doesn't work?" I asked Jenks, and he grinned, roguishly tugging his cap lower over his eyes. "What you gonna give me?" "I won't lace your stump with ant killer." He sighed. "Just do it," he encouraged. "I'd like to get home before the sun goes nova. Pixies sleep at night, you know." I licked my lips, too anxious to come up with a retort. I had never transformed before. I'd taken the classes, but tuition didn't cover the cost to buy a professional-grade transformation spell, and liability insurance hadn't allowed us students to sample our own brew. Liability insurance, you gotta love it. My fingers tightened on the vial and my pulse hammered. This was really going to hurt. In a sudden rush, I closed my eyes and downed it. It was bitter, and I swallowed it in one gulp, trying not to think of the 3 mouse hairs. Yuck. My stomach cramped and I bent double. I gasped as I lost my balance. The cold cement rushed up and I put a hand out to stop my fall. It was black and furry. "It's working," I thought in both delight and fright. This wasn't so bad. Then a sharp pain ripped through my spine. Like blue flame it ran from my skull to my backbone. I cried out, panicking as a guttural shriek tore my ears. Hot ice ran through my veins. I convulsed, agony taking my breath from me. Terror struck me as my vision went black. Blind, I reached out, hearing a terrifying scrabbling. "No!" I shrieked. The pain swelled, driving everything from me, swallowing. 11. Rachel, wake up! Are you all right? A warm, low, unfamiliar voice was a black thread pulling me back to consciousness. I stretched, feeling different muscles work. My eyes flashed open to see shades of gray. Jenks stood in front of me with his hands on his hips and his feet spread wide. He looked 6 feet tall. "Crap!" I swore, hearing it come out as a harsh squeak. I was a mouse. I was a freaking mouse. Panic raced through me as I remembered the pain of transforming. I was going to have to go through it all again to turn back. No wonder transforming was a dying art. It hurt like hell. My fear slowed, and I wiggled out from under my clothes. My heart was pounding terribly fast. That awful lavender perfume was thick on my clothes, choking me. I wrinkled my nose and tried not to gag as I realized I could smell the alcohol used to carry the flowery scent. Under it was that incense-like ash smell I identified with ivy, and I wondered if a vamp's nose was as sensitive as a mouse's. Wobbling on 4 legs, I sank down to a crouch and looked at the world through my new eyes. The alley was the size of a warehouse, the black sky above threatening. Everything was shades of gray and white. I was colorblind. The sound of the distant traffic was loud, and the reek of the alley was an assault. Jenks was right. Someone really liked burritos. Now that I was face down in it, the night seemed colder. Turning to my pile of clothes, I tried to hide my jewelry. Next time I'd leave everything at home but my ankle knife. I turned back to Jenks, jerking in surprise. Whoa, baby. Jenks was hell on wings. He had strong, clearly defined shoulders to support his ability to fly. He had a thin waist and a muscular physique. His shock of fair hair fell artfully over his brow to give him a devil-may-care attitude. A spiderweb of glitters laced his wings. Seeing him from his size perspective, I could see why Jenks had more kids than 3 pairs of rabbits. And his clothes. Even in black and white, his clothes were stunning. The hem and collar of his shirt was embroidered with the likeness of foxgloves and ferns. His black bandana, which had once looked red, was inlaid with tiny shimmers in an eye-riveting pattern. "Hey, hot stuff," he said cheerfully, his voice surprisingly low and rich to my rodent ears. "It worked. Where'd you find a spell for a mink?" "Mink?" I questioned, hearing only a squeak. Tearing my gaze from him, I looked at my hands. My thumbs were small, but my fingers were so dexterous it didn't seem to matter. Tiny savage nails tipped them. I reached up to feel a short triangular muzzle, and I turned to see my long, luxuriant, flowing tail. My entire body was one sleek line. I'd never been this skinny. I lifted a foot to find that my feet were white with little white pads. It was hard to judge sizes, but I was a great deal bigger than a mouse, more like a large squirrel. A mink? I thought, sitting up and running my front paws over my dark fur. How cool was that? I opened my mouth to feel my teeth. Nasty, sharp teeth. I wouldn't have to worry about cats. I was almost as big as one. Ivy's owls were better hunters than I thought. My teeth clicked shut, and I looked up at the open sky. Owls. I still had to worry about owls. And dogs. And anything else bigger than me. What had the mink been doing in the city? "You look good, Rach," Jenks said. My eyes jerked to him. "So do you, little man." I idly wondered if there was a spell to turn people pixie-size. If Jenks was any indication, it might be nice to take a vacation as a pixie and troll Cincinnati's better gardens. Color me Thumbelina and I'd be a happy girl. "I'll see you up on the roof, okay?" he added, grinning as he noticed my ogling. Again I nodded, watching him flit upward. Maybe I could find a spell to make pixies bigger. My wistful sigh came out as a rather odd squeak, and I scampered to the drain pipe. There was a puddle from last night's rain at the bottom, and my whiskers brushed the sides as I easily crawled up. My nails, I was pleased to note, were sharp and could find purchase in what seemed smooth metal. They were as good a potential weapon as my teeth. I was panting by the time I reached the flat roof. I practically flowed out of the drain pipe, gracefully loping to the dark shadow of the building's air conditioner and Jenks's loud hail. My hearing was better, otherwise I would never have heard him. "Over here, H," he called. "Someone's bent the intake screen." My silky tail was twitching in excitement as I joined him at the air conditioner. One corner of the screen was missing a screw. Even more helpful, the screen was bent. It wasn't hard to squeeze in with Jenks levering it open for me. Once through, I crouched in the more certain dark and waited for my eyes to adapt as Jenks flitted about. Slowly, another mesh screen came into focus. My rodent eyebrows rose as Jenks pulled aside a triangular cut in the wire. Clearly, we had found the IS Vault's unadvertised back door. Full of a new confidence, Jenks and I explored our way into the building's air ducts. Jenks never shut up, his unending commentary about how easy it would be to become lost and die of starvation no help at all. It became clear that the maze of ductworks was used frequently. The drops and steeper inclines actually had quarter-inch rope tied to the top of them, and the old smell of other animals was strong. There was only one way to go, down, and after a few false turns we found ourselves looking out into the familiar expanse of the record vault. The vent we peered from was directly over the terminals. Nothing moved in the soft glow from the copiers. Sterile rectangular tables and plastic chairs were scattered across the ugly red carpet. Built into the walls were the files themselves. These were only the active records, a measly fraction of the dirt the IS had on the Inderland and human populations, both living and dead. Most were stored electronically, but if a file was pulled, a paper copy stayed in the cabinets for 10 years, 50 for a vampire. "Ready, Jenks?" I said, forgetting it would come out as a squeak. I could smell burnt coffee and sugar from the table by the door, and my stomach growled. Lying down, I stretched an arm through the vent slats, scraping my elbow to awkwardly reach the opening lever. It gave way with an unexpected suddenness, swinging with a loud squeak to hang by its hinges. Crouched in the shadows, I waited until my pulse slowed before poking my nose out. Jenks stopped me as I went to push a waiting coil of rope out of the duct. "Hold on," he whispered. "Let me trip the cameras." He hesitated, his wings going dark. "You, won't tell anyone about this, right? It's kind of a pixie thing. It helps us get around unnoticed." He gave me a chagrined look, and I shook my head. "Thanks," he said, and he dropped into space. I waited a breathless moment before he zipped back and settled himself on the edge of the opening and dangled his feet. "All set," he said. "They will record a 15-minute loop. Come on down. I'll show you what Francis looked at." I pushed the rope out of the ductwork and started to the floor. My nails made it easy. "He made an extra copy of everything he wanted," Jenks was saying, waiting by the copier's recycle bin. He grinned as I tipped the can over and began rifling through the papers. "I kept tripping the copier from inside. He couldn't figure out why I was giving him 2 of everything. The intern thought he was an idiot." I looked up, just about dying to say, "Francis is an idiot." "I knew you'd be all right," Jenks said as he began arranging the papers in a long line on the floor. "But it was really hard to sit here and do nothing when I heard you run. Don't ask me to do that again, all right?" I didn't know what to say, so I nodded. Jenks was more of a help than I had thought to give him credit for. Feeling bad for having discounted him, I tugged the scattered pages into order. There wasn't much, and the more I read, the more discouraged I became. "According to this," Jenks said, standing on the first page with his hands on his hips, "Trent is the last of his family. His parents died under circumstances reeking of magic. Almost the entire house staff was under suspicion. It took 3 years before the FIB and the IS gave up and decided to officially look the other way." I skimmed the statement of the IS investigator. My whiskers twitched when I recognized his name, Leon Bairn, the same who ended up as a thin smear on the sidewalk. Interesting. "His parents refused to claim kinship to human or Inderland," Jenks said, "as does Trent. And there wasn't enough left of them to do an autopsy. Just like his parents, Trent employs Inderlanders as well as humans, everyone but pixies and fairies." It wasn't surprising. Why risk a discrimination lawsuit? "I know what you're thinking," Jenks said, "but he doesn't seem to lean either way.
His personal secretaries are always warlocks, his nanny was a human of some repute, and he roomed at Princeton with a pack of wares. Jenks scratched his head in thought. Didn't join the fraternity, though. You won't find it in the records, but the word is he's not a were or a vamp or anything. Seeing my shrug, he continued, Trent doesn't smell right. I've talked to a pixie who got a whiff of him while backing up a runner out at Trent's stables. She says it's not that Trent doesn't smell human, but that something subtle about him screams Inderlander. I thought of the spell I had used to disguise my looks tonight. Opening my mouth to ask Jenks about that, I shut it with a snap. I couldn't do anything but squeak. Jenks grinned and pulled a broken pencil lead from a pocket. You're going to have to spell it, he said, writing down the alphabet on the bottom of one of the pages. I bared all my teeth, which only made him laugh, but I had little choice. Skittering across the page like it was a Ouija board, I pointed out, Charm? Jenks shrugged. Maybe, but a pixie could smell through it, just as I can smell witch under the mink stink. But if it's a disguise, it would explain the warlock's secretary. The more you use magic, the stronger you smell. I looked at him quizzically, and he added, All witches smell alike, but those who work the most magic smell stronger, more unearthly. You, for example, reek from your recent spelling. You pulled on the ever after tonight, didn't you? It wasn't a question, and I sat back on my haunches, surprised. He could tell from my smell. Trent might have another witch invoke his spells for him, Jenks said. That way he'd be able to cover up his smell with a charm. Same way goes for a were or a vamp. Struck by a sudden idea, I spelled out, Ivy smell? Jenks flitted uneasily into the air before I had even finished. Yeah? He stammered. Ivy stinks. Either she's a dabbler that quit sipping blood last week or an intense practitioner that quit last year. I can't tell. She's probably somewhere in between. Probably. I frowned, as much as a mink can frown. She'd said it had been 3 years. She must have been very, very intense. Swell. I glanced to the vault clock. We were running out of time. Impatient, I turned to Trent's skimpy record. According to the IS, he lived and worked in a huge estate outside the city. He raced racehorses on the property, but most of his income came from farming, orange and pecan groves in the south, strawberries on the coast, wheat in the Midwest. He even had an island off the eastern seaboard that grew tea. I already knew this. It was standard newspaper fodder. Trent grew up as an only child, losing his mother when he was 10 and his father when he was a freshman at college. His parents had 2 other children that didn't survive infancy. The doctor wouldn't give up the records without being subpoenaed, and shortly after the request, the office had burnt to the ground. Tragically, the doctor had been working late and hadn't made it out. The Kalamacks, I thought dryly, played for keeps. I sat up from the records and snapped my teeth. There was nothing here I could use. I had a feeling the FIB records, if I could by some miracle see them, would be even less helpful. Someone had gone to a lot of trouble to ensure that very little was known about the Kalamacks. Sorry, Jenks said. I know you were really counting on the records. I shrugged, pushing and tugging the papers back into the bin. I wouldn't be able to put the basket upright, but at least it would look like it fell over and hadn't been rifled through. You want to go with Francis on his interview concerning his secretary's death? Jenks asked. It's this coming Monday at noon. Noon, I thought. What a safe hour. It wasn't ridiculously early in the day for most Inderlanders, and a perfectly reasonable time for humans. Maybe I could tag along with Francis and help. I felt my rodent lips pull back across my teeth in a smile. Francis wouldn't mind. It might be my only chance to dig something up on Trent. Nailing him as a distributor of brimstone would be enough to pay off my contract. Jenks flew up to stand on the rim of the basket, his wings moving fitfully to keep his balance. Mind if I come with you to get a good sniff of Trent? I bet I could tell what he is. My whiskers brushed the air as I thought about it. It'd be nice having a second pair of eyes. I could hitch a ride with Francis. Not as a mink, though. He would probably scream like a sissy and throw things if he found me hiding in the back seat. Talk later, I spelled out. Home. Jenks's smile grew sly. Before we go, do you want to see your record? I shook my head. I had seen my record lots of times. No, I wrote. I want to shrink. 12. I've got to get a car, I whispered as I lurched off the bus steps. I snatched my coat out of the closing doors and held my breath as the diesel engine roared to life and the bus lumbered off. Soon, I added, pulling my bag closer. I hadn't slept well in days. Salt had dried all over me, and I itched everywhere. It seemed I couldn't go 5 minutes without accidentally hitting the blister on my neck. Coming off the caramel-induced sugar high, Jenks was cranky. In short, we were very good company. A false dawn had brightened the eastern sky, giving the thin blue a beautiful translucence. The birds were loud and the streets were hushed. The chill in the air made me glad for my coat. I would guess the sun was only an hour from rising. 4 in the morning in June was a golden hour when all good vampires are tucked into bed and wise humans hadn't yet poked their noses out to find the early edition of the paper. I am so ready for bed, I whispered.
Evening, Miss Morgan,
came a gravelly voice, and I spun, falling into a crouch. Jenks made a snuff of sarcastic laughter from my earring. It's the neighbor, he said dryly. Geez, Rach, give me some credit. Heart-pounding, I slowly stood, feeling as old as I was supposed to be under my age spell. Why wasn't he in bed? Morning, rather, I said, stepping even with Keesley's gait. He was unmoving in his rocker, his face shadowed and unseen.
Been shopping?
He wiggled his foot to tell me he noticed my boots were new. Tired, I leaned on top of the chain-link fence. Would you like a chocolate? I asked, and he motioned for me to enter. Jenks hummed in worry. A splatball's range is longer than my sense of smell, Rach. He's a lonely old man, I whispered as I unlatched the gate. He wants a chocolate. Besides, I look like an old hag. Anyone watching will think I'm his date. I eased the lockdown quietly, and I thought I saw Keesley hide a smile behind a yawn. A tiny dramatic sigh slipped from Jenks. I settled my bag on the porch and sat down on the uppermost stair. Twisting, I pulled a paper sack from my coat pocket and extended it.
Ah,
he said, his gaze on the horse and rider trademark.
Some things are worth risking your life for.
As I expected, he chose a dark piece. A dog barked in the distance. Jaw moving, he looked past me into the silent street.
You've been to the mall?
I shrugged. Among other places. Jenks's wings fanned my neck. Rachel, cool your jets, Jenks, I said, peeved. Keesley got to his feet with a pained slowness.
No, he's right. It's late.
Between Keesley's obtuse comments and Jenks's instincts, I became decidedly wary. The dog barked again, and I lurched to my feet. My thoughts returned to that pile of splat balls outside my door. Maybe I should have hiked in through the graveyard, disguised or not. Keesley moved with a pained slowness to his door.
Watch your step, Miss Morgan. Once they know you can slip past them, they'll change tactics.
He opened the door and went inside. The screen shut without a sound.
Thank you for the chocolate.
You're welcome, I whispered as I turned away, knowing he could hear me. Creepy old man, Jenks said, making my earrings swing as I crossed the street and headed for the motorbike parked in front of the church. The false dawn glinted on its chrome, and I wondered if Ivy had gotten her bike back from the shop. Maybe she'll let me use it. I mused aloud, eyeing it appreciatively in passing. It was all shiny and black, with its gold trim and silky leather. A nightwing. Yummy. I ran an envious hand across the seat, leaving a smear where I wiped the dew away. Rach! Jenks shrilled. Drop! I dropped. Heart pounding, my palms hit the pavement. There was the hiss of something overhead where I had stood. Adrenaline surged, making my head hurt. I shoved myself into a roll, putting the bike between me and the opposite street. I held my breath. Nothing moved among the shrubs and overgrown bushes. I pushed my bag in front of my face, my hands searching inside. Stay down, Jenks hissed. His voice was tight, and a purple glow laced his wings. The prick of the fingerstick jolted me to my toes. My sleep charm was invoked in 4.5 seconds, my best time yet. Not that it would do me much good if whoever it was stayed in the bushes. Maybe I could throw it at him.
If the IS was going to make a habit of this, I might want to invest in a splat gun. I was more of a confront them directly and knock them unconscious kind of a gal. Hiding in the bushes like a sniper was cheesy, but when in Rome... I gripped the charm by the cord so it wouldn't affect me and waited. "Save it," Jenks said, relaxing as we were abruptly surrounded by a host of darting pixie children. They swirled over us, talking so fast and high I couldn't keep up. "They're gone," Jenks added. "Sorry about that. I knew they were there, but—" "You knew they were there?" I exclaimed, my neck hurting as I peered up at him. A dog barked and I lowered my voice. "What the hell were you doing?" He grinned. "I had to flush them out." Heaved, I got to my feet. "Great. Thanks. Let me know next time I'm bait." I shook out my long coat, grimacing as I realized I'd squished my chocolates. "Now, Rach," he cajoled, hovering by my ear. "If I'd told you, your reactions would have been off and the fairies would have just waited until I wasn't watching." My face went slack. "Fairies?" I said, chilled. Denon must be off his rocker. They were expensive. Perhaps they gave him a discount because of the frog incident. "They're gone," Jenks said, "but I wouldn't stay out here for long. The word is the wares want another crack at you." He took off his red bandana and handed it to his son. "Jax, you and your sisters can have their catapult." "Thanks, Papa." The small pixie rose up 2 feet in excitement. Wrapping the red scarf around his waist, he and about 6 other pixies broke from the group and zipped across the street. "Be careful!" Jenks shouted after them. "It might be booby-trapped." "Fairies?" I thought as I clutched my arms about me and looked over the quiet street. Crap. The remainder of Jenks's kids was clustered around him, all talking at once as they tried to drag him around back. "Ivy's with someone," Jenks said as he started to drift upward. "But he checks out okay. You mind if I call it a night?" "Go ahead," I said, glancing at the bike. It wasn't Ivy's after all. And, thanks." They rose like a swarm of fireflies. Close behind them were Jax and his sisters, working together to carry a catapult as small as they were. With a dry clattering of wings and shouts, they flew up and beyond the church, leaving a hard silence in the morning street. I turned my back and shuffled up the stone stairs. Glancing across the road, I saw a curtain fall against the single-lit window. "Show's over. Go to sleep, Keesley," I thought, tugging open the heavy door and slipping inside. Easing it shut, I slid the oiled deadbolt in place behind me, feeling better despite knowing most of the IS's assassins wouldn't use a door. Fairies? Denon must be royally ticked. Blowing wearily, I leaned back against the thick timbers to shut out the coming morning. All I wanted was to take a shower and go to bed. As I slowly crossed the empty sanctuary, the sound of soft jazz and Ivy's voice raised in anger filtered out from the living room. "Damn it, Kist," I heard as I entered the dark kitchen. "If you don't get your butt out of that chair right now, I'm going to sling you halfway to the sun." "Oh, lighten up, Tamwood. I'm not going to do anything," came a new voice. It was masculine, deep, but with a hint of a whine, as if whomever it came from was indulged in almost everything. I paused to dump my used amulets into a pot of salt water beside the refrigerator. They were still good, but I knew better than to leave active amulets lying around. The music snapped off with a jarring suddenness. "Out," Ivy said softly. "Now." "Ivy?" I called loudly, curiosity getting the better of me. Jenks said whoever it was had the all clear. Leaving my bag on the kitchen counter, I headed for the living room. My exhaustion spilled into a tinge of anger. We had never discussed it, but I assumed that until the price was off my head, we would try to keep a low profile. The unseen Kist mocked. "She's back." "Behave yourself," Ivy threatened him as I entered the room, "or I'll have your hide. Promise." I took 3 steps into the living room and jerked to a halt. My anger vanished, washed away in a surge of primal instinct. A leather-clad vamp sprawled in Ivy's chair, looking like he belonged. His immaculate boots were on the coffee table, and Ivy shoved them off in disgust. She moved quicker than I'd ever seen before. She took 2 steps from him and fumed, her hip cocked and her arms crossed aggressively. The mantel clock ticked loudly. Kist couldn't be a dead vamp.
He was on holy ground, and it was almost sunup. But burn my britches if he didn't come close. His feet hit the floor with an exaggerated slowness. The indolent look he gave me went right to my core, settling over me like a wet blanket to tighten my gut. And yeah, he was pretty. Dangerously so. My thoughts jerked back to table 6.1, and I swallowed. His face was lightly stubbled, giving him a rugged appearance. Straightening, he tossed his blonde hair out of his eyes in a movement of artful grace that must have taken him years to perfect. His leather jacket was open to show a black cotton shirt pulled tight over an attractively muscled chest. Twin stud earrings glittered from one ear. The other had a single earring and a long-heeled tear. Otherwise, he hadn't a visible scar anywhere. I wondered if he would be able to feel them if I ran my finger down his neck. My heart pounded, and I dropped my gaze, promising myself I wouldn't look again. Ivy didn't scare me as much as this one did. He moved on feral instinct, governed by whim. "No," Kist said, scooting himself up in the chair. "She's cute. You should have told me she was such a darling." I felt him take a deep breath as if tasting the night. "She reeks of you, Ivy love." His voice dropped in pitch. "Isn't that the sweetest?" Cold, I clutched the collar of my coat closed and backed up until I was in the threshold. "Rachel," Ivy said dryly, "this is Kiston. He's leaving. Aren't you, Kist?" It wasn't a question, and my breath caught as he got to his feet with a fluid animal grace. Kist stretched, his hands reaching for the ceiling. His lean body moved like a cord to show every gorgeous curve of muscle on him. I couldn't look away. His arms fell and our eyes met. They were brown. His lips parted in a soft smile as he knew I had been watching him. His teeth were sharp, like Ivy's. He wasn't a ghoul. He was a living vamp. I looked away even though living vamps couldn't bespell the wary. "You have a taste for vamps, little witch," he whispered. His voice was like wind over water, and my knees went loose at the compulsion he put in it. "You can't touch me," I said, unable to resist looking at him as he tried to bespell me. My voice sounded like it was coming from inside my head. "I haven't signed any papers." "No," he whispered. His eyebrows were raised in sultry confidence. He eased close, his steps soundless. Heart-pounding, I looked at the floor. I felt behind me to touch the doorframe. He was stronger than me, and faster. But a knee in the groin would drop him like any man. "The courts won't care," he breathed as he drifted to a stop. "You're already dead." My eyes widened as he reached for me. His scent washed over me, the musty scent of black earth. My pulse pounded and I stepped forward. His hand cupped my chin, warm. A shock went through me, buckling my knees. He gripped my elbow, supporting me against his chest. Anticipation of an unknown promise made my blood race. I leaned into him, waiting. His lips parted. A whisper of words I couldn't understand came from him, beautiful and dark. "Kissed!" Ivy shouted, startling both of us. A flash of ire filmed his eyes, then vanished. My will flowed back with a painful swiftness. I tried to jerk away, finding myself held. I could smell blood. "Let go," I said, almost panicking when he didn't. "Let go!" His hand dropped. He turned to Ivy, completely dismissing me. I fell back to the archway, shaking, but unable to voluntarily leave until I knew he was gone. Kist stood before Ivy, calm and collected, a study in opposites to Ivy's agitation. "Ivy, love," he persuaded, "why do you torment yourself? Your scent covers her, but her blood still smells pure. How can you resist? She's asking for it. She's screaming for it. She'll bitch and moan the first time, but she'll thank you for it in the end." Expression going coy, he gently bit his lip. Crimson ran, wiped away with a slow, taunting, deliberate tongue. My breath sounded harsh even to me, and I held it. Ivy went furious, her eyes going to black pits. The tension wouldn't let me breathe. The crickets outside chirped faster.
With an exaggerated slowness, Kist cautiously leaned toward Ivy.
"If you don't want to break her in,"
he said, his voice low with anticipation,
"give her to me. I'll give her back to you."
His lips parted to show his glistening canines.
"Scout's honor."
Ivy's breath came in a quick pant. Her face was an unreal mix of lust and hatred. I could see her struggle to overcome her hunger, and I watched in a horrid fascination as it slowly vanished until only the hatred was left.
"Get out,"
she said, her voice husky and wavering. Kist took a slow breath. The tension flowed out of him as he exhaled. I found I could breathe again. I took quick, shallow breaths as my gaze darted between them. It was over. Ivy had won. I was safe?
"It's stupid, Tamwood,"
Kist said as he adjusted his black leather jacket in a careful show of ease.
"A waste of a good span of darkness for something that doesn't exist."
With swift, abrupt steps, Ivy went to the back door. Sweat trickled down the small of my back as the breeze from her passage touched me. Cold morning air spilled in, displacing the blackness that seemed to have filled the room.
"She's mine,"
Ivy said as if I wasn't there.
"She's under my protection. What I do or don't do with her is my business. You tell Piscary if I see one of his shadows at my church again, I'll assume he's making a bit of contention to what I hold. Ask him if he wants a war with me, Kist. You ask him that."
Kist passed between Ivy and me, hesitating on the sill.
"You can't hide your hunger from her forever,"
Kist said, and Ivy's lips pressed together.
"Once she sees, she'll run, and she'll be fair prey."
In a clock tick, he slumped, a bad boy look softening his features.
"Come back,"
he cajoled with a sultry innocence.
"I'm to tell you that you can have your old place again with only a minor concession. She's just a witch. You don't even know if she—"
"Out," Ivy said, pointing at the morning. Kist stepped through the door.
"An offer shunned makes dire enemies. An offer that really isn't one shames the one who makes it."
Shrugging, he pulled a leather cap from his back pocket and put it on. He glanced at me, his gaze going hungry.
"Goodbye, love,"
he whispered, and I shuddered as if he had run a slow hand across my cheek. I couldn't tell if it was revulsion or desire, and he was gone. Ivy slammed the door behind him, moving with that same eerie grace. She crossed the living room and dropped into a chair. Her face was dark with anger, and I stared at her. Holy crap, I was living with a vampire. Non-practicing or not, she was a vamp. What had Kist said? That Ivy was wasting her time? That I'd run when I saw her hunger? That I was hers? Shit. Moving slowly, I edged backward out of the room. Ivy glanced up, and I froze. The anger drained from her face, replaced with what looked like alarm when she saw my fear. Slowly, I blinked. My throat closed, and I turned my back on her, going into the hallway.
"Rachel, wait,"
she called after me, her voice cajoling.
"I'm sorry about Kist. I didn't invite him. He just showed up."
I strode into the hall, tense to explode if she put a hand on me. Was this why Ivy had quit with me? She couldn't legally hunt me, but as Kist had said, the courts wouldn't care.
"Rachel."
She was right behind me, and I spun. My stomach tightened. Ivy took 3 steps back. They were so quick it was hard to tell she had moved. Her hands were raised in placation, her brow was pinched in worry. My pulse hammered, giving me a headache. "What do you want?" I asked, half hoping she would lie and tell me it was a mistake. From outside came the noise of Kist's bike. I stared at her as the sound of his departure faded.
"Nothing,"
she said, her brown eyes earnestly fixed to mine.
"Don't listen to Kist. He's just jerking you around. He flirts with what he can't have."
"That's right!" I shouted so I wouldn't start shaking. "I'm yours. That's what you said, that I'm yours? I'm not anyone's, Ivy. Stay the hell away from me." Her lips parted in surprise.
"You heard that?"
"Of course I heard that!" I yelled. Anger overpowered my fear, and I took a step forward. Is that what you're really like?" I shouted, pointing to the unseen living room. "Like that animal, is it? Are you hunting me, Ivy? Is this all about filling your gut with my blood? Does it taste better when you betray them, does it?" "No," she exclaimed in distress. "Rachel, You lied to me!" I shouted. "He bespelled me. You said a living vamp couldn't do that unless I wanted him to, and I sure as hell didn't." She said nothing, her tall shadow framed by the hallway. I could hear her breath and smell the sweet sour tang of wet ash and redwood, our scents dangerously mingling. Her stance was tense, her very stillness sending a shock through me. Mouth dry, I backed up as I realized I was screaming at a vampire. The adrenaline spent itself. I felt nauseous and cold. "You lied to me," I whispered, retreating into the kitchen. She had lied to me. Dad was right. Don't trust anyone. I was getting my things and leaving. Ivy's steps were overly loud behind me. It was obvious she was making an effort to hit the floor hard enough to make a sound. I was too angry to care. "What are you doing?" she asked as I opened a cupboard and pulled a handful of charms off a hook to put them in my bag. "Leaving?" "You can't. You heard Kist. They're waiting for you." "Better to die knowing my enemies than to die sleeping innocently beside them," I retorted, thinking it was the stupidest thing I'd ever said. It didn't even make sense. I jerked to a halt as she slipped in front of me and shut the cupboard. "Get out of my way," I threatened, my voice low so she wouldn't hear it shake. Dismay pinched her eyes and furrowed her brow. She looked utterly human, and it scared the crap out of me. Just when I thought I understood her, she did something like this. With my charms and finger sticks out of reach, I was helpless. She could throw me across the room and crack my head open on the oven. She could break my legs so I couldn't run. She could tie me to a chair and bleed me. But what she did was stand before me with a pained, frustrated look on her pale, perfect oval face. "I can explain," she said, her voice low. I fought off the shakes as I met her gaze. "What do you want with me?" I whispered. "I didn't lie to you," she said, not answering my question. "Kist is Piscari's chosen scion. Most of the time Kist is just Kist, but Piscari can—" She hesitated. I stared at her, every muscle in my body screaming to run. But if I moved, she would move. "Piscari is older than dirt," she said flatly. "He's powerful enough to use Kist to go places he can't anymore." "He's a servant," I spat. "He's a freaking lackey for a dead vamp. Does his daylight shopping for him, brings Papa Piscari humans to snack on." Ivy winced. The tension was easing from her, and she took a more relaxed stance, still between me and my charms. "It's a great honor to be asked to be a scion for a vampire like Piscari, and it's not all one-sided. Because of it, Kist has more power than a living vamp should have. That's how he was able to bespell you. But Rachel," she rushed as I made a helpless noise, "I wouldn't have let him." "And I should be happy for that? That you don't want to share?" My pulse had slowed, and I sank down into a chair. I didn't think my knees would support me anymore. I wondered how much of my weakness was from the spent adrenaline and how much was Ivy pumping the air full of soothing pheromones. Damn. I was in way over my head, especially if Piscari was involved. Piscari was said to be one of the oldest vampires in Cincinnati. He didn't cause trouble and kept his few people in line. He worked the system for all it was worth, doing all the paperwork and making sure every take his people made was legal. He was far more than the simple restaurant owner he pretended to be. The IS had a don't ask, don't tell policy on the master vampire. He was one of the aforementioned people who moved in Cincinnati's unseen power struggles. But as long as he paid his taxes and kept his liquor license current, there was nothing anyone could, or wanted, to do. But if a vampire looked harmless, it only meant they were smarter than most. My eyes flicked to Ivy, standing with her arms clasped about herself as if she were upset. Oh, God, what was I doing here? "What's Piscari to you?" I asked, hearing my voice tremble. "Nothing," she said, and I made a scoffing noise. "Really?" she insisted. "He's a friend of the family." "Uncle Piscari, huh?" I said bitterly.
Actually, she said slowly, that's more accurate than you might think. Piscary started my mother's living vamp bloodline in the 1700s.
And he's been bleeding you slowly ever since, I said bitterly.
It's not like that,
she said, sounding hurt.
Piscary's never touched me. He's like a second father.
Maybe he's letting the blood age in the bottle. Ivy ran her hand over her hair in an unusual show of worry.
It's not like that. Really.
Swell. I slumped to put my elbows on the table. Now I had to worry about chosen scions invading my church with the strength of a master. Why didn't she tell me this before? I didn't want to play the damn game if the rules kept changing. What do you want with me? I asked again, afraid she might tell me and I'd have to leave.
Nothing.
Liar, I said, but when I looked up from the table, she was gone. My breath came in a quick sound. Heart-pounding, I stood, my arms clasped about myself as I stared at the empty counters and silent walls. I hated it when she did that. Mr. Fish on the windowsill wiggled and squirmed, not liking it either. Slow and reluctant, I put my charms away. My thoughts swirled back to the fairy attack on my front steps, the were-splat balls stacked on my back porch, and then to Kist's words that the vamps were just waiting for me to leave Ivy's protection. I was trapped, and Ivy knew it. 13. I tapped on the outside of the passenger window of Francis's car to get Jenks's attention. "What time is it?" I said softly, since even whispers echoed down in the parking deck. Cameras were recording me, but no one watched the films unless someone complained of a break-in. Jenks dropped from the visor and wedged the button for the power window down. 11:15, he said as the glass lowered. You think they rescheduled Kalamack's interview? I shook my head and glanced over the tops of the cars to the elevator doors. No, but if he makes me late, I'm going to be ticked. I tugged at the hem of my skirt. Much to my relief, Jenks's friend had come through with my clothes and jewelry yesterday. All my clothes were hanging in neat rows or were resting in tidy piles in my closet. It felt good seeing them there. The wearer had done a nice job washing, drying, and folding everything, and I wondered how much he'd charge to do my laundry every week. Finding something to wear that was both conservative and provocative had been harder than I thought. I had finally settled on a short red skirt, plain tights, and a white blouse, whose buttons could be undone or fastened according to need. My hoop earrings were too small for Jenks to perch on, which the pixie had spent the first half hour complaining about. With my hair piled atop my head and a snappy pair of red heels, I looked like a perky co-ed. The disguise spell helped. I was a big-nosed brunette again, reeking of that lavender perfume. Francis would know who I was, but then I wanted him to. I nervously picked at the dirt under my nails, making a mental note to repolish them. The red enamel had vanished when I turned into a mink. "Do I look okay?" I asked Jenks as I fussed with my collar. "Yeah, fine." "You didn't even look," I complained as the elevator chimed. "That might be him," I said. "Are you set with that potion?" "I only have to nudge the top and it will be all over him." Jenks rolled the window up and darted into hiding. I had a vial of sleepy time potion balanced between the ceiling of the car and the visor. Francis, though, would be led to believe it was something far more sinister. It was incentive for him to agree to let me take his place at the Kalamack interview. Hijacking a full-grown man, wuss or not, was tricky. It wasn't quite as if I could knock him out and lug him into the trunk. And leaving him unconscious where anyone could find him would get me caught. Jenks and I had been in the parking deck for an hour now, making small but telling modifications to Francis's sports car. It had taken Jenks only a few moments to short out the alarm and rig the driver's door and window locks. And while I had to wait outside the car for Francis, my bag was already tucked under the passenger seat. Francis had earned himself a real cherry of a car, a red convertible with leather seats. There were dual climate controls. The windows could go opaque. I knew because I had tried them. There was even a built-in cell phone whose batteries were now in my bag. The vanity plate read, "Busted." The hateful thing had so many gadgets, all it needed was clearance to take off. And it still smelled new. A bribe? I wondered with a stab of jealousy. Or hush money. The light over the elevators went out. I ducked behind the pylon, hoping it was Francis. The last thing I wanted was to be late. My pulse settled in a fast, familiar pace, and a smile eased over me as I recognized Francis's quick footsteps. He was alone. There was a jangle of keys and a surprised, "Huh," when the car didn't make the expected welcoming chirp as he disengaged the alarm. My fingertips tingled in anticipation. This was going to be fun. His car door squeaked open, and I sprang around the pylon. As one, Francis and I slid into either side of the vehicle, our doors slamming shut simultaneously. "What the hell?" Francis exclaimed, only now realizing he had company. His narrow eyes squinted, and he flicked his limp hair out of his eyes. "Rachel," he said, nearly oozing misplaced confidence, "you are so dead." He went for the door. I reached across him to grip his wrist, pointing up to Jenks. The pixie grinned. His wings were a blur of anticipation as he patted the vial of brew. Francis went white. "Tag," I whispered, letting go of him and locking the doors from my side. "You're it." "What do you think you're doing?" Francis stuttered, pale under his nasty stubble. I smiled. "I'm taking your run to interview Kalamack. You just volunteered to drive." He stiffened, a hint of backbone showing. "You can just turn yourself," he said, his eyes on Jenks and the potion. "Like you dip into black magic and make something fatal. I'm tagging you right now." Jenks made a disgusted sound and tilted the vial. "Not yet, Jenks!" I shouted, lunging across the seat. Nearly in Francis's lap, I snaked my right arm around the scrawny man's windpipe, gripping the headrest to pin him to the seat in a headlock. His fingers clutched at my arm, but he couldn't do anything in the close confines. His sudden sweat mixed with the scrape of his polyester jacket against my arm, and I thought it more vile than my perfume. "Idiot!" I hissed into Francis's ear, glancing up at Jenks. "Do you know what that is, dangling above your crotch? You want a chance that it might be irreversible?" Red-faced, he shook his head, and I eased myself closer, despite the gear shift jabbing my hip. "You wouldn't make anything fatal," he said, his voice higher than usual. From the visor, Jenks complained. "Aw, Rach, let me spell him. I can coach you on how to drive a stick." The fingers digging into my arm jerked. I tensed, using the pain as impetus to pin him to the seat all the tighter. "Bug!" Francis exclaimed. "You're, His words choked off with a rasp as I jerked my arm. "Bug!" Jenks shouted, incensed. "You sack of sweat stink, I've got farts that smell sweeter than you. You think you're bigger than me? Poop ice cream cones, do you? Call me a bug? Rachel, let me do him now." "No," I said softly, my dislike for Francis dipping into real aversion. "I'm sure Francis and I can come to an understanding. All I want is a ride out to Trent's estate and that interview. Francis won't get into trouble. He's a victim, right?" I smiled grimly at Jenks, wondering if I could keep him from dosing Francis after such an insult. "And you aren't going to knack him afterward. Hear me, Jenks? You don't kill the donkey after he plows the field. You might need him next spring." I leaned into Francis, breathing into his ear. "Right, Cookie?" He nodded as much as he could, and I slowly let him go. His eyes were on Jenks. "You squish my associate," I said, "and that vial will spill on you. You drive too fast, the vial will spill. If you attract attention, I'll dump it all over you." Jenks interrupted, the light playfulness in his voice replaced with a hot anger. "You tick me off again, I'll spell you good." He laughed, sounding like evil wind chimes. "Got it, Francine?" Francis's eyes squinted. He resettled himself in his seat, touching the collar of his white shirt before he pushed the sleeves of his jacket to show his elbows and took the wheel. I thanked God that Francis had left his Hawaiian shirts at home in deference to his interview with Trent Kalamack. Face tight, he jammed the keys in the ignition and started the car. Music blared and I jumped. The sullen way Francis cranked the wheel and threw the car into gear made it obvious he hadn't given up. He was playing along until he could find a way out. I didn't care. All I needed was to get him away from the city. Once clear, it would be nappies for Francis. "You're not going to get away with this," he said, sounding like a bad movie. He waved his parking pass at the automated gate, and we eased into the bright light and late morning traffic, with Don Henley's Boys of Summer blasting. If I hadn't been wound so tight, I might have enjoyed it.
Think you could put more of that perfume on, Rachel?
Francis said, a sneer twisting his narrow face.
Or are you wearing it to cover your pet bug's stench?
Shut him up, Jenks shouted, or I will. My shoulder tensed. This was so stupid. Pix him if you want, Jenks, I said, as I turned down the music. Just don't let any of that brew hit him. Jenks grinned and flipped Francis off. Pixie dust fanned over him, unseen by Francis, but clearly visible from my angle since it reflected the sun. Francis reached up to scratch behind an ear. How long does it take? I asked Jenks. About 20 minutes. Jenks was right. By the time we had gotten out from under the shadow of buildings, through the burbs, and into the country, Francis put two and two together. He couldn't sit still. His comments got nastier and nastier, and his scratching more and more intense, until I pulled the duct tape out of my purse and threatened to tape his mouth shut. Red welts had appeared where his clothes met his skin. They oozed a clear liquid, looking like a bad case of poison ivy. When we hit deep country, he was scratching so much it seemed a struggle to keep the car on the road. I had been watching him intently. Driving a stick didn't look hard.
You bug,
he said with a snarl.
You did this to me Saturday, too, didn't you?
I'm gonna spell him, Jenks said, the high pitch of his voice making my eyes ache. Tired of it all, I turned to Francis. All right, Cookie, pull it over. Francis blinked.
What?
Idiot, I thought. How long do you think I can keep Jenks from tagging you if you keep insulting him? Pull over. Francis glanced nervously between the road and me. We hadn't seen a car in the last 5 miles. I said, pull over! I shouted, and he swerved to the dusty shoulder in a rattling of pebbles. I turned the car off and yanked the keys from the ignition. We lurched to a stop, my head smacking against the rearview mirror. Out, I said, unlocking the doors.
What? Here?
Francis was a city boy. He thought I was going to make him walk back. The idea was tempting, but I couldn't run the risk of him being picked up or finding his way to a phone. He got out with a surprising eagerness. I realized why when he started scratching. I popped the trunk, and Francis's thin face went blank.
No way,
he said, his skinny arms raised.
I'm not getting in there.
I felt the new bump on my forehead, waiting. Get into the trunk, or I'm going to teach you how I spell a mink and make a pair of earmuffs out of you. I watched him think that over, wondering if he would make a run for it. I almost wished he would. It'd feel good to tackle him again. It had nearly been 2 whole days. I'd get him into the trunk somehow. Run, Jenks said, circling above his head with the vial. Go on, dare ya, stinkbag. Francis seemed to deflate.
Oh, you'd like that, eh, Bug?
He said with a sneer. But he wedged himself into the tiny space. He even gave me no trouble when I duct-taped his hands in front of him. We both knew he could get out of the wraps given enough time. But his superior look faltered as I held my hands up and Jenks landed on it with the vial.
You said you wouldn't, he stammered. You said it would turn me into a mink.
I lied, both times. The look Francis gave me was murderous.
I won't forget this,
he said, his jaw clenching to make him look even more ridiculous than his boat shoes and wide-cuff slacks.
I'm coming after you myself.
I hope you do. I smiled, dumping the vial over his head. Nighty-night. He opened his mouth to say more, but his expression slackened as soon as the fragrant liquid hit him. I watched, fascinated, as he fell asleep amid the scent of bay leaf and lilac. Satisfied, I slammed the trunk shut and called it good. Settling uneasily behind the wheel, I adjusted the seat and mirrors. I had never driven a stick before, but if Francis could do it, I sure as heck could. Put it in first, Jenks said, sitting on the rearview mirror and mimicking what I should do. Then give it more gas than what you think you need while you let up on the clutch. I gingerly pushed the stick back and started the car. Well, Jenks said from the mirror, we're waiting. I pushed the gas pedal and let up on the clutch. The car lurched backward, slamming into a tree. Panicking, I pulled my feet from the pedals and the car stalled. I stared wide-eyed at Jenks as he laughed. It's in reverse, witch, he said, darting out the window. Through the rearview mirror, I watched him zip to the back and assess the damage. "How bad is it?" I asked as he came back. "It's okay," he said, and I felt a wash of relief. "Give it a few months and you won't be able to see where it was hit," he added. "The car's busted, though. You broke a taillight." "Oh," I said, realizing he'd been talking about the tree, not the car. My nerves were jittery as I jammed the stick forward, double-checked it, and started the car again. Another deep breath, and we lurched forward on our way. 14. Jenks turned out to be a passable instructor, enthusiastically shouting advice through the window as I practiced starting from a dead stop until I got the hang of it. My newfound confidence evaporated as I turned into Kalamack's drive, slowing at the gatehouse. It was low and formidable looking, the size of a small jail. Tasteful plantings and low walls hid the security system that prevented anyone from driving around it. "And how did you plan to get past that?" Jenks said as he flitted to hide atop the visor. "No problem," I said, my mind whirling. Visions of Francis in the trunk assailed me, and smiling my prettiest at the guard, I brought the car to a halt before the white stick across the road. The amulet beside the guard's watch stayed a nice green. It was a spell checker, much cheaper than the wood-framed glasses that could see through charms. I had been very careful to keep the amount of magic used in my disguise spell below the level of most vanity charms. As long as his amulet stayed green, he would assume I was under a standard makeup spell, not a disguise. "I'm Francine," I said on the spur of the moment. I pitched my voice high, smiling brainlessly, as if I had been planting brimstone all night. "I have an appointment with, Mr. Kalamack." Trying to look like a nitwit, I twirled a stray strand of hair. I was a brunette today, but it probably still worked. "Am I late?" I asked, tugging my finger free of the knot I had accidentally put in my hair. "I didn't think it would take me this long. He lives a long way out." The gateman was unaffected. Maybe I was losing my touch. Maybe I should have undone another button on my blouse. Maybe he liked men. He looked at his clipboard, then me. "I'm from the IS," I said, putting my tone somewhere between petulance and spoiled annoyance. "Do you want to see my ID?" I rummaged in my bag for my non-existent badge. "Your name isn't on the list, ma'am," the stone-faced guard said. I flopped back with a huff. "Did that guy in dispatch put me down as Francis again? Darn him!" I exclaimed, hitting the wheel with an ineffective fist. "He's always doing that, ever since I refused to go on a date with him. I mean, really, he didn't even have a car. He wanted to take me to the movies on a bus. Please," I moaned. "Can you see me on a bus?" Just a moment, ma'am." He picked up a phone and began speaking. I waited, trying to keep my ditzy smile in place, praying. The gateman's head bobbed in an unconscious expression of agreement. Still, his face was seriously empty when he turned back. "Up the drive," he said, and I struggled to keep my breath even. "Third building on the right. You can park in the visitor lot directly off the front steps." "Thank you," I sang merrily, sending the car lurching forward when the white bar rose. Through the rearview mirror, I watched the guard go back inside. "Easy as pie," I muttered. "Getting out might be harder," Jenks said dryly. Up the drive was 3 miles through an eerie wood. My mood went subdued as the road wound between the close, silent sentinels. Despite the overpowering impression of age, I began to get the feeling that everything had been planned out, even to the surprises, like the waterfall I found around a bend in the road. Disappointed somehow, I continued on as the artificial woods thinned and turned into rolling pasture. A second road joined mine, well-traveled and busy. Apparently I had come in the back way. I followed the traffic, taking an offshoot labeled visitors parking. Rounding a turn in the road, I saw the Kalamack estate. The huge fortress of a building was a curious mix of modern institution and traditional elegance, with glass doors and carved angels on the downspouts. Its gray rock was softened by old trees and bright flower beds. There were several low buildings attached to it, but the main one rose 3 stories up. I brought the car to a halt in one of the visitor parking spots. The sleek vehicle next to mine made Francis's car look like a toy from the bottom of a cereal box. Dropping Francis's wad of keys into my bag, I eyed the gardener tending the bushes surrounding the lot. "Still want to split up?" I breathed as I primped in the rearview mirror, carefully picking out that knot I'd put in my hair. "I don't like what happened at the front gate." Jenks flitted down onto the stick shift and stood with his hands on his hips in his Peter Pan pose. "Your interview runs the usual 40 minutes, he said. "I'll be done in 20. If I'm not here when you're done, wait about a mile down from the gatehouse, I'll catch up." "Sure," I said, as I tightened the string on my bag. The gardener was wearing shoes, not boots, and they were clean. What gardener has clean shoes? "Just be careful," I said, nodding to the small man. "Something smells off." Jenks snickered. "The day I can't elude a gardener is the day I become a baker." "Well, wish me luck." I cracked the window for Jenks and got out. My heels clacked smartly as I went to take a peek at the back of Francis's car. As Jenks had said, one of the taillights was broken. There was a nasty dent, too. I turned away with a flash of guilt. Taking a steadying breath, I strode up the shallow steps to the twin double doors. A man stepped from a recessed nook as I approached. I jerked to a halt, startled. He was tall enough to need 2 looks to see all of him, and thin. He reminded me of a starving post-turn refugee from Europe, prim, proper, and stuck up. The man even had a hawk-like nose and permanent frowns cemented to his lightly wrinkled face. Gray brushed his temples, marring his otherwise coal-black hair. His inconspicuous gray slacks and white business shirt fitted him perfectly, and I tugged my collar straight. "Ms. Francine Percy," he said, his smile empty and his voice slightly sarcastic. "Yes, hello," I said, purposely giving the man a limp-wristed handshake. I could almost see him stiffen in aversion. "I have a noon meeting with Mr. Kalamack."
"I'm Mr. Kalamack's publicity advisor, Jonathan," the man said. Apart from taking great care in his pronunciation, he had no accent. "If you will accompany me, Mr. Kalamack will meet with you in his back office." He blinked, his eyes watering. I imagined it was from my perfume. Maybe I had overdone it, but I wasn't going to risk triggering Ivy's instincts. Jonathan opened the door for me, motioning me to go before him. I stepped through, surprised to find the building brighter inside than out. I'd expected a private residence, and this wasn't it. The entryway looked like the headquarters of any Fortune 20 business, with a familiar glass and marble motif. White pillars held up the distant ceiling. An impressive mahogany desk stretched before the twin staircases that rose to the 2nd and 3rd floors. Light streamed in. Either it was piped in from the roof, or Trent was spending a fortune on natural light bulbs. A soft, mottled green carpet muffled any echo. There was a buzz of muted conversations and a steady but sedate flow of people going about their business. "This way, Miss Percy,"
my escort said softly. I dragged my eyes from the man-sized pots of citrus trees and followed Jonathan's measured pace past the front desk and through a series of hallways. The farther we went, the lower the ceilings, the darker the lighting, the more comforting the colors and textures became. Almost unnoticed, the soothing sound of running water drifted into existence. We hadn't met anyone since leaving the front entryway, and I felt a touch uneasy. Clearly we had left the public face behind and entered the more private areas. What, I wondered, was going on? Adrenaline shook me as Jonathan paused and put a fingertip to his ear.
"Excuse me,"
he murmured, stepping a few feet away. His wrist, I noticed as he raised his hand to his ear, had a microphone on his watchband. Alarmed, I strained to catch his words as he had turned to prevent me from reading his lips.
"Yes, Sahan,"
he whispered, his tone respectful. I waited, holding my breath so I could hear.
"With me," he said. "I was informed you had an interest, so I have taken the liberty of escorting her to your back porch."
Jonathan shifted uncomfortably. He gave me a long, sideways look of disbelief. "Her?" I wasn't sure to take that as a compliment or insult, and I pretended to be busy rearranging the back of my stockings and pulling another strand of hair from my topknot to dangle beside my earring. I wondered if someone had investigated the trunk. My pulse quickened as I realized how quickly this could come tumbling down about me. His eyes widened.
"Sahan,"
he said urgently,
Accept my apologies. The gatehouse said—"
His words cut off, and I could see him stiffen under what must be a rebuke.
"Yes, Sahan,"
he said, tilting his head in an unconscious show of deference.
"Your front office."
The tall man seemed to gather himself as he turned back to me. I shot him a dazzling smile. There was no expression in his blue eyes as he stared at me as if I was a puppy present on the new rug.
"If you would return that way,"
he said, flatly, pointing. Feeling more like a prisoner than a guest, I took Jonathan's subtle directions and retraced our path to the front. I led the way. He kept himself behind me. I didn't like this at all. It didn't help that I felt short next to him, or that my footsteps were the only ones I could hear. Slowly, the soft colors and textures returned to corporate walls and bustling efficiency. Keeping those same 3 steps behind me, Jonathan directed me down a small hallway just off the lobby. Frosted glass doors were set on either side. Most were propped open and had people working inside. But Jonathan indicated the end office. Its door was wood, and he almost seemed to hesitate before he reached in front of me to open it.
"If you would wait here,"
he said, a hint of threat in his precise voice.
"Mr. Kalamack will be with you shortly. I'll be at his secretary's desk if you need anything."
He pointed to a conspicuously empty desk tucked in a recessed nook. I thought of Ms. Yolan Bates, clay-cold dead in the IS lockup 3 days ago. My smile grew forced. "Thank you, John," I said brightly. "You've been a dear."
"It's Jonathan."
He shut the door firmly behind me. There was no click of a lock. I turned, glancing over Kalamack's front office. It looked normal enough, in a disgustingly wealthy executive sort of way. There was a bank of electronic equipment inlaid in the wall next to his desk that held so many buttons and switches it would have put a recording studio to shame. The opposite wall had a huge window, the sun spilling in to set the soft carpet glowing. I knew I was too far into the building for the window and its accompanying sunbeam to be real, but it was good enough to warrant a severe going over. I set my bag beside the chair opposite the desk and went to the window. Hands on my hips, I eyed the shot of yearlings arguing over fallen apples. My eyebrows rose. The engineers were off. It was noon, and the sun wasn't low enough to be casting beams that long. Finding satisfaction in their error, I turned my attention to the freestanding fish tank against the back wall behind the desk. Starfish, blue damsels, yellow tangs, and even seahorses coexisted peacefully, seemingly unaware the ocean was 500 miles east. My thoughts turned to my Mr. Fish, swimming contentedly in his little glass bowl. I frowned, not jealous, but annoyed at the fickleness of the luck of the world. Trent's desk had the usual stuff on top, complete with a small fountain of black rock for the water to chatter over. His computer screensaver was a scrolling line of 3 numbers, 20, 5, 1, a rather enigmatic message. Stuck in the corner where the walls met the ceiling was a conspicuous camera, its red light winking at me. I was under surveillance. My thoughts went back to Jonathan's conversation with his mysterious Sahan. Clearly my story of Francine had been breached, but if they wanted me arrested, they would have done it by now. It seemed I had something Mr. Kalamack wanted. My silence? I ought to find out. Grinning, I waved at the camera and settled myself behind Trent's desk. I imagined the stir I was causing as I began rummaging about. The date book was first, laid invitingly open on the desktop. Francis's appointment had a line through his name and a question mark penciled beside it. Wincing, I leafed back to the day where Trent's secretary had been tagged with brimstone. There was nothing out of the ordinary. The phrase, Huntington's to Ehrlich, caught my eye. Was he smuggling people out of the country? Big whoop. The top drawer held nothing unusual. Pencils, pens, sticky notepads, and a gray touchstone. I wondered what Trent could possibly be concerned about to warrant that. The side drawers contained color-coded files concerning his off-estate interests. As I waited for someone to stop me, I browsed, learning his pecan groves had suffered from a late frost this year, but that his strawberries on the coast made up the loss. I slammed the drawer shut, surprised no one had come in yet. Perhaps they were curious as to what I was looking for. I knew I was. Trent had a thing for maple candy and pre-turn whiskey, if the stash I found in a lower drawer meant anything. I was tempted to crack the nearly 40-year-old bottle and sample it, but decided that would bring my watchers out faster than anything else would. The next drawer was full of neatly arranged discs. Bingo, I thought, opening it farther. Alzheimer's, I whispered, running a finger across a handmade label. Cystic fibrosis, cancer. In all, there were 8 labeled cancer. Depression, diabetes. I continued until I found Huntington. My gaze went to the date book, and I shut the drawer. Oh. Settling into Trent's plush chair, I pulled his appointment book onto my lap. I started in January, turning pages slowly. Every 5th day or so, a shipment went out. My breath quickened as I noticed a pattern. Huntington went out the same day every month. I flipped back and forth. They all went out on the same day of the month, within a few days of each other. Taking a slow breath, I glanced at the drawer of discs. Sure I was onto something. I popped one into the computer and jiggled the mouse. Damn. Password protected. There was a small click of a latch. Jumping to my feet, I jabbed the eject button.
Good afternoon, Ms. Morgan.
It was Trent Kalamack. I tried not to flush as I slipped the small disc into a pocket. Beg pardon? I said, turning the ditzy charm on full. They knew who I was. Big surprise. Trent adjusted the lowest button on his gray linen jacket as he shut the door behind him. A disarming smile curved over his clean-shaven features, giving him the air of someone my age. His hair had a transparent whiteness to it that some children have, and he was comfortably tan, looking as if it wouldn't take much to get him poolside. He looked far too pleasant to be as wealthy as he was rumored to be. It wasn't fair to have money and good looks both.
You'd rather be Francine Percy,
Trent said, eyeing me over his wire-rimmed glasses. I tucked an escaped curl behind an ear, striving for an air of nonchalance. Actually, no, I admitted. I must still have a few cards to play, or he wouldn't be bothering with me. Trent moved to the back of his desk with a preoccupied poise, forcing me to retreat to the other side. He held his dark blue tie to himself as he sat. Glancing up, he looked charmingly surprised as he noticed I was still standing.
Please, sit,
he said, flashing me small, even teeth. He pointed a remote at the camera. The red light went out, and he tucked the remote away. Still I stood. I didn't trust his casual acceptance. Warning bells were going off in my head, making my stomach clench. Fortune magazine had put him on its cover as last year's most eligible bachelor. It had been a head-to-knee shot, with him leaning casually against a door with his company name on it in gold letters. His smile had been a compelling mix of confidence and secrecy. Some women were drawn to a smile like that. Me, I get wary. He gave me the same smile now as he sat, his hand tucked under his chin as his elbow rested on the desktop. I watched the short hair about his ears drift, and I thought his carefully styled hair had to be incredibly soft, if just the draft from the vent could lift it like that. Trent's lips tightened as he saw my attention on his hair, then returned to that smile.
Let me apologize for the mistake at the front gate. And then with John, he said, I wasn't expecting you for at least another week.
I sat down as my knees went weak. He was expecting me? I'm sure I don't understand, I said boldly, relieved my voice didn't crack. The man reached for a pencil with a casual ease, but his eyes jerked to mine when I shifted my feet. If I'd known him better, I would have said he was wound tighter than I was. He meticulously erased the question mark by Francis's name and wrote mine in. Setting the pencil down, he ran a hand over his head to get his hair to lay flat.
I'm a busy man, Miss Morgan,
he said, his voice rising and falling pleasantly.
I found it more cost-effective to lure key employees from other companies rather than raise them up from scratch. And where I would be loath to suggest I was in competition with the IS, I found their training methods and the skill sets they foster are commensurate with my needs. In all honesty, I would have preferred to see if you had the ingenuity to survive an IS death threat before I brought you in. Perhaps merely finding your way to my back porch is enough. I crossed my legs and arched my eyebrows. Are you offering me a job, Mr. Kalamack? You want me for your new secretary? Type your letters? Fetch your coffee? Heavens, no, he said, ignoring my sarcasm. You smell too strongly of magic for a secretarial position, despite trying to cover it with that, perfume? I flushed, determined not to drop from his questioning gaze. No, Trent continued matter-of-factly. You're too interesting to be a secretary, even one of mine. Not only have you quit the IS, but you're baiting them. You went shopping. You broke into their records vault to shred your file, locking a runner unconscious in his own car, he said with a carefully cultivated laugh. I like that. But even better is your quest to improve yourself. I applauded your drive to expand your horizons, learn new skills. The willingness to explore options most shun is a mindset I strive to instill in my employees, though reading that book on the bus shows a certain lack of judgment. A sliver of dark humor showed behind his eyes, unless your interest in vampires has an earthier source. Ms. Morgan? My stomach tightened, and I wondered if I had enough charms to fight my way out of here. How had Trent found all that out when the IS couldn't even keep tabs on me? I forced myself to be calm as I realized how deep in the pixie dust I was. What had I been thinking walking in here? The man's secretary was dead. He ran Brimstone, no matter how generous he was during charity fundraisers, or that he golfed with the mayor's husband. He was too smart to be content running a good third of Cincinnati's manufacturing. His hidden interests webbed the underworld, and I was pretty sure he wanted to keep it that way. Trent leaned forward with an intent expression, and I knew he was done with the idle chit-chat. My question, Ms. Morgan, he said softly, is, what do you want with me? I said nothing, my confidence trickling away. He gestured to his desk. What were you looking for? Gum? I said, and he sighed. For the sake of eliminating a great deal of wasted time and effort, I suggest we be honest with each other. He took off his glasses and set them aside, inasmuch as we need to. Tell me why you risked death to visit me. You have my word the record of your actions today will be misplaced. I simply want to know where I stand. What have I done to warrant your attention? I walk free, I said, and he leaned back in his seat, nodding. His eyes were a shade of green I had never seen before. There was no blue in them, not even a whisper. Everyone wants something, Ms. Morgan, he said, each word precise but flowing into the next like water. What is it you want? My heart pounded at his promise of freedom. I followed his gaze to my hands and the dirt under my nails. You, I said, curling my fingertips under my palms to hide them. I want the evidence that you killed your secretary, that you're dealing in brimstone. Oh, he said with a poignant sigh, you want your freedom, I should have guessed. You, Ms. Morgan, are more complex than I gave you credit for. He nodded, his silk-lined suit making a soft whisper as he moved. Giving me to the IS would certainly buy your independence, but you can understand I won't allow it. He straightened, becoming all business again. I'm in the position of offering you something just as good as freedom, perhaps better. I can arrange for your IS contract to be paid off, a loan, if you will. You can work it off over the course of your career with me. I can set you up in a decent establishment, perhaps a small staff. My face went cold and hot. He wanted to buy me. Not noticing my slow anger, he opened a file from his inbox. Pulling a pair of wood-rimmed glasses from an inner pocket, he balanced them on his small nose. I grimaced as he looked me over, clearly seeing past my disguise. He made a small sound before he bent his fair head to read what it contained. Do you like the beach? He asked lightly, and I wondered why he was even pretending he needed the glasses to read. I have a macadamia plantation I've been looking to expand. It's in the South Seas. You could even pick out the colors for the main house. You can go turn yourself, Trent, I said.
and he looked up over his glasses, seemingly surprised. It made him look charming, and I forced the thought from me. If I wanted someone tugging on my leash, I would have stayed with the IS. Brimstone has grown on those islands, and I might as well be human that close to the sea. I couldn't even bring up a love charm there. "Sun," he said persuasively as he tucked his glasses away. "Warm sand, setting your own hours." He closed the file and put a hand upon it. "You can bring your new friend, Ivy, is it? A Tamwood vampire. Quite a catch." A wry smile flickered over him. My temper burned. He thought he could buy me off. The trouble was, I was tempted. And that made me angry with myself. I glared, my hands stiff in my lap. "Be honest," Trent said, his long fingers twirling a pencil with a mesmerizing dexterity. "You're resourceful, perhaps even skilled, but no one eludes the IS permanently without help." "I have a better way," I said, as I struggled to remain seated. I had nowhere to go until he let me. "I'm going to tie you to a post in the center of the city. I'm going to prove you were involved with your secretary's death and you're dealing in brimstone. I quit my job, Mr. Kalamack, not my morals." Ire flickered behind his green eyes, but his face remained calm as he set his pencil back in the cup with a sharp tap. "You can trust me to keep my word. I always keep my word. Promises or threats." His voice seemed to pool on the floor, and I fought the idiotic urge to lift my feet from the carpet. "A businessman has to," he intoned, "or he won't be in business very long." I swallowed, wondering what the hell he was. He had the grace, the voice, the quickness, and the confident power of a vampire. And as much as I disliked the man, the raw attraction was there, heightened by his personal strength, rather than a teasing manner and sexual innuendos. But he wasn't a living vampire. Though warm and good-natured on the surface, he had a very large personal space that most vampires lacked. He kept people at arm's length, too far to seduce with a touch. No, he wasn't a vamp, but maybe a human scion? My eyebrows rose. Trent blinked, seeing the idea crossing me and not knowing what it was. "Yes, Miss Morgan," he murmured, seeming uncomfortable for the first time. My heart pounded. "Your hair is floating again," I said, trying to jolt him. His lips parted, and he seemed at a loss for words. I jumped as the door opened and Jonathan strode in. He was stiff and angry, with the attitude of a protector fettered by the very one he has been pledged to defend. In his hands was a head-sized glass ball. Jenks was inside it. Frightened, I stood, clutching my bag to myself. "John," Trent said, smoothing his hair as he got to his feet. "Thank you. If you would please escort Miss Morgan and her associate out." Jenks was so angry his wings were a black blur. I could see him mouthing something but couldn't hear him. His gestures, though, were unmistakable. "My disc, Miss Morgan." I spun, gasping as I realized Trent had come around his desk and was right behind me. I hadn't heard him move. "Your what?" I stammered. His right hand was outstretched. It was smooth and unworked, but carried a taut strength. He had a single gold band on his ring finger. I couldn't help but notice that he was only a few inches taller than me. "My disc," he prompted, and I swallowed. Tense to react, I dug it from my pocket with 2 fingers and handed it to him. Something swept over him. It was as subtle as a shade of blue, as indistinguishable as a snowflake among thousands. But it was there. In that instant, I knew it wasn't brimstone that Trent was afraid of. It was something on that disc. My thoughts shot to his neatly arranged discs, and it was with an incredible resolve that I kept my eyes on his instead of following my suspicions to his desk drawer. God help me. The man ran bio-drugs along with brimstone. The man was a freaking bio-drug lord. My heart hammered and my mouth went dry. You were jailed for running brimstone, but you were staked, burned, and scattered for running bio-drugs. And he wanted me to work for him? "You've shown an unexpected capacity to plan, Miss Morgan," Trent said, interrupting my racing thoughts.
Vampire assassins won't attack you while under a Tamwood's protection, and arranging a pixie clan to protect you against fairies as well as living in a church to keep the wares at bay are beautiful in their simplicity. Let me know when you change your mind about working for me. You would find satisfaction here, and recognition, something the IS has been most remiss with." I steeled my face, concentrating on keeping my voice from shaking. I hadn't planned anything. Ivy had, and I wasn't sure what her motives were. "With all due respect, Mr. Kalamack, you can go turn yourself." Jonathan stiffened, but Trent simply nodded and went back behind his desk. A heavy hand hit my shoulder. I instinctively grabbed it, crouching to fling whoever had touched me over my shoulder and onto the floor. Jonathan hit with a surprised grunt. I was kneeling on his neck before I realized I had moved. Frightened for what I had done, I rose and backed away. Trent glanced up in unconcern from replacing the disc in the drawer. 3 other people had entered at Jonathan's heavy thump. 2 centered about me. 1 stood before Trent. "Let her go," Trent said. "It was John's error." He sighed with mild disappointment. "John," he added tiredly, "she isn't the fluff she pretends to be." The tall man had risen smoothly to his feet. He tugged his shirt straight and ran his hand to smooth his hair. He eyed me with hatred. Not only had I bested him before his employer, but he had also been rebuked in front of me. The angry man scooped Jenks up with bad grace and motioned to the door. I walked free, back out into the sun, more afraid of what I had turned down than of having left the IS. 15. I yanked at the pizza dough, taking my frustrations concerning my fabulous afternoon out on the helpless yeast and flour. A crackle of stiff paper came from Ivy's wooden table. My attention jerked to her. Head bowed and brow furrowed, she kept her attention on her map. I'd be a fool not to recognize that her reactions had quickened with sunset. She moved with that unnerving grace again, but she looked irate, not amorous. Still, I was aware of her every move. Ivy had a real run, I thought sourly as I stood at the center island and made pizza. Ivy had a life. Ivy wasn't trying to prove the city's most prominent, beloved citizen was a bio-drug lord and play head cook at the same time. 3 days on her own, and Ivy had already got a run to find a missing human. I thought it odd a human would come to a vamp for help, but Ivy had her own charms, or scary competence, rather. Her nose had been buried in her map of the city all night, plotting the man's usual haunts with colored markers and drawing out the paths he would likely take while driving from home to work and such. "I'm no expert," Ivy said to the table, "but is that how you're supposed to do that?"
"You want to make dinner?" I snapped, then looked at what I was doing. The circle was more of a lopsided oval, so thin in places it almost broke through. Embarrassed, I pushed the dough to fill in the thin spot and tugged it to fit the baking stone properly. As I fussed with the edges, I surreptitiously watched her. At her first sultry glance or overly quick move, I was going out the door to hide behind Jenks's stump. The jar of sauce opened with a loud pop. My eyes flicked to Ivy. Seeing no change, I dumped most of it onto the pizza and recapped the jar. What else should go on it? I wondered. It would be a miracle if Ivy let me top it with everything I usually did. Deciding not to even attempt the cashews, I pulled out the mundane toppings. "Peppers," I muttered. "Mushrooms?" I glanced at Ivy. She looked like a meat kind of a gal. "Bacon left from breakfast?" The marker squeaked as Ivy drew a purple line from the campus to the Hollow's more hazardous strip of nightclubs and bars by the waterfront.
"So," she drawled, "are you going to tell me what's bothering you, or am I going to have to order pizza in after you burn that one?"
I put the pepper in the sink and leaned against the counter. "Trent runs bio-drugs," I said, hearing the ugliness anew as I said it. If he knew I was going to try and tag him with that, he'd kill me quicker than the IS.
"But he doesn't."
Ivy drew another line.
"All he knows is you think he runs Brimstone and had his secretary murdered. If he was worried, he wouldn't have offered you that job."
"Job?" I said, turning my back to her as I washed the pepper. "It's in the South Seas, running his brimstone plantations, no doubt. He wants me out of the way, that's all."
"How about that?"
she said as she capped her pen by pounding it on the table. Startled, I spun, flinging drops of water everywhere.
He thinks you're a threat,
she finished, making a show of brushing away the water I had accidentally hit her with. I gave her a sheepish smile, hoping she couldn't tell she had me on edge. I hadn't thought about it that way, I said. Ivy went back to her map, frowning as she dabbed at the stains the water had made on her crisp lines.
Give me some time to check around,
she said in a preoccupied voice.
If we can get hold of his financial records and a few of his buyers, we can find a paper trail. But I still say it's just brimstone.
I yanked open the fridge for the Parmesan and mozzarella. If Trent didn't run bio-drugs, then I was a pixie princess. There was a clatter as Ivy tossed one of her markers into the cup beside her monitor. My back was to her, and the noise startled me.
Just because he has a drawer full of discs labeled with diseases once helped by bio-drugs doesn't mean he's a drug lord,
Ivy said, throwing another.
Maybe they're client lists. The man is big into philanthropy, keeps half a dozen country hospitals running alone with his donations.
Maybe, I said, unconvinced. I knew about Trent's generous contributions. Last fall, he had been auctioned off in Cincinnati's For the Children charity for more money than I used to make in a year. Personally, I thought his efforts were a publicity front. The man was dirt.
Besides,
Ivy said, as she leaned back in her chair and tossed another one of her markers into the cup in an unreal show of hand-eye coordination,
why would he be running bio-drugs? The man is independently wealthy. He doesn't need any more money. People are motivated by 3 things, Rachel. Love.
A red marker clattered in with the rest.
Revenge.
A black one landed next to it.
And power,
she finished, tossing in a green one.
Trent has enough money to buy all 3.
You forgot one, I said, wondering if I should just keep my mouth shut. Family. Ivy grabbed the pens out of the cup. Leaning back in her chair to balance on 2 legs, she started tossing them again.
Doesn't family come in with love?
She asked. I watched her from the corner of my sight. Not if they were dead, I thought, my memories turning to my dad. In that case, it might come under revenge. The kitchen went silent as I sprinkled a thin dusting of Parmesan on the sauce. Only the clacks of Ivy's pens broke the stillness. Every single one went in, the sporadic rattles getting on my nerves. The pens stopped, and I froze in alarm. Her face was shadowed. I couldn't see if her eyes were going black. My heartbeat quickened, and I didn't move, waiting.
Why don't you just stake me, Rachel?
She said in exasperation as she flipped her hair aside to show me irate brown eyes.
I'm not going to jump you. I said Friday was an accident.
Shoulders easing, I rummaged loudly in the drawer for a can opener for the mushrooms. Pretty freaking scary accident, I muttered under my breath as I drained them.
I heard that.
She hesitated. A pen landed in the cup with a rattle.
You, did read the book, right?
She asked. Most of it, I admitted, then went alarmed. Why? Am I doing something wrong?
You're ticking me off. That's what you're doing wrong, she said, her voice raised. Stop watching me. I'm not an animal. I may be a vampire, but I still have a soul.
I bit my tongue so I wouldn't even mouth an answer to that. There was a clatter as she dropped her remaining markers in the pencil cup. The silence grew heavy as she pulled her maps to her. I turned my back on her to prove I trusted her. I didn't, though. Putting the pepper on the cutting board, I yanked open a drawer and banged noisily about until I found a huge knife. It was too big to cut peppers, but I was feeling vulnerable, and that was the knife I was going to use.
Ivy hesitated. You're not putting peppers on that, are you?
My breath slipped from me, and I set the knife down. We probably wouldn't have anything on our pizza but cheese. Silently, I put the pepper back in the refrigerator. What's a pizza without peppers? I whispered under my breath.
Edible,
was her prompt response, and I grimaced. She wasn't supposed to hear that. My eyes traveled over the counter and my assembled goodies. Mushrooms okay?
Can't have pizza without them.
I layered slices of slimy brown atop the Parmesan. Ivy rattled her map, and I snuck an unhelped glance at her.
You never did tell me what you did with Francis,
she said. I left him in his open trunk. Someone will douse him in salt water. I think I broke his car. It doesn't accelerate anymore, no matter what gear I put it in and how loud I race it.
Ivy laughed and my skin crawled. As if daring me to object, she rose, coming to lean against the counter. My tension flowed back. It doubled when she eased herself up with a controlled slowness to sit on the counter beside me. "So," she said, opening the bag of pepperoni and provocatively placing a slice in her mouth. "What do you think he is?" She was eating. Great. "Francis?" I asked, surprised she had to ask. "He's an idiot." "No, Trent." I held my hand out for the pepperoni, and she set the bag on my palm. "I don't know, but he isn't a vamp. He thought my perfume was to cover up my witch smell, not, yours." I felt awkward with her that close, and I dealt the pepperoni like cards onto the pizza. And his teeth aren't sharp enough. Finished, I put the bag in the refrigerator, out of Ivy's reach. "They could be capped." Ivy stared at the refrigerator and the unseen pepperoni. "It would be harder to be a practicing vamp, but it's been done." My thoughts went back to table 6.1 with its 2 helpful diagrams, and I shuddered, disguising it in my reach for the tomato. Ivy bobbed her head in agreement as my hand hovered over it in question. "No," I said confidently. "He doesn't have that lack of understanding of personal space every living vamp I've met besides you seems to have." As soon as I said it, I wished I could take it back. Ivy stiffened, and I wondered if the unnatural distance she put between herself and everyone had everything to do with her being a non-practicing vamp. It must be frustrating. Second-guessing your every move, wondering if your head prompted it or your hunger. No wonder Ivy had a tendency to fly off the handle. She was fighting a 1,000-year instinct with no one to help her find the way. I hesitated, then asked, "Is there a way to tell if Trent is a human scion?" "Human scion?" she said, sounding surprised. "There's a thought." I sent the knife through the tomato to make little red squares. It sort of fits. He has the inner strength, grace, and personal power of a vampire, but without the touchy-feely. And I'd stake my life that he's not a witch or warlock. It's more than him lacking even the barest hint of a redwood smell. It's the way he moves, the light in the back of his eyes. I went still as I recalled his unreadable green eyes. Ivy slipped off the counter, pilfering a pepperoni off the pizza. I casually moved it to the other side of the sink and away from her. She followed, taking another. There was a soft buzz as Jenks flew in through the window. He had a mushroom in his arms almost as large as himself, bringing the smell of dirt into the kitchen. I glanced at Ivy, and she shrugged. "Hey, Jenks," Ivy said, as she moved back to her chair in the corner of the kitchen. Apparently we'd passed the "I can stand right next to you and not bite you" test. "What do you think? Is Trent aware?" Jenks dropped the mushroom, his tiny face shifting with anger, his wings blurred to nothing. "How should I know if Trent is aware?" he snapped. "I didn't get close enough. I got caught, okay? Jenks got caught. Happy now?" He flew to the window. Standing beside Mr. Fish with his hands on his hips, he stared into the dark. Ivy shook her head with a look of disgust. "So you got caught. Big freaking deal. They knew who Rachel was, and you don't see her whining over it." Actually, I had thrown my tantrum on the way home, which might have accounted for the odd noise Francis's car was making when I left it in the mall parking lot in the shade of a tree. Jenks started to hover 3 inches before Ivy's nose. His wings were red in anger. "You have a gardener trap you in a glass ball and see if it doesn't give you a new outlook on life, little Miss Mary Sunshine." My bad mood slipped away as I watched a 4-inch pixie confront a vamp. "Knock it off, Jenks," I said lightly. "I don't think he was a real gardener." "Really?" he said sarcastically, flying to me. "You think?" Behind him, Ivy pretended to squish Jenks between her finger and thumb. Rolling her eyes, she returned to her maps. Jenks flitted down to his mushroom and brought it to me, dirt and all. It was dressed in a loose, very casual outfit. The flowing silk was the color of wet moss, and the cut of it made him look like a desert sheik. His blonde hair was slicked back, and I thought I smelled soap. I'd never seen a pixie relaxing at home. It was kind of nice. "Here," he said awkwardly, rolling the mushroom to a stop beside me. "I found it in the garden. I thought you might want it for your pizza tonight." "Thanks, Jenks," I said, brushing off the dirt. "Look," he said as he backed away 3 steps. His wings were a confusing flash of motion and stillness. "Sorry, Rachel. I was supposed to back you up, not get caught." How embarrassing, I thought, having someone no bigger than a dragonfly apologizing for not protecting me. Yeah, well, we both screwed up, I said sourly, wishing Ivy wasn't witnessing this. Ignoring her puff of noise, I rinsed off his mushroom and sliced it. Jenks seemed satisfied and went to make annoying circles around Ivy's head until she swatted at him. Abandoning her, he came back to me. I'm going to find out what Kalamack smells like if it kills me, Jenks said as I placed his contribution on the pizza. It's personal now. Well, I thought, why not? I took a deep breath. I'm going back tomorrow night, I said, thinking about my death threat. Eventually, I was going to make a mistake, and unlike Ivy, I couldn't come back from the dead. Want to go with me, Jenks? Not as a backup, but as a partner? Jenks rose up, his wings shifting to purple. You can bet your mother's panties I will.
Rachel, Ivy exclaimed. What do you think you're doing?
I tore open the bag of mozzarella and dumped it over the pizza. I'm making Jenks a full partner. Got a problem with that? He's been working too much overtime for anything less.
No,
she said, staring at me across the kitchen.
I mean going back to Kalamack's.
Jenks hovered next to me to make a united front. Shut your mouth, Tamwood. She needs a disc to prove Kalamack is a bio-drug runner. I don't have a choice, I said, pushing the cheese so hard it spilled over the edge. Ivy leaned back in her chair with an exaggerated slowness.
I know you want him, but think it through, Rachel. Trent can accuse you of everything from trespassing to impersonating IS personnel to looking at his horses cross-eyed. If you get caught, you're toast.
If I accuse Trent without solid proof, he will slide through the courts on a technicality. I couldn't look at her. It has to be fast and idiot-proof. Something the media can get their teeth into and run with. My motions were jerky as I picked up the cheese I had spilled and put it back on the pizza. I have to get one of those discs, and tomorrow I will. A small noise of disbelief came from Ivy.
I can't believe you're rushing back. No plans, no preparations, nothing. You already tried the no-thinking approach and you got caught.
My face burned. Just because I don't plan out my trips to the bathroom, it doesn't mean I'm not a good runner, I said tightly. Her jaw clenched.
I never said you weren't a good runner. I only meant a little planning might save you some embarrassing mistakes, like what happened today.
Mistakes? I exclaimed. Look here, Ivy, I'm a damn fine runner. She arched her thin eyebrows.
You haven't had a clean tag in the last 6 months.
That wasn't me, that was Denon. He admitted it, and if you were so unimpressed with my abilities, why did you beg that I let you come with me?
I didn't,
Ivy said. Her eyes narrowed and spots of anger appeared on her cheeks. Not wanting to argue with her, I turned to put the pizza in the oven. The dry whoosh of air made my cheeks tighten and sent wisps of my hair floating into my eyes. Yes, you did, I muttered, knowing she could hear me, then said louder, I know exactly what I'm going to do.
Really?
She said from right behind me. I stifled a gasp and whipped around. Jenks was standing on the windowsill next to Mr. Fish, white-faced.
So tell me, she said, her voice dripping with sarcasm, what's your perfect plan?
Not wanting her to know she had scared me, I brushed past her, deliberately showing her my back as I scraped the flour off the counter with that big knife. The hair on the back of my neck rose, and I turned to find her just where I'd left her, even if her arms were crossed and a dark shadow was flitting behind her eyes. My pulse quickened. I knew I shouldn't have been arguing with her. Jenks darted between Ivy and me. How are we going to get in, Rachel? He asked, alighting beside me on the counter. I felt safer with him watching her, and I purposely turned my back on Ivy. I'm going in as a mink. Ivy made a noise of disbelief, and I stiffened. Brushing the loosened flour into my hand, I dumped it into the trash. Even if I'm spotted, they won't know it's me. It'll be a simple snap and dash. Trent's words about my activities flitted through me, and I wondered.
Burglarizing the office of a councilman is not a simple snatch and dash,
Ivy said, the tension seeming to ooze from her. It's grand theft. With Jenks, I'll be in and out of his office in 2 minutes, out of the building in 10, and buried in the basement of the IS tower in an hour, Ivy said,
You're nuts. Both of you are bloody nuts. It's a fortress in the middle of the freaking woods. And that's not a plan, it's an idea. Plans are on paper.
Her voice had become scornful, pulling my shoulders tight. If I used plans, I'd be dead 3 times over, I said. I don't need a plan. You learn all you can, then you just do it. Plans can't take into account surprises.
If you used a plan, you wouldn't have any surprises.
Ivy stared at me and I swallowed. More than a hint of black swirled in her eyes, and my stomach clenched.
I have a more enjoyable path if you're looking for suicide,
she breathed. Jenks landed on my earring, jolting my eyes from Ivy. It's the first smart thing she's done all week, he said. So back off, Tamwood. Ivy's eyes narrowed, and I took a quick step back as she was distracted.
You're as bad as her, Pixie,
she said, showing her teeth. Vamp teeth were like guns. You didn't pull them unless you were going to use them. Let her do her job, Jenks shouted back. Ivy went wire tight. A cold draft hit my neck as Jenks shifted his wings as if to fly. Enough! I cried, before he could leave me. I wanted him right where he was. Ivy, if you have a better idea, tell me. If not, shut up. Together, Jenks and I looked at Ivy, stupidly thinking we were stronger together than alone. Her eyes flashed to black. My mouth went dry. They were unblinking, alive with a promise as yet only hinted at. A tickle in my belly swirled up to close my throat. I couldn't tell if it was fear or anticipation. She fixed upon my eyes, not breathing. Don't look at my neck, I thought, panicking. Oh, God, don't look at my neck. Rot in hell, Jenks whispered. But she shuddered, turning away to lean over the sink. I was shaking, and I could swear I heard a sigh of relief from Jenks. This, I realized, could have been really, really bad. Ivy's voice sounded dead when she next spoke.
Fine,
she said to the sink.
Go get yourself killed, both of you.
She jerked herself into motion and I jumped. Hunched and pained-looking, she stalked out of the kitchen. Too soon to be believed came the sound of the church's front door slamming. Then nothing. Someone, I thought, is going to get hurt tonight. Jenks left my earring, alighting on the windowsill. What's with her? He said belligerently into the sudden quiet. You would almost think she cared. 16. I woke from a sound sleep, jolted by the distant sound of glass breaking. I could smell wood incense. My eyes flashed open. Ivy was bending over me, her face inches from mine. No! I shouted, punching out in a blind panic. My fist caught her in the gut. Ivy clutched her middle and fell to the floor, struggling to breathe. I scrambled to crouch on my bed. My eyes darted from the gray window to the door. My heart pounded, and I went cold in a painful rush of adrenaline. She was between me and my only way out. Wait, she gasped, her robe sleeve falling to her elbow as she reached to catch me. You backstabbing, blood-sucking vamp! I hissed. My breath caught in surprise as Jenks, no, it was Jax, flitted from the windowsill to hover before me. Miss Rachel? He said, distracted and tense. We're under attack! Fairies! He nearly spat the last word. Fairies? I thought in a cold wash of fear as I glanced at my bag. I couldn't fight fairies with my charms. They were too fast. The best I could do would be to try and squish one. Oh, God. I'd never killed anyone in my entire life, not even by accident. I was a runner, damn it. The idea was to bring them in alive, not dead. But fairies? My gaze shot to Ivy, and I flushed as I realized what she was doing in my room. With as much grace as I could find, I got off my bed. Sorry, I whispered, offering her a hand up. Her head tilted so she could see me past the curtain of her hair. Pain barely hid her anger. A white hand darted out and yanked me down. I hit the floor with a yelp, panicking again as she covered my mouth with a firm hand. Shut up, she wheezed, her breath on my neck. You want to get us killed? They're already inside. Eyes wide, I whispered around her fingers. They won't come inside. It's a church. Fairies don't recognize holy ground, she said. They couldn't care less. They were already inside? Seeing my alarm, Ivy took her hand from my mouth. My eyes went to the heating vent. Reaching out a slow hand, I closed it, wincing at the squeak. Jack slid upon my pajama-covered knee. "They invaded our garden," he said, the murderous cast on his childlike face looking terribly wrong. "They're going to pay. And here I am stuck babysitting you two lunkers." He flitted to the window in disgust. There was a bump from the kitchen, and Ivy yanked me down as I tried to rise.
"Stay put,"
she said softly.
"Jenks will take care of them."
"But—" I bit back my protest as Ivy turned to me, her eyes black in the dim light of the early morning. What could Jenks do against fairy assassins? He was trained in backup, not guerrilla warfare.
"Look, I'm sorry," I whispered. "For hitting you, I mean."
Ivy didn't move. A seething mix of emotion had gathered behind her eyes, and I felt my breath catch.
"If I wanted you, little witch," she said, "you couldn't stop me."
Chilled, I swallowed hard. It sounded like a promise.
"Something's changed,"
she said, her attention on my closed door.
"I didn't expect this for another 3 days."
A sick feeling washed over me. The IS had changed its tactics. I had brought this on myself.
"Francis," I said, "it's my fault. The IS knows I can slip past their watchers now."
I pressed my fingertips into my temples. Keesley, the old man across the street, had warned me. There was a third crash, louder this time. Ivy and I stared at the door. I could hear my heartbeat. I wondered if Ivy could, too. After a long moment, there was a tiny knock at the door. Tension slammed into me, and I heard Ivy take a slow breath, gathering herself. "Papa?" Jack said softly. There was a whine of noise from the hall, and Jax darted to the door. "Papa!" he shouted. I lurched to my feet, shoulders slumping. I flicked on the light, squinting in the sudden glare at the clock Ivy had lent me. 5:30. I'd only been asleep an hour. Ivy rose with startling quickness, opening the door and stalking out with the hem of her robe furling. I winced as she left. I hadn't meant to hurt her. No, that wasn't true. I had, but I thought she was making me into an early morning snack. Jenks careened in, nearly crashing into the window as he tried to land. "Jenks?" I said, deciding my apology to Ivy could wait. "Are you all right?" "Well," he drawled, sounding as if he were drunk, "we won't have to worry about fairies for a while." My eyes widened at the length of steel in his hand. It had a wooden handle and was the size of one of those sticks they put olives on. Staggering, he sat down hard, accidentally bending his lower set of wings under him. Jax pulled his father to his feet. "Papa?" he said, worried. Jenks was a mess. One of his upper wings was in tatters. He was bleeding from several scratches, one right under his eye. The other was swollen shut. He leaned heavily on Jax, who was struggling to keep his father upright. "Here," I said, tucking my hand under and behind Jenks, forcing him to sit on my palm. "Let's get you to the kitchen. The light's better in there. Maybe we can tape your wing." "No, right there," Jenks slurred. "Broke 'em." He blinked, struggling to focus. "Sorry." Worried, I cupped my hand over him, ignoring his muffled protests. "Jax," I said, "get your mom." He grabbed his father's sword and darted out just below the ceiling. "Ivy?" I called as I edged my way through the dark hall. "What do you know about pixies?"
"Apparently not enough,"
she said from right behind me, and I jumped. I elbowed the light switch as I entered the kitchen. Nothing. The lights were busted.
"Wait," Ivy said. "There's glass all over the floor."
"How can you tell?" I said in disbelief. But I hesitated, not willing to chance my bare feet in the dark. Ivy brushed past me in a whisper of black, and I shuddered as the breeze of her passage chilled me. She was going vampy. There was the crunch of glass, and the fluorescent bulb over the oven flickered into life, illuminating the kitchen in an uncomfortable glow. Thin fluorescent light bulb glass littered the floor. There was a pungent haze in the air. My eyebrows rose as I realized it was a cloud of fairy dust. It caught in my throat, and I put Jenks on the counter before I sneezed and accidentally dropped him. Breath held, I picked my way to the window to open it farther. Mr. Fish was laying helpless in the sink, his bowl shattered. I gingerly plucked him from between the thick shards, filling a plastic cup and plunking him in. Mr. Fish wiggled, shuddered, and sank to the bottom. Slowly, his gills moved back and forth. He was okay.
"Jenks," I said, turning to find him standing where I had left him. "What happened?"
"We got 'em,"
he said, barely audible, listing to the side. Ivy took the broom from the pantry and began sweeping the glass into a pile.
"They thought I didn't know they were there,"
Jenks continued as I rummaged for some tape, starting as I found a severed fairy wing. It looked like a luna moth's wing rather than a dragonfly's. The scales rubbed off on my fingers, staining them green and purple. I carefully set the wing aside. There were several very complicated spells that called for fairy dust. Jeez, I thought, turning away. I was going to be sick. Someone had died, and I was considering using part of him to spell.
"Little J.C. spotted them first,"
Jenks said, his voice falling into an eerie cadence.
"On the far side of the human graves, pink wings in the lowering moon as the earth slipped round her silver light. They reached our wall, our lines were strung, we held our land, what's said is done."
Bewildered, I looked at Ivy standing silent with her unmoving broom. Her eyes were wide. This was weird. Jenks wasn't swearing. He sounded poetic. And he wasn't done.
"The first went down beneath the oak, stung by the taste of steel in his blood. The second on holy ground did fall, stained with the cries of his folly. The third in the dust and salt did fail, sent back to his master, a silent warning given."
Jenks looked up, clearly not seeing me.
"This ground is ours, so it is said, with broken wing, poisoned blood, and our unburied dead."
Ivy and I stared at each other through the ugly light.
"What the hell?"
Ivy whispered, and Jenks's eyes cleared. He turned to us, touched his head in salute, and slowly collapsed. "Jenks!" Ivy and I cried, jolted into motion. Ivy got there first. She cupped Jenks into her hands and turned to me with a panicked look. "What do I do?" she cried. "How should I know?" I shouted back. "Is he breathing?" There was a sound of jangling wind chimes, and Jenks's wife darted into the room, trailing a wake of at least a dozen pixie children.
"Your living room is clean,"
she said brusquely, her silk, fog-colored cloak billowing to a stop around her.
"No charms. Take him there, Jem. Go turn the light on ahead of Miss Ivy. Then help Ginny fetch my kit here. Jacques, take the rest of this lot through the church. Start in the belfry. Don't miss a crack. The walls, the pipes, the cable and phone lines. Watch the owls, and mind you check the priest hole. You even think you smell a spell or one of those fairies. You sing out. Clear? Now go."
The pixie children scattered. Ivy, too, obediently followed the tiny woman's order and hot-footed it into the living room. I would have thought it amusing, but for Jenks unmoving on her palm. Limping, I followed them.
"No love,"
the tiny woman directed as Ivy went to set Jenks on a cushion.
"The end table, please. I need a hard surface to cut against."
Cut against, I thought, moving Ivy's magazines off the table and onto the floor to make room. I sat down on the closest chair and tilted the lampshade. My adrenaline was fading, leaving me lightheaded and cold in my flannel pajamas. What if Jenks was really hurt? I was shocked he had actually killed 2 fairies. He had killed them. I had put people in the hospital before, sure, but kill someone? I thought back to my fear as I huddled in the dark next to a tense vampire and wondered if I could do the same. Ivy set Jenks down as if he were made of tissue paper, then back to the door. Her tall stance hunched, making her look nervous and out of place. "I'll check outside," she said. Mrs. Jenks smiled, showing an ageless warmth in her smooth, youthful features.
"No, love," she said. "It's safe now. We have at least a full day before the IS can find another fairy clan willing to breach our lines, and there's not enough money to get pixies to invade other pixies' gardens. It just proves fairies are uncouth barbarians. But you go search if you like. The youngest bairn could dance among the flowers this morning."
Ivy opened her mouth as if to protest. Then, realizing the pixie was entirely serious, she dropped her eyes and slipped out the back door.
"Did Jenks say anything before he passed out?"
Mrs. Jenks asked as she arranged him so his wings were awkwardly splayed. He looked like a pinned bug on display, and I felt ill. "No," I said, wondering at her calm attitude. I was nearly frantic. "He started in like he was reciting a sonnet or something." I pulled my pajama top tighter to my throat and hunched into myself. "Is he going to be all right?" She sank to her knees beside him, her relief obvious as she ran a careful finger under her husband's swollen eye. he's fine. If he was cursing or reciting poetry, he's fine. If you told me he was singing, I'd be worried." Her hands slowed their motion over him, and her eyes went distant. "The one time he came home singing, we nearly lost him." Her eyes cleared. Pressing her lips together in a mirthless smile, she opened the bag her children had brought. I felt a flush of guilt. "I'm really sorry about this, Mrs. Jenks," I said. "If it hadn't been for me, this never would have happened. If Jenks wants to break his contract, I'll understand." "Break his contract?" Mrs. Jenks fixed her eyes on me with a frightening intensity. "Heavens, child, not over a little bit of a thing like this." "But Jenks shouldn't have to fight them," I protested. "They could have killed him." "There were only 3, she said, spreading a white cloth next to Jenks like a surgical kit, laying bandages, salve, even what looked like artificial wing membrane on it. "And they knew better. They saw the warnings. Their deaths were legitimate." She smiled, and I could see why Jenks had used his wish to keep her. She looked like an angel, even with the knife she held. "But they weren't after you," I insisted. "They were after me." Her head shook to send the tips of her wispy hair waving. "Doesn't matter," she said in her lyrical voice. "They would have gotten the garden regardless, but I think they did it for the money." She nearly spat the word. "It took a lot of IS money to convince them to try my Jenks's strength." She sighed, cutting out portions of the thin membrane to match the holes in Jenks's wing with the coolness of someone mending a sock. "Don't fret," she said. "They thought that because we had just taken possession they could catch us off balance." She turned a smug eye to me. "They found out wrong, didn't they?" I didn't know what to say. The pixie fairy animosity went far deeper than I had imagined. Being of the mindset that no one could own the earth, pixies and fairies shunned the idea of property titles, relying upon the simple adage, might makes right. And because they weren't in competition with anyone but each other, the courts turned a blind eye to their affairs, allowing them to settle their own disagreements, up to and including killing each other, apparently. I wondered what had happened to whoever had the garden before Ivy rented the church. "Jenks likes you," the small woman said, rolling up the wing membrane and packing it away. "Calls you his friend. I'll give you the same title out of respect for him." "Thanks," I stammered. "I don't trust you, though," she said, and I blinked. She was as direct as her husband and just about as tactful. "Is it true you made him a partner? For real and not just a cruel prank?" I nodded, more serious than I had been all week. "Yes, ma'am. He deserves it." Mrs. Jenks took a pair of tiny scissors in hand. They looked more like an heirloom than a functional piece of equipment, their wooden handles carved into the shape of a bird. The beak was metal, and my eyes widened as she took the cold iron and knelt before Jenks. "Please stay asleep, love," I heard her whisper, and I watched in astonishment as she delicately trimmed the frayed edges of Jenks's wing. The smell of cauterized blood rose thick in the shut-up room. Ivy appeared in the doorway as if having been summoned. "You're bleeding," she said. I shook my head. "It's Jenks's wing." "No, you're bleeding. Your foot." I straightened, squashing a flash of angst. Breaking eye contact, I swung my foot up to look at its underside. A red smear covered my heel. I'd been too busy to notice. "I'll clean it up," Ivy said, and I dropped my foot, shrinking back. "The floor," Ivy said in disgust. "You left bloody footprints all over the floor." My gaze went to where she pointed to the hallway, my footprints obvious in the growing light of the new day. "I wasn't going to touch your foot," Ivy muttered as she stomped out. I flushed. Well, I had woken up with her breathing on my neck. There was a thumping of cupboard doors and a rush of water from the kitchen. She was mad at me. Maybe I ought to apologize. But for what? I already said I was sorry for hitting her. "You sure Jenks is going to be okay?" I asked, avoiding the problem. The pixie woman sighed. "If I can get the patches in place before he wakes up." She sat back on her heels, closed her eyes, and said a short prayer. Wiping her hands on her skirt, she took up a dull blade with a wooden handle. She set a patch in place and ran the flat of the blade along the edges, melting it to Jenks's wing. He shuddered, though didn't wake. Her hands were shaking when she finished, and pixie dust sifted from her to make her glow. An angel indeed. "Children," she called, and they appeared from everywhere. "Bring your father along. Josie, if you would go and make sure the door is open." I watched as the children descended upon him, lifting him up and carrying him out through the flue. Mrs. Jenks wearily got to her feet as her eldest daughter packed everything away in the bag. "My Jenks," she said, "sometimes reaches for more than a pixie ought to dream for. Don't get my husband killed in this folly, Miss Morgan." "I'll try," I whispered, as she and her daughter vanished up the chimney. I felt guilty, as if I were intentionally manipulating Jenks to protect myself. There was a sliding clatter of glass into the trash can, and I rose, glancing out the window. The sun was up, shining on the herbs in the garden. It was way past my bedtime, but I didn't think I could go back to sleep. Feeling weary and out of control, I shuffled into the kitchen. Ivy was on her hands and knees in her black robe, swabbing up my footprints. "I'm sorry," I said, standing in the middle of the kitchen with my arms clasped around myself. Ivy looked up with narrowed eyes, playing the part of the martyr well. "For what?" she said, clearly wanting to drag me through the entire apology process. "For, hitting you? I wasn't awake yet," I lied. "I didn't know it was you." "You already apologized for that," she said, going back to the floor. "For you cleaning up my footprints?" I tried again. "I offered to." I bobbed my head. She had. I wasn't going to delve into the possible motives behind that, but just accept her offer as her being nice. But she was mad about something. I hadn't a clue what. Help me out here, Ivy," I finally said. She rose and went to the sink, methodically rinsing the rag out. The yellow cloth was carefully set over the faucet to dry. She turned, leaning back against the counter. "How about a little trust? I said I wasn't going to bite you, and I'm not." My mouth dropped open. Trust? Ivy was upset about trust? "You want trust?" I exclaimed, finding I needed to be angry to talk to Ivy about this. "Then how about more control from you? I can't even contradict you without you going vampy on me." "I do not," she said, her eyes widening. "You do too," I said, gesturing. "It's just like that first week we worked together, and we would argue over the best way to bring in a shoplifter at the mall. Just because I don't agree with you doesn't mean I'm wrong. At least listen to me before you decide that I am." She took a breath, then slowly let it out. "Yes, you're right." I jerked back at her words. She thought I was right? "And another thing," I added, slightly mollified. "Stop with the running away during an argument. You stormed out of here tonight like you were going to rip someone's head off. Then I wake up with you bending over me? I'm sorry for punching you, but you have to admit, you kind of deserved it." A faint smile crossed her, then disappeared. "Yeah, I suppose." She rearranged the rag over the spigot. Turning, she clasped her arms around herself, gripping her elbows. "Okay, I won't leave in the middle of an argument, but you're going to have to not get so excited during them. You're jerking me around until I don't know which floor to stand on." I blinked. Did she mean excited as in scared, angry, or both? "Beg pardon?" "And maybe get some stronger perfume," she added apologetically. I just bought some," I said in surprise. "Jenks said it covered everything." A sudden distress pinched Ivy's face as she met my gaze. "Rachel, I can still smell me thick on you. You're like a big chocolate chip cookie sitting all alone on an empty table, and when you get all agitated, it's as if you just came out of the oven all warm and gooey. I haven't had a cookie in 3 years. Could you just calm down so you don't smell so damn good?" "Oh." Suddenly cold, I sank down in my chair at the table. I didn't like being compared to food, and I'd never be able to eat another chocolate chip cookie again. "I rewashed my clothes," I said in a small voice. "I'm not using your sheets or soap anymore." Ivy's eyes were on the floor when I turned around. "I know," she said. "I appreciate it. It helps. This isn't your fault. A vampire's scent lingers on anyone they live with. It's a survival trait that tends to lengthen the life of a vampire's companion by telling other vamps to back off. I didn't think I would notice it, seeing as we're sharing floor space, not blood." A shudder went through me as I recalled from my basic Latin class that the word companion stemmed from the word for food. "I don't belong to you," I said.
I know. She took a careful breath, not looking at me. The lavender is helping. Maybe if you hung satchels of it in your closet, it would be enough. And tried not to get so emotional, especially when we're discussing alternative actions. Okay, I said softly, realizing how complex this arrangement was going to be. Are you still going out to Kalamack's tomorrow? Ivy asked. I nodded, relieved at the change of topics. I don't want to go without Jenks, but I don't think I can wait for him to be flight-worthy. Ivy was silent for a long moment. I'll drive you out, as close as you want to risk it. My mouth dropped open for a second time. Why? I mean, really? I quickly amended, and she shrugged. You're right. If you don't get this one done quickly, you won't last another week. 17. You aren't going, dear, Mrs. Jenks said tightly. I dumped my last swallow of coffee down the sink, gazing uncomfortably into the garden, bright with the early afternoon sun. I would rather be anywhere else right now. The devil I'm not, Jenks muttered. I turned around, too tired from a morning with not enough sleep to enjoy watching Jenks get henpecked. He was standing on the stainless steel island with his hands aggressively on his hips. Beyond him, Ivy was hunched at her wooden table as she planned 3 routes to the Kalamack estate. Mrs. Jenks was beside her. Her stiff stance said it all. She didn't want him to go, and looking the way she did, I wasn't about to contradict her. I say, you aren't going, she said, a cord of iron laced through her voice. Mind your place, woman, he said. A hint of pleading ruined his tough guy stance. I am. Her tone was severe. You're still broken. What I say goes. That's our law. Jenks gestured plaintively. I'm fine. I can fly, I can fight, I'm going. You aren't, you can't, you're not. And until I say you're a gardener, not a runner. I can fly, he exclaimed, his wings blurring into motion. He lifted a mere finger breadth off the counter and backed down. You just don't want me to go. She stiffened. I'll not have it said you were killed because of my failings. Keeping you alive is my responsibility, and I say you're broken. I fed Mr. Fish a crushed flake. This was embarrassing. If it had been up to me, I'd let Jenks go, flightless or not. He was recovering faster than I would have believed possible. Still, it had been less than 10 hours since he was spouting poetry. I looked at Mrs. Jenks with an inquiring arch to my eyebrows. The pretty pixie woman shook her head. That was it, then. Jenks, I said, I'm sorry, but until you have the green, you're garden-bound. He took 3 steps, stopping at the edge of the counter, his fists clenched. Uncomfortable, I joined Ivy at the table. So, I said awkwardly, you said you have an idea of how I can get in? Ivy took the end of the pen out from between her teeth. I did some research this morning on the net. You mean after I went back to bed? I interrupted. She looked up at me with her unreadable brown eyes. Yes. Turning away, she rifled through her maps, pulling out a colored brochure. Here, I printed this out. I sat down as I took it. She had not only printed it out, but had folded it into the usual brochure folds. The colorful pamphlet was an advertisement for guided tours of the Kalamack Botanical Gardens. Come stroll among the spectacular private gardens of Councilman Trent Kalamack, I read aloud. Call ahead for ticket prices and availability. Closed on the full moon for maintenance. There was more, but I had my way in. I've got another one for the stables, Ivy said. They run tours all year except for spring when the foals are born. I'll consider it. I ran a finger over the crayon-bright sketch of the grounds. I had no idea Trent was interested in gardening. Maybe he was a witch. There was a loud, very obvious whine as Jenks flew the short distance to the table. He could fly, but barely. This is fantastic, I said, ignoring the belligerent pixie as he walked over the paper and into my line of sight. I was planning on you dropping me off somewhere in the woods so I could hike my way in, but this is great. Thanks. Ivy gave me an honest, close-lipped smile. A little research can save a lot of time. I stifled a sigh. If Ivy had her way, we would have a 6-step plan posted over the john for what to do if it backed up. I could fit in a big purse, I said, warming to the idea. Jenks sniffed. A really big-ass purse. I have someone who owes me a favor, Ivy said. If she bought the ticket, my name wouldn't be on the roster, and I could wear a disguise. Ivy grinned to show a faint slip of teeth. I returned it weakly.
She looked altogether human in the bright afternoon light. "Hey," Jenks said, glancing at his wife. "I could fit in a purse, too." Ivy tapped her pen on her teeth. "I'll take the tour and misplace my purse somewhere." Jenks stood on the brochure, his wings moving in abrupt fits of motion. "I'm going." I jerked the pamphlet out from under him, and he stumbled back. "I'll meet you tomorrow past the front gate in the woods. You could pick me up just out of sight." "I'm going," Jenks said, louder, ignored. Ivy leaned back in her chair with a satisfied air. "Now that sounds like a plan." This was really odd. Last night Ivy had nearly bit my head off when I suggested nearly the same thing. All she needed was to have some input. Pleased for having figured this small bit of Ivy out, I rose and opened my charm cupboard. "Trent knows about you," I said as I looked my spells over. "Only heaven knows how. You definitely need a disguise. Let's see. I could make you look old." "Is no one listening to me?" Jenks shouted, his wings an angry red. "I'm going. Rachel, tell my wife I'm fit enough to go." Hold up," Ivy said. "I don't want to be spelled. I've got my own disguise." I turned, surprised. "You don't want one of mine? It doesn't hurt. It's just an illusion. It's not anything like a transformation charm." She wouldn't meet my gaze. "I have something in mind already."
"I said," Jenks shouted, "I'm going!"
Ivy scrubbed a hand over her eyes. "Jenks?" I began.
"Tell her," he said, darting a glance at his wife. "If you say it's okay, she'll let me go. I'll be able to fly by the time I need to."
"Look," I said, "there will be other times.
"To break into Kalamack's estate?" he cried. "Don't freaking think so. Either I go now or never. This is my only shot at finding out what Kalamack smells like. No pixie or fairy has been able to tell what he is, and not you or anyone else is going to take that chance away from me."
A wisp of desperation had crept into his voice.
"Neither of you are big enough."
I looked past him to Mrs. Jenks, my eyes pleading. He was right. There would be no other time. It would be too chancy to risk even my life if it hadn't already been in the blender and waiting for someone to push the button. The pretty pixie's eyes closed, and she clasped her arms about herself. Looking pained, she nodded. "All right," I said, my attention back on Jenks. "You can come."
"What?"
Ivy yelped, and I shrugged helplessly. "She says it's okay," I said, nodding to Mrs. Jenks. "But only if he promises to bug out the second I say. I'm not going to risk him any more than he can fly." Jenks's wings blurred to an excited purple.
"I'll leave when I decide."
"Absolutely not." I stretched my arms out along the table, putting my fists to either side of him and glaring. "We are going in under my discretion, and we will leave on the same terms. This is a witchocracy, not a democracy. Clear?" Jenks tensed, his mouth open to protest, but then his eyes slid from mine to his wife's. Her tiny foot was tapping. "'Kay," he said meekly, "but only this time." I nodded and pulled my arms back to myself. "Will that fit in with your plan, Ivy?" "Whatever." Chair scraping, she got to her feet. "I'll call for the ticket. We have to leave in time to get to my friend's house and out to the main bus station by 4. The tours run from there." Her pace was edging into vamp mode as she strode from the kitchen. "Jenks, dear," the small pixie woman said softly, "I'll be in the garden if you—" Her last words choked off, and she flew out through the window. Jenks spun, a heartbeat too late. "Madalena, wait!" he cried, his wings blurring to nothing. But he was nailed to the table, unable to keep up with her. "The turn, take it, it's my only chance!" he shouted after her. I heard Ivy's muffled voice in the living room as she argued with someone on the phone. "I don't care if it is 2 in the afternoon. You owe me." There was a short silence. "I could come down there and take it out of your hide, Carmen. I've nothing to do tonight." Jenks and I jumped at the thunk of something hitting the wall. I think it was the phone. It seemed everyone was having a fabulous afternoon. "All set," she shouted with what was obviously forced cheerfulness. "We can pick up the ticket in a half hour. That gives us just enough time to change." "Great," I said with a sigh, rising to pluck a mink potion from the cupboard. I couldn't imagine mere clothes would make a good enough disguise for a vamp. "Hey, Jenks," I said softly, as I rummaged in the silverware drawer for a finger stick. "How does Ivy smell?" "What?" he all but snarled.
clearly still upset about his wife. My eyes shot to the empty hall.
"Ivy,"
I said, even more softly so she couldn't possibly hear.
"Before the fairy attack, she stormed out of here like she was going to rip someone's heart out. I'm not going to put myself in her purse until I know if—"
I hesitated, then whispered,
"Has she started practicing again?"
Jenks turned serious. No. He steeled himself and made the short flight to me. I sent Jax to watch her, just to make sure no one slipped her a charm aimed at you. Jenks puffed with parental pride. He did well on his first run. No one saw him, just like his old man. I leaned closer.
"So where did she go?"
Some vamp bar on the river. She sat in the corner, snarling at anyone who got close and drank orange juice all night. Jenks shook his head. It's really weird, if you ask me. There was a small sound in the doorway, and Jenks and I straightened with a guilty quickness. I looked up, blinking in surprise. Ivy? I stammered. She smiled weakly with a pleased embarrassment.
"What do you think?"
Great, I managed. You look great. I never would have recognized you. And I might not have. Ivy was wrapped in a skin-tight yellow sundress. The thin straps holding it up stood out sharp against her shockingly white skin. Her black hair was a wave of ebony. Bright red lipstick was the only color to her face, making her look more exotic than usual. She had sunglasses on and a wide-brimmed yellow hat that matched her high heels. Over her shoulders was a purse big enough to carry a pony. She spun in a slow circle, looking like a stoic model on the runway. Her heels made a sharp click-clack, and I couldn't help but watch. I made a mental note. No more chocolate for me. Coming to a stop, she took her sunglasses off.
"Think this will do?"
I shook my head in disbelief. Yeah. You actually wear that?
"I used to. And it won't set off any spell check amulets either."
Jenks made a face as he levered himself up on the sill. "Much as I enjoy this horrific outpouring of estrogen, I'm going to go say goodbye to my wife. Let me know when you're ready. I'll be in the garden, probably next to the stinkweed." He wobbled in flight and out the window. I turned back to Ivy, still amazed.
"I'm surprised it still fits,"
Ivy said as she looked down at herself.
"It used to be my mother's. I got it when she died."
She eyed me with a severe frown.
"And if she ever shows up on our doorstep, don't let on I have it."
"Sure," I offered weakly. Ivy tossed her purse to the table and sat with her legs crossed at the knees.
"She thinks my great-aunt stole it. If she knew I had it, she'd make me give it back."
Ivy harumphed,
like she could wear it anymore. A sundress after dark is so tacky.
She turned, a bright smile on her face. I stifled a shudder. She looked like a human, a wealthy, desirable human. This, I realized, was a hunting dress. Ivy went still at my almost horrified look. Her eyes dilated, sending my pulse hammering. That awful black drifted over her as her instincts were jerked into play. The kitchen faded from my awareness. Though she was across the room, Ivy seemed right before me. I felt myself go hot, then cold. She was pulling an aura in the middle of the freaking afternoon.
"Rachel,"
she breathed, her gray voice enticing a shudder from me.
"Stop being afraid."
My breath came quick and shallow. Frightened, I forced myself to turn so my back was almost to her. Damn. This wasn't my fault. I hadn't done anything. She had been so normal, and then this? From the corner of my sight, I watched Ivy hold herself still, scrambling for control. If she moved, I was going out the window. But she didn't move. Slowly, my breath came easier. My pulse slowed, and her tension decreased. I took a deep breath, and the black in her eyes diminished. I flipped my hair out of my face and pretended to wash my hands, and she slumped to her chair by the table. Fear was an aphrodisiac to her hunger, and I had been unwittingly feeding it to her.
"I shouldn't have put this on again,"
she said, her voice low and strained.
"I'll wait in the garden while you invoke your spell."
I nodded, and she drifted to the door, clearly making a conscious effort to move at a normal speed. I hadn't noticed her standing up, but there she was, moving into the hallway.
"And Rachel,"
she said softly, standing in the threshold,
"if I ever do start practicing again, you'll be the first to know."
This audiobook has been broken into multiple parts to make the download faster. You have reached the end of a part, but not the end of the complete audiobook. So please check your library for the next part of this audiobook.
18.
I don't think I'll ever get my nose clear of the stink in that sack.
Jenks took a dramatic breath of the night air.
Purse,
I said, hearing the word come out as a bland squeak. It was all I could manage. I'd recognized right off what Ivy's mother's purse smelled like, and the thought that I had spent a good portion of my day in it gave me the willies.
You ever smell anything like that?
Jenks continued blithely.
Jenks, shut up.
Squeak, squeak, chirp. Guessing what Vamp carried when she went hunting wasn't high on my list. I tried hard not to think about table 6.1.
No,
he drawled.
It was more of a musky, metallic kind of... Oh.
But the night air was pleasant enough. It was edging toward 10, and Trent's public garden had the lush smell of rising damp. The moon was a thin sliver lost behind the trees. Jenks and I were hidden in the shrubbery behind a stone bench. Ivy was long gone. She had tucked her purse under the seat this afternoon, pretending to be faint. After blaming her weariness on low blood sugar, half the men on the tour had offered to run up to the pavilion to fetch her a cookie. I had nearly blown our cover laughing at Jenks's non-stop, overly dramatic parody of what was going on outside her purse. Ivy had left in a swirl of manly concern. I hadn't known whether to be worried or amused at how easily she had swayed them.
This feels as wrong as Uncle Vamp at a Sweet 16 party,
Jenks said, as he edged out of the shadows and onto the path.
I haven't heard a bird all afternoon, no fairies or pixies either.
He peered up at the black canopy from under his hat.
Let's go,
I squeaked as I looked down the abandoned path. Everything was in shades of gray. I still wasn't used to it.
I don't think there are any fairies or pixies, Jenks continued. A garden this size could support 4 clans easy. Who takes care of the plants?
Maybe that way, I said, needing to talk even though he couldn't understand me.
You got that right,
he said, continuing his one-sided conversation.
Lunkers, thick-fingered clumsy oafs who rip out an ailing plant instead of giving it a dose of potash? Present company accepted, of course,
he added.
Jenks,
I chittered, you're a real piece of work.
You're welcome.
I didn't trust Jenks's belief that there might be no fairies or pixies, and I half expected them to descend upon us at any moment. Having seen the aftermath of a pixie-fairy skirmish, I wasn't in any hurry to experience it, especially not when I was the size of a squirrel. Jenks craned his neck and studied the upper branches as he adjusted his hat. He had told me earlier that it was a flaming red, and that the conspicuous color was a pixie's only defense when entering another clan's garden. It was a promise of good intent and quick departure. His constant fussing with it since leaving Ivy's purse had nearly driven me crazy. Being stuck behind a bench all afternoon had done nothing for my nerves either. Jenks had spent most of the day sleeping, stirring back to wakefulness when the sun neared the unseen horizon. A flash of excitement raced through me and was gone. Pushing the feeling away, I chittered for Jenks's attention and started toward the smell of carpet. The time spent in Ivy's purse and then under the bench had done Jenks a lot of good. Still, though, he was lagging behind. Worried the slight noise of his labored flight might alert someone, I came to a rolling halt, motioning Jenks to get on my back.
"What's the matter, Rach?"
he said, tugging his hat back down.
"Got an itch?"
I gritted my teeth. Crouched on my haunches, I pointed to him, then my shoulders.
"No freaking way."
He glanced at the trees.
"I won't be carted about like a baby."
I don't have time for this, I thought. I pointed again, this time straight up. It was our agreed sign that he was to go home. Jenks's eyes narrowed, and I bared my teeth. Surprised, he took a step back.
Okay,
he grumbled.
"But if you tell Ivy I'm going to pix you every night for a week, got it?"
His light weight hit my shoulders, and he gripped my fur. It was an odd sensation, and I didn't like it.
"Not too fast,"
he muttered, clearly uncomfortable as well. Apart from his death grip on my fur, I hardly noticed him. I went as fast as I dared. I didn't like that there might be unfriendly eyes holding fairy steel watching us, and I immediately struck out off the path. The sooner we were inside, the better. My ears and nose worked non-stop. I could smell everything, and it wasn't as cool as one might think. The leaves would shiver at every gust, making me freeze or dart deeper into the foliage. Jenks was singing a bothersome song under his breath, something about blood and daisies.
I wove my hesitant way through a barrier of loose stone and brambles and slowed. Something was different. "The plants have changed," Jenks said, and I bobbed my head. The trees I wove between as I moved downhill were markedly more mature. I could smell mistletoe. Old, well-conditioned earth held firmly established plants. Scent, not visual beauty, seemed more important. The narrow path I found was hard-packed dirt instead of brick. Ferns crowded the trail until only one person could pass. Somewhere water ran. More wary, we continued until a familiar smell brought me to an alarmed standstill. Earl Grey tea. From under the shadow of a wood lily, I stood motionless and searched for the smell of people. It was silent but for the night insects. "Over there," Jenks breathed. "A cop on the bench." He slipped from me to melt back into the shadows. I eased forward, whiskers twitching and ears straining. The grove was empty. With a smooth motion, I flowed up onto the bench. There was a swallow of tea left in the cup, its rim decorated with dew. Its silent presence was as telling as the change in plant life. Somehow, we had left the public gardens behind. We were in Trent's backyard. Jenks perched himself upon the handle, his hands on his hips, scowling. "Nothing," he complained. "I can't smell squat off a teacup. I have to get inside." I leapt from the bench to make an easy landing. The stink of habitation was stronger to the left, and we followed the dirt path through the ferns. Soon the scent of furniture, carpet, and electronics grew pungent, and it was no surprise that I found the open-air deck. I looked up, making out the silhouette of a latticework cover. A night-blooming vine trailed over it, its fragrance fighting to be recognized over the stink of people. "Rachel, wait!" Jenks exclaimed, yanking my ear as I stretched to step on the moss-covered planks. Something brushed my whiskers, and I drew back, running my paws over them. It was sticky. It caught in my paws, and I accidentally glued my ears flat to my eyes. Panicking, I sat back on my haunches. I was stuck. "Don't rub it, Rach," Jenks said urgently. "Hold still." But I couldn't see. My pulse raced. I tried to shout, but my mouth was glued shut. The smell of ether caught at my throat. Frantic, I lashed out, hearing an irate buzz. I could barely breathe. What the devil was this stuff? "Turn it all, Morgan?" Jenks all but hissed. "Stop fighting me. I'll get it off you." I yanked my instincts back and sank into a crouch, my breath fast and shallow. One of my paws was stuck to my whiskers, and it hurt. It was all I could do not to go rolling in the dirt. "Okay." There was a breeze from Jenks's wings. "I'm going to touch your eye." My paws twitched as he pulled the stuff off an eyelid. His fingers were gentle and deft, but from the amount of pain he was ripping half my eyelid off. Then it was gone, and I could see. I squinted through one eye as Jenks rubbed his palms together, a small ball between them. Pixie dust sifted from him to make him glow. "Better?" he said, glancing at me. "Heck yeah," I squeaked. It came out more mangled than usual, seeing as my mouth was still glued shut. Jenks tossed the ball away. It was that sticky stuff, caked with dust. "Hold still, and I'll have the rest off you faster than Ivy can pull an aura." He yanked at my fur, turning the sticky stuff into little balls. "Sorry," he said as I yelped when he jerked my ear. "I did warn you." "What?" I chirped, and for once he seemed to understand. "About the sticky silk." Grimacing, he gave a hard yank, pulling a tuft of my hair out. "That's how I got caught yesterday," he said angrily. "Trent has sticky silk lacing his lobby ceiling just above human height. It's expensive stuff. I'm surprised he uses it anywhere else." Jenks flitted to my other side. "It's a pixie fairy deterrent. You can get it off, but it takes time. I bet the entire canopy is netted. That's why there's nothing here that flies." I twitched my tail to show I understood. I had heard of sticky silk, but the thought that I might run into it never crossed my mind. To anyone larger than a child, it felt like a spider web. Finally he was done, and I felt my nose, wondering if it was the same shape. Jenks took off his hat and shoved it under a rock. "Wish I had brought my sword," he said. Such was the territorial drive between pixies and fairies that if Jenks had trashed the conspicuous hat, I could stake my life that the garden was pixie and fairy-free. The slightly submissive air he had affected all afternoon vanished. From his point of view, the entire garden was probably now his, since there was no one to say different. He stood beside me with his hands on his hips, severely eyeing the deck. "Watch this," Jenks said as he shook a cloud of pixie dust from him. His wings blurred to nothing, blowing the glowing dust toward the deck. The faint haze seemed to catch in the air. As if by magic, the pixie dust fixed itself to the silk, outlining a patch of net. Jenks gave me a sideways, satisfied smirk. "Good thing I brought Madalena's scissors," he said, pulling from his pocket the wooden-handled pair of shears. He confidently strode up to the shimmering net and cut a mink-sized hole. "After you!" He gestured grandly, and I flowed up onto the deck. My heart gave a thump of excitement before settling down to a slow, deliberate pace. It was just another run, I told myself. Emotion was an expense I couldn't afford. Ignore that my life was involved. My nose twitched, searching for human or Inderlander. Nothing. "I think it's a back office," Jenks said. "See, there's a desk." Office? I thought, feeling my furry eyebrows rise. It was a deck. Or was it? Jenks lurched excitedly about, like a rabid bat. I followed at a more sedate pace. After about 15 feet, the mossy planking turned into a mottled carpet enclosed by 3 walls. Well-maintained potted plants were everywhere. The small desk